It's on. It's on now.
Oh. Only jump good hands.
You thought you had me, didn't you?
Don't want to leave yet.
Monster. It's a monster.
That's because your heart is beating so fast.
Hello once again, welcome to Dublin and the 2026 Irish Open presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. It's the final day of this fantastic festival at the RDS, and that means it's the final day of the main event. Not quite the final table. 10 players remain. 9 is the FT. Today we'll watch them play down to a winner, a champion who will lift the trophy and receive a first prize of more than €500,000. I am James Hartigan, alongside me, a former Irish Open champion, Griffin Benger.
There can only be one.
Indeed, and it will be one of 10 players who we'll see in just a moment. A reminder, as we stream you every single hand live, you can join the conversation via the live chat on YouTube, the live chat on Twitch, and of course stay across everything that's happening in the PokerStars universe, not just from the Irish Open, but around the world via X, Facebook, and Instagram. So yes, 10 remain, and Griffin, I'll be honest with you, I did not expect to get close to the final table last night. Fewer players returning than any of us predicted.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we get a look at the chip counts, only a 77 big blind chip leader. No one really even close to the danger zone. So expect to see a lot of play. Maybe things slow down a bit. Not a lot of fast and furious all-ins, but you know, the blinds are the great equalizer, and they will go up eventually every hour.
Absolutely. 2 tables of 5 before the final redraw of the tournament. And this is going to be our first 5-handed feature table. It includes a couple of the locals, Matthew Toomey and Edward Dunphy. Crucially, none of the big stacks. The chip leader here, Griffin, is Isaac Barker, who has fewer than 50 big blinds.
Yeah, and I kind of like this. Oftentimes we'll feature, you know, the chip leaders table, but I like that, you know, this sort of, they're all bunched up. There's going to be, a lot of jockeying for position here as we get down to the final table.
And a reminder of the money up for grabs. We have reached the point where there is an increase in prize money with every single elimination. We've also reached the point where the money is significant, nearly 40K for the next player out. Once we hit 6-figure scores, more than 100K for 6th place, nearly €250,000 for 3rd, more than 300 grand for the runner-up, and as previously advertised, more than €500,000 for the eventual winner. And action is underway. We played to the end of level 35 last night, which means we pick up the action at the start of level 36. Blinds are 300,000, 600,000 with a 600K big blind ante. And we are underway. Hand number 1 of the final day of the Irish Open main event.
Good luck and take care of your stack.
Absolutely.
Suffice to say, when we lose a player, when we do get down to 9, there will be a reset point. We will take a break, there'll be the redraw, there'll be the official final table photograph, then we'll come back. The Irish Open's master of ceremonies, the king of the crack den, Phil Baker, will be on stage to introduce the finalists. And I imagine, Griffin, we will see quite a rail for that FT.
Yeah. If last year was any indication.
1.2. We played 3
Blinds are 600.
I think it's just a call. It's less than minimum.
Oh dear.
You need to put 9 for a raise.
Isaac Barker confused about the blind level and has not put out enough chips for a
Brain
raise.
fart.
So it's a call. It's less than a half. You understand what I mean? You can ask the floor. Yeah, I don't care, but I think this is the rule.
It's less than 50%.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So did not put out enough to raise. It's ruled as a call. Round to Matthew Toomey, who folds 10-7 in the small blind. So here's the thing, Edward Dunphy can see a free flop now.
Yeah, and a hand that, you know, otherwise, of course, would have almost certainly been folded to a raise. Now you have to wonder, could he find himself in a little spot of trouble if he gets something like a 9-high board?
Instead, it's an ace-king-10 board.
Position to
Dunphy checks, and any aggression from Barker likely to result in a fold from Dunphy.
Position 8 bet. Position
He bets the minimum, gets a fold.
Barker, of course, if you were watching yesterday, the beneficiary of a massive bluff from Ali, and you know, having pocket aces, it's done well to be up to 50 big blinds now.
Is the table chip leader. Of course, all of the big stacks are over at the other table, and just so everyone is aware, well, that was our feature table last night. And we have to keep rotating the tables to keep the tournament fair. As we see all players at the start of the day. There is Danilo Donini with his wife Samantha as they arrived at the venue. Matthew Toomey walking into the RDS a short while ago. Edward Dunphy, one of the players at our feature table. Francesco Ghisolfi. Vasil Palandiuk, who starts the day second in chips. Jarkko Soakas hoping to be another Finnish Irish Open champion, following in the footsteps of Tero Laurila a couple of years ago. Oliver Geico representing Germany. Daryl McAleenan, David Lappin says if Daryl makes the final table, we could see a Simon Wilson-esque rail this year. Isaac Baker, who we saw win the first hand of the day. And what year is it, Griffin?
Year of Romania.
Narcis Nedelcu. The final table will be the final 9, Jedi Penguin. And a reminder that even if it happens in the first 3 hands, we will be taking a break. I know it's not ideal to go live with the stream, bring you the action and then hit a reset point, but I don't think any of us expected to come back with this few players. We thought it would be maybe 13, 14 players, but one elimination, and we reset for the FT as Dunphy pairs his ace on this flop.
Yeah, interesting decision here from Dunphy, taking a hand that I think most players would 3-bet in this spot and playing it as a flat. Has flopped exceptionally well considering what Toomey's holding, so this is going to work out.
I love the fact that Jedi Penguin just referred to me as a narrator. I like the idea that my job is narrating. Edward Dunphy came to Dublin hoping to win a poker tournament. He invested several €1,000s, even though he knew he could now pocket €39,000. He focused on winning the game so that he could walk away with $500,000 and enter history.
Toomey checking out of turn here. Dunphy finally checking.
Check.
8, 9, 10, jack.
Not a straight.
Okay. Position 4 bet. 2.1.
The
Position 3 fold.
lead from Dunphy on the river gets a fold from Toomey. Mr. Rochester observing we're only 2 hands in. We've had a failed raise and a check out of turn. Are they nervous or what? Understandably, a lot of pressure on these guys right now.
Yeah, they're playing for an outrageous amount of money, especially considering a €1,150 entry fee. Turning that into over $500,000 can be life-changing money for a lot of these players.
The narration teams are in place for today's coverage. We bring you the stream not just in the English language, but also in Brazilian Portuguese, courtesy of Felipe and Flavio.
3-4.
Benny and you
Fold.
are providing the action in French. If Spanish is your preferred flavor, you can listen to Alex Romero and Esteban Pascual. As I'm sure you're aware by now, myself and Griffin are here to call the action on the
6-4.
global channels.
The British comms.
As we go, you're half British, you can have that flag.
All right.
And
Blimey.
3 of the day, we get the complete from Geico in the small blind. Barker checking his option with 8-6 in the big. Ace 8-7 with 2 hearts on board. Second pair for Barker. Nut flush draw for Geico. It is a post-flop flip.
Yeah, very, very interesting here.
6 bet.
I'm going to give the edge to Geico, as the aggressor here is going to be very incentivized to continue betting on some higher cards to fold out a hand like an 8 or a 7. Barker's certainly going to hold on for 1 street, maybe even likely 2, but let's see if Geico keeps firing, if he bricks out, and what the result of that will be. 9 is a bit difficult to keep betting because it does now complete something like, you know, a 10-6, a 5-6, a 9-8, a 9-7. You know, and then hands that aren't fully loving it, like a pair of 8s, will often have picked up some more equity in the form of like an 8-6 or a 10-8. So I think we can anticipate another call from Barker, and then it's going to be all about what is the river and how does Geico play it.
8-4.
I would love to see something like a queen come on the river and Geico put out a big bet, but he just makes the nuts. That'll do.
Easy game.
How much, sorry? 6 million.
So this very large bet is quite interesting because it really creates polarization as to what Geico is representing. If he had something like ace-4 off, he wouldn't be really taking this line, betting 6 million on the river, right? So you start to eliminate just those single ace hands a lot of the time. You're expecting now something like what Geico has, but then also the kind of bluffs like a queen 10 with the queen of hearts might take this line, having picked up more equity on the turn, getting that heart river. So there is some consideration to call, but yeah, wisely let go by Barker.
35 bigs now for Oliver Geico. Nedelko and Barker both playing around 45 big blinds. The tournament chip leaders are over at the other table. We still have 10 players, 2 tables of 5. Minutes into the final day of the Irish Open main event. Blinds 300,000, 600,000 with a 600K big blind ante. Folded to Isaac Barker in the small blind.
Sir, can you put your cards in the box, please? Thank you.
He's going to complete with 7-5 of hearts. Queen 6 for Nedelko in the big. Thanks for reminding us, Tom, that Poker News are now in sync with the stream delay. So if you want to stay across the live updates on Poker News and check out the chip stacks of all 10 players, you will not be exposed to spoilers.
8 check.
We'll check on the other table if anything significant happens, but if you're interested in
1 check.
hand histories from some of the more inconsequential pots, you can check out the work that the Poker News team are doing as we go to the turn here.
That is not so inconsequential.
Not at all.
Did go check on the flop, which I think is nice by both players. You really don't want to get check raise if you're in a Nedelcu. So keeping that queen hidden, and yeah, expecting Barker to come out firing here. And I like that he goes a bit bigger. You really want to push out something like a Jack X type hand. That's a straight draw that is technically ahead of 7-5. But yeah, not going to fold out a queen. So let's see if Barker wasn't able to hold on with that 8-6. Doesn't make his hand on the river.
No.
And this is a pretty big moment here for Barker because I'm almost certainly sure this bluff won't work, but he might feel motivated to do it. Certainly some ace-X type hands, weak ace-X's that Nedelcu would check back pre and play like this. Really nice resistance, I think, there. You have to be worried that a 9, 8, or a queen could definitely be in Nedelcu's range, playing his checks on the flop and calls on the turn. So really nice job from Barker. You know, sometimes you just miss your like mega draw and there hasn't been a lot of action. You feel like a bit of an entitlement to the pot, but I think this is really good understanding from Isaac that this spot isn't really his anymore.
1 check. Hold on. 7 high.
Check to showdown.
3.
Nedelcu wins the pot, becomes table chip leader with 50 bigs.
Very passive there from Nedelcu. I certainly understand the logic, but maybe there is a world where you could fire a little bet there and sometimes get called by a 9, but would a 9 really have bet that much? So I get it.
Yeah.
A little smirk from Nedelcu. Isn't this exciting energy? Playing for an outrageous amount of money. Navigating almost 5,000 players to get to this point at the Irish Open. One of the most prestigious tournaments ever.
Yeah, we've referenced it a few times over the course of the last 4 days. It's the longest running no-limit hold'em tournament outside of Las Vegas.
Position for raise. 1.2.
He's 10. Dunphy has opened under the gun.
6 4.
Ace-5 suited for Isaac Barker.
No wrong answer here, really. I mean, just playing 5-handed, I think fold would be a bit too tight, so I think 3-betting the most standard. Call not out of the question. Is going to go with the more
3.5.
standard 3-bet.
He raises to 3.5 million.
And you can see how much pressure this puts on exact holdings like this for Dunphy. He's playing about 38 big blinds. It's not good enough to 4-bet shove, really, with the ICM risk. Feels too tight to fold, but with that side, it already feels like he's going to let it go.
Barker back up to 27.7 million, just over 45 big blinds. Matthew Toomey, the shortest stack at this table with 20 big blinds. Still 45 minutes till the blinds go up. There's one of 2 tables remaining. There's the outer table. Already a bit of an audience. Fans in the stands, and I imagine that audience will grow once we hit the final table.
fold.
Delku on the button.
One raise, 1.5.
Raises to 1.5. Ace deuce suited for Matthew Toomey.
Great opportunity to shove here for 20 big blinds, but it's not in Toomey's nature.
3 fold.
He says call.
Yeah, this doesn't surprise me. Based on what we've seen, the way Toomey plays, we can see how effective a shove would have been here, but just maybe doesn't have that particular move in his arsenal.
Dunphy, I guess, deciding whether to call as well. See a flop.
For call. 3 players.
Real nice spread here between these medium strength hands.
10-6 tray. So ace high still the best hand. Toomey's ahead here.
Position
Checks
one
it.
check. 3 check.
Dunphy checks as well. Any continuation bet from Nedelku. A reminder, of course, that the shot clock is still in play. It was introduced at the start of day 3. It will remain for the rest of the tournament. Additional time bank cards given at the start of every alternate level today.
1 bet, 3.6.
Nedelku does see bet.
3 fold.
Toomey folds.
Great bet. Great bet from Nedelku here.
Dunphy folds as well, and Kino observes that Romanian lad is very good.
Yeah, it's just understanding that, like, you know, when you're constructing the ranges of these two players, Toomey's looking like a lot of Broadway combos or stuff like ace deuce suited, because he's not the type to 3-bet or shove those. So you're feeling pretty good about something like a 10-6-3. You have a heart in hand with the king 4. So really you're just hoping to get through Toomey's potential queen 10 suited type range. And then once you're dealing with the big blind, he's very, very capped flanking in that chip. So I like the big size too. Like, let's go, let's get this done. No goofy floats. No silly big blind straight draws. No prices for gutters. Barker staying active here.
8 raise, 1.2. 1 fold.
Okay, Lonely Has, you asked a question, I'm going to answer it. Time bank cards. They received 4 at the start of play yesterday. They received 4 additional cards at the start of level 31. Obviously, they were allowed to carry over any cards they didn't spend yesterday. In addition, they received 1 more time bank card at the start of the final day, so at the start of play today, and then 1 extra card after levels 37, 39, 41, etc.
6 fold.
Raise and take it for Isaac Barker, that last hand. Will says the shot clock is meant to discourage people drawing out their hand to ladder up. I think in general, it's just to try and speed up the game a little bit. It can be a miserable experience if you're sat at a table and each hand is taking like 8 minutes. Equally, it's an acknowledgement that poker is also, I can't believe I'm going to use this expression, a spectator sport. It is a game that is watched, just as you guys are watching it now on YouTube and Twitch. And it makes it a miserable viewing experience when there is no shot clock in play as well.
3 fold. 4 fold.
Nedelku has opened with Queen Jack. It's round to Barker in the big blind.
Shouldn't make a habit of folding suited cards in the big blind, but this is one that I think you can let go of.
8 folds.
Nedelku chipping up nicely during this opening level. Ninth hand of the day to be dealt on the main stage. Matthew Toomey first to speak. He folds. He's dropped below the 20 big blind mark. Now here's a question. I don't expect you to know the answer, Griffin. Kind of throwing it out there for the production team. I know that when we get to the final 9, when we get to a single table, it's hands per level rather than time levels. The number of hands to be played will be announced at the final 2 tables. Have we had confirmation yet of how many hands we will play per level?
Nedelku considering an ISO,
One check.
but is going to check back.
There is fold. You might 3-bet me at ace 10 off. Try to fold out. I was thinking ace 10 suited or something. I could forward call. But it's very dodgy to call forward, but like, and then the flat and the big blind.
I'd say that his hand connects with this flop, Griffin.
8 check.
Can hear a little chatter on the rail, I think. Dunphy going over a couple of those spots, had a couple tricky spots there. The ace-10 facing the 3-bet, the queen-9 overcalling in the big.
1 bet.
I think once he sees the hands, you'll see that he was a bit handcuffed in both of them. Not much you can do. Nedelku's going to take the bait here. Not loving this, not just because we can see what Barker has. Really want to have a spade in hand. Nice interaction with the 3, of course, to perhaps pick up some more equity like a straight draw, but just doing very poorly against the hands that are prepared to check call. Could be drawing close to dead. You can see that is the case here.
Check 1.
Check, check. 4 spade board now. It's a flushy paired board. And I did get the answer to the question, Griffin. When we get to 9, we will be playing 24 hands per level,
Nice.
which I'm going to be honest is more than I was expecting.
Double turn.
Check, check. Barker wins at showdown.
And I would say a very, very minute mistake from Barker in showing that hand before Nedelku would be forced to, of course, the different rules here.
Yeah,
Aggressive
sometimes
shows.
it's just muscle memory, though, right? As we go to the outer table where it's Francesco Ghisolfi versus Jarko Suokas. We're on the river. There is a 5-card straight out there. 10 of spades, jack of spades, 9 of hearts, queen of clubs, 8 of hearts. Ghisolfi has bet 4 million. And I guess looking at this from Suokas' perspective, it's like, do you call hoping to chop here? Assuming he doesn't have a king.
Yeah, it's difficult when we sort of come in on the river. We don't really know the positions or the action. But is going to potentially have gotten away with one there.
Ghisolfi wins that hand. As we continue with 2 5-handed tables, 1 away from the FT in the Irish Open main event. And yeah, confirmation that at PokerStars events, it's also 24 hands for 60-minute levels. So it's purely replicating what would happen at an EPT stop.
Bit of a dynamic brewing now between Barker and Dunphy. We saw the 3-bet with ace-5 suited to Dunphy's ace-10 in these exact same positions. Now, Barker with another hand he probably wants to consider some sort of action. Makes the very tight fold. I don't really agree with this 5-handed. I think that you need to call king-queen probably. I understand the hesitance to 3-bet again, quote-unquote light. But king-queen I think is just going to be a bit too strong. know, this isn't your typical 7, 8-handed under the gun open where you could make a big fold like king queen. I think you should be protecting your button with such a strong holding. You're going to be up against some hands you're dominating sometimes, like king jacks and queen 10 suiteds that are going to be opening. Even queen jack off might open here, 5-handed into Toomey's big blind. Look at that Toomey peel with the 10-6 off. I hate it. It's dominated. It's going to get him in trouble on the 5 deuce 4.
See chips? Started at like 19 million, 19 and a half.
We check.
The old can I see your chips to get a check play. Let's see if it works out for Toomey. The chips and check play. It was highly effective.
Turn card, Jack of Diamonds.
One check. We check. Four back, 1.5. 3 fold.
Dunphy's turn bet at 1.5 million gets a fold from Toomey, who drops down to 14 big blinds. 31 minutes on the clock. Of course, the blinds will go up at the end of that period. Toomey starting to feel the pressure a little bit.
Toomey, of course, on borrowed time after that incredible river 7 3-way all in against kings and ace queen suited.
Jane Windsor says, I like Toomey, but his play style makes me nervous. Squeaky bum time for Matthew Toomey and for all remaining players. One away from making the final table.
6 fold.
Some guy pointing out that Toomey's not aggressive enough. I think you've observed that a couple of times, Griffin.
Yeah, just perhaps not especially experienced with shorter stacks. Understanding when he needs to push the action, trying to see too many flops. And Nedelku
One raise, 3.6.
coming after Barker a bit. I really don't mind this. You know, Toomey's been playing so passively. Big blind's gonna have to wake up real big with those 30+ big blinds. But you're just happening to be up against one of the near premiums, an ace queen. But no easy answer here. Playing 50 effective. Far too good to consider folding. Not good enough to 4-bet call. And it feels like too many chips to shove. So I would anticipate Barker goes with a flat, but I also wouldn't fault him for just shoving it in here. Show me better. I don't believe it.
Pending.
So he is going to go with the 4-bet.
8.5.
I don't think we can ever anticipate a shove from Nedelku, but if he did have something like ace-4 suited, I wonder what Barker's intention is here with his 35 big blinds behind.
Daily Brainbender says, I play a lot with Toomey. The passive play isn't his usual style. I'm expecting him to make a move very shortly. I think sometimes, and look, I'm guilty of this as well, when it's a big pressure moment, especially if you're playing on a stage maybe you're not used to playing on, it does intimidate you. Maybe you do find yourself impacted by that.
Nedelku's really considering putting this in, I think. I imagine he's going to chicken out's not a fair word. I mean, to even consider this really shows the kind of gumption this Romanian has. But yeah, he is going to finally let it go. I mean, I think Barker was 4-bet folding probably, which is just, you know, I mean, maybe he would have called.
Hard to say, but what we do know is that Isaac Barker is the biggest stack once again at this 5-handed feature table. 58 big blinds for Isaac. Narcis Nedelcu drops below the 50 big blind mark. Matthew Toomey still the shortest stack with 14 big blinds. I
mean, I'd love that play if Barker's just prepared to go for it. Just thinking that, you know, Nedelcu is the type of animal that would 5-bet shove a hand like an ace-4 suited and just like trying to win this massive pot, getting the most out of ace-queen there, instead of just shoving and, you know, folding out worse hands like an ace-4. I would love to pick his brain later and get an indication as to his intention if there was a shove.
Pretty intense.
Nedelcu's raised the cutoff, 7-5 of hearts. Toomey, Jack-8 on the button. He folds. Edward Dunphy in the small blind, 8-7 offsuit, passes. And now Oliver Gayko in the big blind. After Sesh asking about the current payout, every player now guaranteed near enough 40,000 euros, 39,840. Next jump is to 47.8. Once we get to 6, 100K plus guaranteed. Queen Jack 5 on the flop. Pair of 5s to Nedelcu.
Yeah, small bet here. Most standard, I think, for Nedelcu, just clearing out some equity, protecting with that 5, making it small enough that you can call raises if they come in, because you got that backdoor hearts and 2-pair potential. Take it down. Take it down, down. Bit of a slow start, 35 minutes in.
Yeah,
that's the nature of this sometimes.
I think we kind of expected that.
Mm-hmm.
A reminder, there will be a break in the proceedings when we reset for the final table. One more elimination, we will be at 9. Final redraw of the tournament will take place.
So 2 of the 5 players on our feature table here from the hometown Ireland. How many on the other table, James?
I think just 1. I think we've got 3 Irish players in the top 10. 2 Italians, if I'm right.
And what percentage of the 5,000 entries were Irish? Do we have these stats?
I do have those stats, but not to hand.
Nice.
There is a pie chart in existence.
Yeah.
I think it was. I think it was almost a quarter of the field.
You know what? I saw Joe eating that earlier. The pie chart.
So if you combine players from Ireland and the UK, it accounts for more than half the field, and it was slightly skewed in favour of Ireland. So yeah, around a quarter.
Fair play. A deuce in hand and a 3-bet from Gayko, wanting to attack Dunphy's perceived potentially light button open. And he's correct. I would expect an ace or a king of spades underneath there, likely. Maybe an ace, maybe any ace. Bit of a tough start for Dunphy. Seems to be getting 3-bet by some hands that just situationally. Oh my God, he does find the call.
Wow.
Yeah, look, this is about the price. He didn't make it particularly large. It was just like less than 3.1x. And 6-5 suited is the kind of hand that you can justify making a call like this. I know it seems like a little crazy, but look at him with his double gutter all of a sudden. And if Gayko does have ace deuce or king deuce of spades, as I suggested he might, this could be a very, very explosive flop. I mean, Gecko only 14 million to the near 9 in the pot. That's a stack to pot ratio of, you know, less than 2 to 1.
6 bets too.
So Gecko having 3-bet pre, continues flop for 2 million.
Yeah, and Dunphy has 2 options here. He can just call, of course, or he can just shove it in, really. And the shove would only be about 7x the bet. But yeah, he is going to just peel it. Don't want to just dryly be up against pocket kings here and be praying for 8 outs. And there's the club now.
Oh,
look at this. This is wild. I mean, what a spot for Gecko as well. If he does have that ace deuce, whether it's offsuit or suited. Just all things considered, just knowing the 2 of spades, this is a great board right now for Gecko because he either has 2 pair or he has the nut flush draw, the second nut flush draw with the king deuce of spades, and is still ahead of the 6-5. And he's probably going to give Dunphy the price, you know, to see another card. Yeah, only 3 million. And I think that, like, even though I don't expect to see a fold, I might like shove more than call here. Because if your opponent is screwing around with something like a king jack or something, you're going to get a fold here with your 6 high. That's not the case, of course. We can see Gecko likely to have ace deuce, but, you know, your equity's still pretty decent with this straight draw flush draw. I would love to see a shove here. Dunphy might just want to get there and then still have, you know, 19 big blinds. You'd hate to shove here and just get snapped by ace queen or something.
All in.
Yes, he did it.
All in.
And now Gecko didn't snap, and that's king deuce of spades, I think.
Or it's a slow roll with ace deuce.
Oh, yeah, no, he's put it in.
Okay, we have an all-in and a call at the feature table. Dunphy table 6-5 of clubs.
Mega draw. Good luck, guys.
Gecko
3 7 club, yeah.
has deuces, a set of deuces.
That was one of them too, yeah.
You almost said.
A 3, a 7, or a club, yeah.
What a dramatic cooler here. I mean, look at these 2 hands, 10 players left. Those 3 outs up top, of course, incorrect with the club draw. Many, many outs between the 3s, 8s, and clubs.
3, 7 club.
Yeah, 8s do not help him. Clubs required.
Any 3, 7, or club, and Dunphy wins a massive pot. A nation at his back. Only one of 3 remaining Irish players.
Monsters draw. Straight required, a flush required. River is a queen, the set of deuces hold, and that is going to be a huge double up for Oliver Gecko, who's now going to be playing 62 big blinds. Edward Dunphy left with crumbs, just 4 big blinds.
Yeah, I think Dunphy played it fine. Very unexpected to see pocket 2s as a 3-bet in that spot. But Oliver Gecko is going to have a massive, massive vault up the leaderboard.
Okay, it's the perfect time to shove the target. It's not like could be an early exit. Sorry for bringing you the whole way if that's it. Yeah.
Meanwhile, huge hand on the other table. Jarko Swakas all in against Danilo Danini. King Queen against Queens. Jack high flop. Swakas with the King Queen. 6 on the turn, so a king on the river required for Jarko Swakas to survive. River card is a 5, Queens hold. We are down to 9. Jarko Swakas eliminated in 10th place. The Finn cashes for €39,840 and stop the clock. We have hit the final table, and it's time for the redraw. So Edward Dunphy, who's on life support right now, has managed to ladder and has managed to make it to the FT.
Nice. Good for you, Dunphy.
Still, someone got knocked out on that table, yeah?
So congratulations to the 9 players who have made the 2026 Irish Open final table. Danilo Donini, monster stack. We're gonna need more racks.
Yeah. So we done for the day?
Oh no, Griffin, we are gonna reset. It'll take us about 15 minutes for the redraw, get everything in place, get the crowd around that table. When we come back, we'll bring in Phil Baker to introduce the players, and then we'll get action underway at the final table of this tournament. One of these 9 players is going to get that first prize of more than €500,000.
You can pull a trigger. Yeah, I was the one that could have the 2s there, I thought. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so 15-minute break. We're going to reset, we're going to redraw, then we're going to come back with the final table here in Dublin at the Irish Open, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. Stand by for the final table. Vogelsang, ace-5. Starts the hand with 23 bigs. Completes. Patrick with ace-9.
I mean, this is a problem.
This is a domination situation in favor of the Finn.
I think it's just a shove, guys.
He's all in.
Yep.
Patrick shoves on Vogelsang. Is Christoph going to call it off here?
Yeah, he doesn't feel good about this. It's like, that was quite a quick shove. I mean, what are you going to do? Soul read Patrick Antonius, but did that feel like you found the, like, obscure shove with suited?
There's the call. And this could be it.
Yeah.
Now, we've been in this spot before, so we know that things can change on the turn of every card. But as things stand, Patrick Antonius is the favorite, a 60% favorite to win the super high roller here in Monaco.
Yeah, and it's big, very, very big for both of these. I'm sure Patrick would love to take this title down in his hometown.
The flop. King, Queen, 4. Ace-9 is holding. There is a 26% chance of a chop. Right now, Christoph Vogelsang looking for a 5 to get that all-important double up.
Yeah, even the club working for Antonius.
Turn card is a queen. More chop opportunities now.
Is this the moment? Patrick Antonius is crowned super high roller champion of Monte Carlo.
Time for the river card to be dealt. It's a 9. Torilla, the Finn, is the champion.
Sai taputtaa.
Patrick Antonius takes down the EPT 2024 Monte Carlo super high roller for nearly €2 million. Wilson with his opponent on the ropes, and if he can seal the deal, if he can close this out, the noise in here, the scenes we will see are going to be something else. An Irish champion here in Dublin at the Irish Open 2025. The prospect is real.
That's really cool. I mean, are you guys feeling the vibrations of that the room. I mean, it's just the vibes right now. It's palpable.
It's pretty great.
Ooh, Ruggieri with ace-10 here. Now, he was just getting the small blind right, which is 2 million. And is he going to play this as an open jam? Or is he going to get a little bit funky?
Nah, you can't get funky off 7 big blinds. I don't think. You're just, you know, not really balanced, not really doing it with hands you're limp folding, and not really doing it. You're just shoving. And I think he's maybe just trying to make it look like a little bit weak because he is so strong for the stack size, heads up. Maybe he's trying to make it look like he's thinking about folding. But there's only one move here. And if he proves me wrong, I'll storm out of here.
I really think he should be trying to get a read before he does this.
Well, I guess you're storming out of here, Griffin, because he's just raised to 8 million.
Bye, Griff. He's back.
Bye.
Okay, so
he's gone.
It's a min open instead of an all-in, and 6-5 of diamonds for Simon Wilson. Just checking the stack of his opponent.
I mean, don't you feel like you have to just call now?
I mean, he should. This is part of why you don't do it.
Right.
I mean,
because he gets to
you
see
don't want to see the
realize his equity with 6-5 of diamonds,
the
2
Jack
live cards.
6-8 flop, and then he takes his equity. Now you have 5 big blinds. It's like we don't mind just taking it down pre-flop. This isn't the kind of hand you want to trap with. It's not like you're gonna get ace-3 to shove. That hand was calling the all-in anyway, right? You're not getting queen 10 would have called the shove anyway. Jack 10 probably would have called it. So this is the problem: is you're allowing a hand like 6-5 suited to realize their equity. Having said that, it is extremely unorthodox and suspicious to Wilson. Why is he doing this? Does he just have aces? Should I actually just fold this because I would have folded to a shove?
Yeah.
I think because it's suited, Wilson's gonna come to the conclusion the price is too good and call. But turns out I'm wrong sometimes, like I was when I saw this min raise. So
it happens.
It does happen.
Let's see how Wilson responds. Is he going to flat? Or is he going to put his opponent to the test?
You know, it'd be so meta if Pontos was on the rail and called clock.
He shoves.
All in and a call.
This is
Wilson all in,
unexpected.
called by Ruggieri.
Umberto shows ace-10 off. Simon shows...
And Ruggieri gets it in good as a 59% favorite. Wilson has live cards, and if he hits, it will be over.
41% is so much percent.
Surprised by this shove, but maybe you thought that he could fold. I don't know.
In for his tournament line for ace-10 off suit.
I think he just wanted to take the live cards equity.
Gets it in with 5.
Who's raised folding?
You can get a little sneak peek if you just call.
I agree with you, but
yeah. But could this be the hand where we crown 2025 Irish Open champion?
And the flop.
6 on the flop. And the straight draw.
78% is so much percent.
Unless we see an ace or a 10 on the turn or river, we are going to have our champion.
It's cute.
King of clubs.
Still 6 outs for Umberto Ruggieri.
Umberto Ruggieri needs an ace or 10, or Simon Wilson will be the Irish Open 2025 champion.
The river card is a deuce. We are walking in a Wilson wonderland. He is the 2025 Irish Open champion.
I've never seen anything like this.
Wilson's flying, the bear is flying, scenes at the RDS.
And even the massive security guard can't really do anything. He's trying to keep them contained. Oh no, someone needs to tell him it's not worth it. Let him go. He's getting wet, the poor guy.
Simon Wilson, a favourite of the Irish poker community, has won the Irish Open main event. He will lift the trophy and claim the first prize of 600,000 euros.
Outrageous scenes here at the Irish Open.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and these three competitors are going to be over the moon to be three-handed and playing for this kind of money, but the differences between third and second, and then ultimately second and first, are absolutely massive. I mean, you know, the difference between first and second is more than first place.
Yeah. And before anyone asks, even though they were on a break for the last 20 minutes, no deal discussions have taken place. No one has floated the idea of chopping the prize pool. We get Van Luke opening on the button with Jack-10 suited. Round to Rania Nasruddin in the big blind.
No opportunities?
5-4 offsuit. Maria, from where we left off last night, would you have expected these to be the final three?
I feel like two of the three, it certainly looked like it was trending that way, of course, for Angelov and Nasruddin. And Van Luke, you know, definitely hung in there, picked his spots, got super lucky with those running jacks. So fate has it that he's meant to be here.
Yeah, and he has flop top pair here against second pair. Nasruddin checks to him. And he does continue. He bets 1.5 into a pot of just over 2.5.
Yeah, this is just a spot where she's going to take one off and see what develops. Of course, having that 5 is nice, can turn some straight possibilities or two pair.
Absolutely. She now has a 4-1 advantage over Van Luke. Checks a second time.
Van Luke knew what Nasruddin had, those glasses would be getting steamy. This is a brutal spot for him now.
Fires a second barrel.
I'm all in.
Oh.
Wow. She
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
check shoves. He snap calls.
What a
Whew. Please hold. Please hold. Please hold.
5-4 hold for the pre-jump.
Van Luke has 8 outs. Jacks, 10s, and
King for
3s.
ace. No jack, no 10, no 3. 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 No jack, no 10, no 3.
Those are his outs. If he doesn't hit a jack, 10, or 3, he's out. It's the 10!
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
She's still got 900K. It was a virtual all-in, and she's going to be left with just 2 big blinds.
She's taking it really well. I mean, inside, I can only imagine.
What's Van Luke doing?
He doesn't realize that he's won.
You cover me, right?
You won the hand.
Oh my God, shit. Fucking hell.
You didn't know you win the hand?
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
He missed
my
it.
God.
He missed the river.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Ja, oh my God. Wat stom. Wat stom.
When he pushed his chips
Ja, ik ben moe,
forward,
man.
I thought he was asking the dealer to count his stack.
tired.
He thought he'd lost.
I'm so sorry, I apologize. I really didn't know.
That's fine.
That's a good start for Van Luke.
Yes, it is. And at this point, I would expect this to be all in a lot of the time. I think trapping is also totally acceptable, though.
And that's what he does, just completes on the button. King 7 the hand for Angelov.
This might just be a jam versus limp guys.
Angelov shoves, and Van Luke calls. Angelov gets it in as the underdog here, and Angelov is the at-risk player.
King, me.
If ace-queen holds, this heads-up battle is finally over, and we have a champion here in Monaco.
Yeah, this is a huge flip. This is a flip for like 380K.
Crazy.
It's just unreal.
So hyper-focused on just getting a good, clean run out as the 65% favorite, and you are EPT royalty.
Queen Jack 4 on the flop. Only the one live card now for Angelov. Needs a king. Running clubs would work as well.
Running straight wouldn't hurt either, but these are long shots.
3 of diamonds on the turn means no additional outs, just 3 cards save Boris Angelov. There is a 93% chance this will be the final hand of the tournament.
And a king.
It's a 9, and Dirk Van Luke takes down the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino for €1 million.
Oh, and the emotional Van Luke instantly goes for the handshake before heading to the rail. Really, really great sportsmanship there.
Oh, that's sweet.
Fucking hell.
The investor and semi-professional poker player whose partner is expecting their 3rd child very soon.
Oh, that's so lovely. Just beautiful stuff.
Gets the 7-figure score and will get to lift the trophy. And congratulations to the runner-up. Boris Angelov played a great final table, played a great heads-up. Has to contend with a 620K score. Great money, his best ever career cash.
Now what?
But understandably disappointed, whereas nothing but smiles for this fella. Welcome back to Dublin and the final table of the Irish Open main event, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. That's right, just before that break, we got down from 10 to 9. The final redraw has been conducted here at the RDS, and the final 9 are about to take their seats on the main stage, playing for the title, the trophy, and a first prize of more than €500,000. It's James Hartigan, rejoined by Griffin Benger.
Final table, Irish Open.
And we do have 3 Irish flags on that leaderboard. 3 Irish players have made the FT, but one of them, Edward Dunphy, is super short. Just 4 big blinds. Hyper danger zone.
Danger zone, hyper danger zone!
We also have 3 Italian flags. And it's one of the Italians, Danilo Donini, who is the chip leader with 65,108 big blinds. We still have around 10 minutes to play at the 300K, 600K blind level. And confirmation that everyone is now guaranteed the better part of 50K. Ladder up to 62 grand if you can make 8th place, 80K for 7th, more than 100K for 6th. Huge jumps as we work our way up. More than 300 grand for the runner-up and more than €500,000 for the winner, the single biggest slice of the €4.8 million prize pool. So congratulations to Jarko Swarkas. First player out today, misses out on a seat at the final table, cashes for just shy of 40K, and will not become the 2nd Finnish winner of the Irish Open inside of 3 years. Which of these players will be lifting the trophy? Which of these players will be taking it down? I'm expecting it to be a fun one, Griffin. Of course, now we're at a single table, hands per level rather than a time clock.
24 hands, matter of fact.
So 8 hands to play at 300, 600, and then 24 hands per level. Down to the floor, and Master of Ceremonies, Phil Baker.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all, and we have reached the final 9 in the Irish Open 2026 main event. We have had so many different nationalities join us this year at the Irish Open, over 87 different nations in our main event of 2026. It is now my honor to announce the final 9 players to our final table. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to final 9 for the Irish Open. In seat number 1, from County Down, with a chip count of 14.7 million in chips, please welcome Daryl McAleenan. In seat number 2, with a chip count of 65.1 million and our chip leader from Italy, please welcome Danilo Donini. In seat 3, from Germany, with a chip count of 37.2 million, please welcome Oliver Geico. In seat number 4, with a chip count of 31.2 million, representing Romania, please welcome Narcis Nedelcu. In seat number 5, with a chip count of 33.8 million, representing the Ukraine, Vasil Palenduk. In seat number 6, with a chip count of 8.9 million, representing Ireland, please welcome Matthew Toomey. In seat number 7, with a chip count of 33.8 million, representing the United Kingdom, please welcome Isaac Barker. In seat number 8, with a chip count of 22.8 million, representing Italy, Francesco Gisolfi. And last, but certainly not least, in seat number 9, with a chip count of 2.4 million, from Ireland, please welcome Eddie Dunphy. Gentlemen, on behalf of proprietors of the Irish Open, Mr. JP McCann, Mr. Paul O'Reilly, we wish all 9 of you the very best of luck as we concentrate on the hands for the final time here at the Irish Open in the main event. There is over €500,000 will be awarded to the winner. It is my honor to card call all the important hands that happen here at the feature table of the main event, our final line. Gentlemen, good luck to each and every one of you. Let the rail get crazy for the people that you want to win this event here in 2026. Dealer, let's shuffle up and deal.
Here we go, and for the avoidance of doubt, Vasil Palenduk, originally from Ukraine, has been living near Milan in Italy for the last 15 years and does have Italian citizenship, is playing under the Italian flag in this tournament. And action is back underway.
Last but certainly not least, with his 4 bigs, more like master of needles.
Huge chip lead, by the way, for Danilo Donini. 65 million, the second biggest stack being Geico, who's got 37 million. And a reminder that we are playing 8 more hands at 300K, 600K, and then we'll roll into the next blind level, 400K, 800K, and play 24 hands per level. Action folded to Matthew Toomey. Now, Toomey's got 14 bigs, Griffin, and a huge hand here, but mindful of the fact that Edward Dunphy has only 4 bigs and there's a big money ladder on the line.
Yeah, just need to sort of shove here for protection. You don't want to get shoved on from the blinds by a pocket 5s or something like that that would otherwise fold.
8 pass, 9 pass.
Instead, he's going with these sort of, you know, I would say amateur-esque 4X. That's the sort of thing with ace-king where you don't really want to see a flop, but And he's going to get it through.
Toomey chips up to 17 big blinds.
Number of hands?
ICM certainly a factor right now.
24 hands per level.
You don't need to pay.
Table anyway.
And obviously we've been short-handed for an extended period of time, now playing 9-handed once again.
Gotta say, all things considered, if you have 4 big ones on the final table, it'd be nice to start on the button like this.
Ukrainian. Yeah, that's why. I've lived in Italy for the last 15 years. Now I'm Ukrainian. Ukrainian.
Nice raising strategy here, actually, from Danini. Just saying, look, just so you know, this is my table. I'm not doing any cute little nice limps. I'm just going to extend my chip lead as we take a look at it. Sort of grouped into 4 or 5 groups here. The 65 all the way up there. Then we've got those 3 guys between 31 and 36. A couple guys in the 20 range.
Whiskey? Speak English. Whiskey.
Yeah, please.
And then poor Edward Dunphy.
I was translating his announce.
Later.
Isn't that the name of the dad in... What's that show called? Dunphy. Help me out, chat.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
This getting to it.
Edward Dunphy is from Kilkenny in Ireland. He's a 33-year-old primary school teacher.
Modern Family.
Other major interest other than poker is hurling. And not just as a fan, he plays hurling at club level.
Do you mean curling?
Hurling, different sport. Palandiuk opening here, tens. And that's raise and take it. He is 3rd in chips right now, hovering around the 55 big blind mark. Yeah, we've got an interesting mix of pros and non-pros. Matthew Toomey's story, by the way, is quite interesting. He's done many things in his life. Has a financial services business in South Africa. Briefly ran a cafe. Ran a newsagents in the UK, delivering 500 newspapers a day. Poker is a hobby for him. Queen 5 of diamonds under the gun, he folds.
9 raise, 1, 2. 10 plus.
6 is here for Gazolfi, raises to 1.2.
4 plus. 5 plus. 6 plus.
And we do have a customer, Palandiuk, defending his big blind with ace-4 suited. Going to see a flop, and that flop is ace-10-4.
6, check. 9 bet, 7, cover.
Continuation bet of 700,000 from Gazolfi. Palandiuk with the best hand right now. Top pair, 87% equity. Gazolfi's got a fun story. used a silver power pass to enter this tournament, is guaranteed to pick up the biggest score of his career.
2-8.
This is a very strange raise from Palandiuk, if I'm being honest. $700 to nearly $500,000 in a spot where your opponent's really only going to continue with better.
Gets a fold. Just a handful of hands to be played before the blinds go up. Not good news for Edward Dunphy. Not great news for Matthew Toomey either, who's hovering around the 15 big blind mark. As we welcome Joe Stapleton to the booth. News of his demise, slightly exaggerated perhaps.
What? Hello, my baby.
There was a rumor flying around, I don't know who started it, that you died overnight.
Well, if I did, I'm in heaven. Here at the Irish Open final table.
He has risen.
10-9 of diamonds, Gazolfi back in action.
9 race, 1-2. 10 plus, 1 plus. 3 plus.
I mean, are we going to see the action be a little bit cagey, Griffin, until Dunphy either doubles up or busts?
Yeah, we're looking at a, you know, 20,000 euro score.
I'm going to say it's going to be
15,000.
cagey throughout.
Okay.
The Irish Open is nothing if not cagey. How much is it to me?
7 call.
Okay.
You know, I feel like maybe that's why I felt so comfortable playing and winning the Irish Open, coming from a shark cage background.
That's right.
Just all the caginess that I dealt with.
A lot of cagey experience.
Toomey has defended with Queen 7 and has paired his 7 on the flop, but it's the open-ended straight draw for Gazolfi. It's practically a post-flop flip.
Yeah, just a mistaken hand in spot selection here from Toomey. You really, as we've discussed, need to wait out Dunphy here. And so we're not trying to see flops with Queen 7. You know, yeah, he did flop bottom pair there. He technically was good. I like that he folded because he's just going to get barreled off it. But, you know, you could just be up against ace queen and flop a queen high board, and suddenly, you know, you're forced all in on the river and worried you're getting bluffed, and you can't bust in 9th place here.
You can, but you really don't want to.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't do it.
So it was a case of continuation bet and win. Gazolfi now playing just shy of 40 bigs.
I gotta say, Joe, I had a nice little moment as I was watching, as I was getting ready for you to come into the booth. You know how in like you watch a big tennis match and you see them like they're about to come out and they're like sort of getting squirts of water and like doing
taping
the whole thing.
up the racket.
Yeah, you know they're getting you. I just spotted you across the room, just like taking a sip of a Coke Zero and like, getting your stuff,
shoveling salad into my face as fast as I could. Yeah. Dunphy is all in with King 9. Spatteroo. Geico has a dominating king, does not want to get involved.
Wow, the quick fold, letting someone else do the dirty work.
Palandiuk, the second chip leader. Looks like he is more interested in knocking Dunphy out than keeping the short stack around. Some folks would fold for that reason, right, Griffin? Maybe the king-jack is like, hey, I don't mind this 4 big blind stack sticking around.
Yeah, absolutely.
Palandiuk has made the call. Barker with Queen 4 suited. Barker 4th in chips, 54 big blinds. And that is a call. Things looking pretty good for Dunphy. Obviously, the flop changes a lot.
It is Phil Dunphy, Modern Family.
We're about to see it. Real estate agent extraordinaire.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the player all in, and that's Ireland's Eddie Dunphy. 2 players have called. Still
10-7 Trey.
Still good, right?
Still good. Side action remains. Check, check.
Check, check.
Ace on the turn, still okay for Dunphy, although Barker's got a club draw now.
He's got to imagine he's losing because think about the call range of Polandiak. And does he dodge it? He does. And he's going to be thrilled. He's going to be up to freaking 15 bigs, 14 bigs.
Your nine's good, Dunph.
Vasile shows Jack. Queen. Queen 9. Queen 4. Ladies and gentlemen.
He's back in.
He's a school teacher.
Gets a treble up.
And
pretty
tell
cool.
You what, let's talk about Geico's fold with the King Jack. Oh, but the 9 would have hit anyway.
Going nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he folded the loser.
Yep.
Pretty cool. More than triple up.
Love that.
For Edward Dunphy, the primary school teacher.
He was winning.
Start with the ace and the 10. I was like,
Look at Phil Baker, handsome for a man.
Moses didn't get a better river than that.
Stop. Thanks. There was me looking for a king, but hey, I'll take that.
King would kill you.
Yeah, king would kill you. I was looking for a king. Yeah. All right, 9's okay.
So no longer is there a player on immediate death watch. It's now Matthew Toomey and Edward Dunphy, who both have 13 big blinds.
1 4. 3 plus. 4 plus. 4 plus. 6 plus.
Folds around to Barker in the small. Step right up, King Jack in the small blind. One player to get through. 2 face cards, come one, come all. Step right up.
He doesn't bite, but he sure does bark.
2 1.
Barker coming in for a raise.
2 1.
Goes 3.5x. A lot of pressure you can put on Gasolfi's actual stack here at 36 big blinds because he is effectively 6th in chips of the 9 remaining. A7 is going to be too good to just fold, but he's not looking to put any more chips in this pot pre-flop.
You are pretty surprised to get a call here, I would say, most of the time. Not really the outcome you're looking for.
Yeah, I think it strengthens Gasolfi's range because I think he needs to make some tight folds here, given the ICM implications, sitting with 33 bigs to start the hand, and then the 3 Irishmen all between 24 and 13. Flops pretty darn good here, and Barker says, yeah, that's, I'm not living there. Certainly could just check this.
Yeah, you can understand liking your hand, but not necessarily wanting this pot to get a lot bigger till now.
Gonna take this hand straight to the bank.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Barker gonna have to check again. And Griffin, you're never checking here, right? You're gonna put a little something out there just in case another spade rolls off, right? You don't really want to give a free spade here, do you?
Yeah, I think you put some sprinkles on the cupcake.
Or another
here.
7.
What did he bet? I want to know.
Doesn't matter. 1 chip was enough.
No. Oh no, I'll never know.
Saku on YouTube says Italians have been performing really decently at most recent PokerStars events. Feels like there's always one at the FT. Poker's huge in Italy right now.
Yeah.
PokerStars in Italy doing quite well. Two Italians at this final table. 3 Irish.
Have you spent much time in Italy?
I've been there a few times, but I haven't spent much time there, if that makes sense.
My sister's doing a trip in mid-May. She wants me to join her.
I've
after
never
Monte Carlo.
really done a tourism trip there.
Yeah, well, I'm a quarter Italian. My grandfather was from Florence, so I've always wanted to maybe check it out. She's doing the whole thing, so I might join her.
Sounds fun.
Yeah.
1.2.
Palandiuk now is going to open King 10. He's third in chips with 56 big blinds. Gisolfi Queen 8 in the small blind. Seems like a no to me. And it seems like a no to him. What say you, Eddie Dunphy? Jack 9, Janina. Yeah. Who doesn't love some sweet, sweet Janina?
Not Dunphy no more.
5 Jack. Dunphy outflopped, but does have a good pair. Just not the best pair.
I like Dunphy's photo. It's very kind of like picture day at school energy, you know?
Dunphy just got these chips. You can understand him not wanting to be bullied off of second pair here.
Such a nice small bet for him, minimum bet. Very easy call. Should feel fortunate you're getting such a great cheap price.
All in, says Dunphy. Palandiuk is not going to be folding top pair.
Eddie Dunphy all in, called by Vasil.
From Master Hurler to Master Puker. A bit of a spew here, but you got to give him credit for going for it.
Go for it, go for it.
Dunphy in big trouble.
King 10 versus Jack 9.
He was expected to go out first with the 4 big blinds. Looks like there may have just been a short delay on that, unless he can spike a Jack or a 9. He needs more Janina.
It can happen. I've liked the way Dunphy's played today, just gotten pretty unlucky. I think this is a bit unnecessary.
Like that?
Palandiuk in good shape to jump up the leaderboard.
Making you sweat.
7 of diamonds on the turn. Thanks, Phil.
If we don't see a Jack or a 9, we will lose Eddie in 9th place.
You heard Phil Baker. River's a 3.
The river is a 3 of spades. Ladies and gentlemen, finishing in 9th place in the 2026 Irish Open, winning €47,800. Please show your appreciation for Ireland's Eddie Dunphy.
Not the first or the last player at the Irish Open to go broke chasing Janina.
Well, the shirts come that way.
And he is going to have quite the story to tell his students when they're of legal age.
Yeah. It's going to pay €47,800.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just lost everybody
Nice.
in 9th place in the Irish Open. The next player out who finishes in 8th place will win €62,170 here in the main event.
A little panache to exit the arena. No, don't come back.
And then there were 8. And there are the chip counts. Danini still crushing 65 million. Palandiuk now up to 43.2. Geico just chilling, 35 mil all the way down to Toomey, who is the severe short stack compared to the rest of the field, which is 8 million. That Cat's got 9 lives. Saw that incredible 7 hit the river, 3-way all in yesterday, kings against ace queen. It has been hanging around.
What's everyone guaranteed now, Griffin?
62,170 euros.
And I like this question from Hola, who says, Griffin, would you even bother defending Jack 9 there?
No. I would have folded, yes. But once you do peel, better to just call with the Jack 9 on the flop because you keep the worst hands in there, and you know, you don't allow your opponent to play perfectly against you, which would be if you shove, you get called by a king, or even perhaps even something like ace jack might call you. So yeah, I think a bit of a mistake there. Just you're so valuable, you still being in the tournament at this stage. You don't want to allow yourself to get cooler, and so that's the principle of, I should say, of folding pre, is that like your opponent's not raising like, you know, 9-8, 10-9, Jack 9, Jack 8, Jack 7. Like we are allowing potential for us to get coolered on certain textures. And yeah, it's just you got to try to outlast Toomey, who's not going to play a very strong short stack in a lot of ways. You know, Toomey does a lot of things well, but I don't think he navigates shorter stacks very well. We saw with that 7s, even as an example, sort of raised and then saw 2 all-ins and then just decided to go with it. Like he's going to not play perfectly on that sort of short stack, so you can really find a way to outlast him and get another, you know, nice pay jump. So I don't know, you know. I really like the way that Dunphy was reading the hands, the way that he was talking on the rail with his buddy about certain spots, and I thought he was playing well, but I just think he got a bit of a brain fog there with that Jack 9 hand. You can just fold there pre-flop.
I think it's a great, regardless of the final hand, a great Irish Open story.
Yeah.
School teacher, caught the poker bug, plays the Irish Open every year, just cash for what is probably a yearly salary for a primary school teacher here in Ireland. Pretty cool. I hope he gets to go on a nice vacation.
Yeah, and speaking to someone who knows school teachers, it's an incredible thing they do, and a lot of work. So to squeeze in sort of, you know, getting this good at poker and finding himself at the biggest stage in Ireland is an incredible accomplishment.
Geico has opened ace king, 10-8 for Danini. Jack 4 deuce. Ace king way out in front still. Danini checks.
900.
Geico will help you save 15% or more by folding to this c-bet. All right, this is kind of funny from Meat Based, who says his students are going to explain how he punted. Botstick says it's exactly 1 year's salary for a primary school teacher in Ireland. Salaries are public here. That warms my heart. That can be life-changing money for somebody, you know?
Yeah.
5 pairs, 1.6, 6 pass.
Ace-6 of diamonds for Nedelku. He's made it 1.6 million.
Long pass.
I think the graphics are a little hungover today. Blinds have gone up 400,000, 800,000, so that 1.6 is a min raise.
I did see the I did see the raise amounts in the crackdown last night.
They broadcast. Oh yeah, you saw them in there.
The raise amounts, yeah. Just a little slower than usual.
King Jack 8. Geico has defended with a slightly better hand that would result in a chop a lot of the time should they run all 5 cards and get to showdown.
Big time advantage though for
Yeah,
Nedelku.
under the gun razor. Range advantage. Gonna score him this pot. Nedelku 4th on the leaderboard. Will be in the big blind at this hand. Danini still chip leader, but at the new blind level, that's 80 big blinds, 54 for Palandyuk, 44 for Geico. Matthew Toomey now down to 10. Daryl McAleenan not in great shape either, 15 big blinds for him.
6 plus. 7 plus. 8 plus. 10 plus.
And he's got ace-6. Not really a hand you want to mess around with while a player has 10 big blinds.
Good fold, especially with the chip leader on the button. Who is going to fold?
Hey. Pocket 6s for Geico. Raising these 6s is so easy, even a caveman could do it.
4 raise. 1 point.
The Geico caveman. $9-5 off for Nedelku. Let him have it. Let him have it. He seems like a nice kid.
Oh my God.
Raise 6 million.
He's doing it.
I had a feeling this was going to happen, and I don't like it.
And this is the risk of playing a raising strategy in the small line. I was thinking, I'm like, I know Geico feels like he has such a strong hand that he shouldn't just give free flop to Nedelku. Maybe he thought he would get a little respect.
I thought a limp was maybe possible there too.
Yeah, it's a little more standard, and this is the reason why. He's gonna put in calling chips.
Oh boy. Poor visibility with a hand like pocket 6s.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Nedelku is not thrilled.
Poor visibility. Not a lot of flops you're gonna be in love with. 7, 8, 10 is not a flop you are in love with. Nedelku flops the open-ender. Geico with an under pair to the board. That's right, Adrian. It is the year of Romania as it goes check, check, 9 on the turn. That is a straight for Geico.
Sure is.
And a pretty good pair for Nedelku. Griffin, how much do you like this straight? Are you real happy about it because your head's up and even the bottom end is good?
Yeah, I do really like it here. I don't think that Nedelku should have too many jacks, actually, in his range.
He shouldn't have too many 9-5s either.
Yeah. I think Geico is probably anticipating at this point something like, you know, an ace-king or an ace-queen. And then perhaps some bluffy type hands that actually do have a piece of this board, maybe something like an 8 or a 9. I mean, we can see Nedelku did raise with 9-5, and now it's a very tough decision for Nedelku.
I think so. I don't think there's a lot of bluffs here. I know you have to be capable of making this sort of call to win a poker tournament.
Well, I just mean it more so in speaking to sort of perceived range. Like, the reason I think Nedelcu might consider this is the times that Gecko does have something like, you know, a king-queen or an ace-5 suited, ace-4 suited. Like, he is going to have to bluff at this stage to try to fold out something like ace-queen or ace-king. Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
So it doesn't really matter whether he has a 9 or, you know, a 10. Gecko's representing a jack or a 6. He shouldn't really have many 6s. He should have a decent amount of jacks. Because even pocket 6s doesn't really make that much sense as a raise call. It feels like that would be more a natural limp, as we discussed, but...
Nedelcu does call with the 9. Sees that he has been had. And that is a big shift for Oliver Gecko. And a big shift for Nedelcu, who's now third from the bottom, 25 big blinds. Gecko is now second in chips. Nedelcu with a hot scoop comes into the Irish Open, a big scoop winner. Griffin Benger pulling some rugby moves off to the side here. What's it called when you drop the ball and kick it?
I mean, look, Nedelcu's a very strong player. We've seen that over the last couple days. I think he was a bit offended by the 2.5x raise from the small blind, and I get it. Because it's like, at this stage, these players should be playing really passively against each other, a limping strategy. 2.5x raise is kind of like, dude, like, what are you doing here? I'm going to ISO you here. I'm going to make you fold your ace-9 that you're opening or your king-10. But then he got called, and then by the river, he's like, I don't know, I got to see this. But yeah, it does make you feel a bit punty, I think, that you found yourself now down near those shorter stacks. But still some nice separation, frankly, for Narciss. You know, Daryl only with 12.5, Toomey only with 8.3.
Ace King versus Queen Jack, ace high flop. Barker with tons of aces in his range, having raised from early position. Palandiuk did flop a gut shot.
Tricky.
Yeah, it goes check, check. The turn card does not hurt Barker.
Wow, falling for the trap. 2 million. Doesn't anticipate Barker to have a check back range with good aces. Wrong. Very nice little tricky check back from Barker. Really ICM driven, I think. Not wanting to get check raised here and have to play for stacks. 35 big blinds effective. Instead, inducing some bluffs.
Yeah, gets the exact bet he was looking for. Fades to 10. That's the only card that could have taken this pot away from Barker, other than some insane outmaneuvering from Palandiuk, which I don't think will even be attempted at this point.
Yeah, Palandiuk needs to be careful here, because I think the hands that you're targeting by a two-pronged bluff here are hands like queens and jacks, which you block. So, you know, a very good chance your opponent just does have something like a check back ace. So, doesn't work out for him.
Barker going to attempt to go for some value.
4.7.
1.7 million. The bet that will not be called.
6 possible.
Chat pros are really feisty today.
Oh, yeah?
I think everybody might be a little hungover on Bank Holiday Monday.
Did they say something mean about me?
No, just a lot of very strong poker players who are somehow watching this event, yet not at the final table. I don't know why they're wasting their skills in chat when they could be winning untold millions. Good statement here from Marty, who says, this chat makes me realize that poker will never die.
1 possible.
Pocket 8s for Gisolfi. It's made it 1.6 million.
4 possible. 5 possible.
King Queen for Pound Yuck.
Them be raisin chips.
4 million.
And Toomey in the big gets rid of ace-9 after the re-raise to 4 million.
Italian on Italian crime here, and a very small 3-bet to 4 million. Kind of a, normally would be a sort of a shove or fold spot for Gisolfi, probably lean fold given the nature of the ICM implications. But with this incredible price to 4 million, you're just gonna happily call here. This is a mistake in sizing, I think, from Palandiak. You want to be making this more in the range of 6 million than 4. But is going to
Nice
get
flop.
the beautiful King Queen 3.
Hey, the Toomey bots are back. User dash NF3C F7 SM4J says, Toomey is the only one playing actual poker.
So what are these other guys playing?
I don't know.
Cheers, come on.
Pound Yuck gets a little bit back there. Yeah, it does seem like someone on YouTube paid for bots to cheer on Toomey, which, if it's one of Toomey's friends doing it as a bit, I actually think it's kind of funny. Like, imagine Griffin's at a final table and I just pay a bunch of user 457822462 to say Griffin's the only one playing poker here when he's folded 40 hands in a row.
The raise and pray. Just hope to get it through somehow.
Yeah, McAleenan with a hand too strong to fold, but a stack he does not really want to commit pre-flop. With Toomey's shorter stack out there, can't you just put mad pressure on McAleenan here and just ship on him with 6-3?
Yeah, but he could also just have 2 kings.
Whoever has kings.
Will Kasuf.
Yeah, but in that case, they were no good.
It's true. Toomey. Trying to avoid an 8th place finish. Trying to spin it up. Gonna have to get started here though. Hasn't played a hand really at this final table. $17 hands left remain in this level for the next break.
1 plus. 3 plus. 4 plus.
Folds around to the ear of Romania. Who folds? Palandiuk back in action this time. His turn with the 8s. Uh-oh.
7 all in.
Here it is.
Toomey ships over the top of the open from Palandiuk.
8 plus. 10 plus.
I have to call HTC situation.
Okay, we have an all-in in the call. It's pocket 8s. Basile has pocket 8s.
We are going to flip for Toomey's tournament life.
Takes on ace
Like
jack,
Matthew
ace
Toomey
jack.
versus Phil Ivey. One of these two things has a slight mathematical
Matthew Toomey
advantage.
from Ireland is all in with ace jack. He's the player in danger. And Basile has pocket 8s.
Matthew
Matthew
Toomey,
needs to hit to stay in the Irish Open.
a multi-faceted businessman.
I'll take it. Good luck.
Says he has time to rarely keep
And the
up
flop.
with the game.
It's
Flops
jack, jack,
3
4.
jacks.
Matthew has taken the lead with trips with that ace kicker.
Club would be interesting. Still a long way home for Toomey.
Nice for 4 for insurance. Jack.
He wants to lock it up on the turn.
Greedy.
Oh my goodness!
On the turn, Vasily has hit
An ice cold snowman on the turn puts Toomey back at risk.
Matthew needs an ace, a jack, or a 4.
Can he dig out the Miracle River to survive? He wanted it on the turn. Now he needs it on the river.
On the river.
No
It's a 2-1.
dice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we lose.
Toomey loses the flip.
And the winner of 62,000.
And the 62-year-old businessman cashes for 62,000 euros.
Thank you very much. What can you do? What can you do? Thanks, Isaac. Well played. Thanks very much. All best, guys.
What a fun performance from Matthew Toomey. Gave us
Really
one of the
fun.
electric moments of the entire event yesterday, rivering that incredible 7. Proud Zoom family on the rail, friends.
You are so beautiful to me.
80,800
Can't you see?
euro. 7 players remain in the 2020.
Not always conventional was the way Toomey played, but he was putting a lot of pressure on people over the course of the days, throwing them off, but just ran out of steam.
And Vasil Palandiuk now second in chips. And unfortunately, I bet the Toomey bots have been paid for the entire day.
Yeah, they're going to have to stick around.
There's going to be a lot more Toomey chat coming our way, I bet. That's right, Deathless. 1 Irishman left. Daryl McAleenan, the last Irish player in the field.
4 plus. 5 plus.
All these players now guaranteed 80,800 euro.
Hell yeah.
Which is 6 figures where I'm from.
8 plus.
Canada.
10 plus.
Canadian dollars.
We love Canada.
Conversion.
We love your Monopoly money.
1 plus.
I was in Canada recently at a casino in Alberta, and I was playing some slots, and I won about $500. And then I was like, what am I going to do? Cash this in?
Yeah, let's just lose it.
And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
I lost that and about 1,500 more.
Makes sense.
Because then when I took out the 1500, I was like, what am I going to do? Cash this in?
Four plus, 5 plus, 6 plus, 8 plus, 7 plus.
Poundiuk with a raise and take it the last hand. Flexing that muscle a little bit. McAleenan is going to have to give up the small blind here. He is now the shortest stack.
And you were raising.
Eastern Cone.
Just going over the border for some French fries and gravy, sir. Canada almost made it. Some guy on YouTube says, Toomey has a lovely family, the real winner.
5 plus, 6 plus,
I like that.
8 plus, 10 plus.
McAleenan with king queen on the button, 15 bigs. No need to get cute here, right, Griffin?
15 big blinds. I mean, the thing is, it's just tricky. It's like 10, you definitely shove. 12, you definitely shove. You're kind of significantly the shortest stack. It's not the worst to even kind of like induce a weaker shove from the big blind, but a lot of the time that's going to be like an ace rag that might have folded to your shove. So you can go either way in this situation.
I just hate giving 8-7 a chance to realize equity.
Yeah, but look at this flop.
Top pair for king queen. To be fair, Griffin didn't know what the flop was going to be when he said that.
4 check.
Now, any need to get cute?
No, now we're just betting, trying to get the money in, and we're gonna get a chip here from Gecko.
Am I terrible? I would just shift this flop.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Is it bad?
Mm-hmm. You have 10 million. There's like 6 million in there. You just ship it.
Yeah, because I don't want to see an ace on the turn.
Why did the ace change anything? What ace does he have if he calls the flop?
Sorry?
Tell me.
Any ace he called pre-flop with?
Why would he call the flop? King 10-9.
Because he has ace high?
Why would he call ace high? First of all, wouldn't he shove ace high a lot of the time in the big blind?
Maybe. But maybe he's worried what McAleenan is just raising with instead of shipping all in.
He can never have an ace here. Ever.
What about a jack?
Ever.
What about a jack on the river?
Keep straight.
Yeah, but so does Gecko.
That's why it was such a good bet on the flop. aren't you glad that he min-raised and then got value on the flop instead of just shoving like you would pre-flopper on the flop? Goddamn coward. You're not gonna like this, Gecko. Those 3 million chips are gone.
Liam says these commentators haven't a clue. It makes sense he's a yank. First of all, we're saying completely different things, so one of us has to be right. So we both can't be clueless. Second of all, we're both Yanks.
I'm not a Yank.
You're not American?
No. Certainly not a Yankee.
I seem to remember Canada being part of North America.
Yeah.
McAleenan facing a bet of 3.9 million with the nuts. 3.5 million, excuse me. I will fully admit that the way that McAleenan has played this hand has won him far more chips than shoving pre-flop would have. James says Daryl is easily one of the most likable people in Irish poker. Glad to hear that. He'll be surviving this hand. Will he get a full double up? Gecko churning the time bank chips.
Yeah, Gecko just can't possibly call here. It would be a really sort of rogue bluff from McAleenan to make, because Gecko's going to have plenty of queens in his range, betting the river. You know, he's just not trying to get you to fold a 7 by shoving ace-5 here. Like, it's just, he just has it.
You have an all-in
Did he
and a
call?
Gecko does make the call. McAleenan knows he's good.
Ladies and gentlemen, Daryl McAleenan has doubled up in the Irish Open.
Nice result.
The sole Irish player doubles his chips. He's got 32 big blinds now. Gecko takes a hit, but still has 42 big blinds. 34.7 million, still third on the leaderboard for Gecko. McAleenan pops up from the basement. He's now 5th of 7. The next time you'll be hearing our voices all together, we'll be at the European Poker Tour Monte Carlo. 8 days of live coverage. 4 days of high roller coverage, and I know there's a 100K happening in Monte Carlo, and there's a 250K happening in Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
Griffin, if you don't play the 250K, I assume you'll be in commentary.
Yeah, but I'll probably play.
Now, we haven't exactly decided that we're showing that yet, but I think there's a good chance we will be. We're going to have a special guest in commentary? Really? Huh. We don't just throw that phrase around.
Walkie, walkie.
Oh, you'll be excited. Yeah, that's cool. That's a good special guest. Real cool. I'll just say this. 10-9 suited.
I'll just say this. The original check your privilege.
Poker Bra says, Stapes has a special present to chat who are behaving very well today, and it's Easter Monday. Can we have today as a Chat Pro Monday, pretty please?
Hey, Poker Bra. You're excused. And I'm not your bra.
No, by the way. And thank you for your question. Ace King suited for Gisolfi.
I feel like the kids love that reference. You freaking out about my sweet
And I'm not your
Zoolander
bra.
reference?
Is that Zoolander? I think that most quote-unquote kids weren't alive when that movie was released.
No, but they've like re-memed that scene where they like bump into each other, and then that's the...
Okay.
Yeah. The Gyllenhaals did it the other day.
The Gyllenhaals did it?
Yeah. You know, Jake and Maggie.
2 people in their 50s, okay?
Touche! Gisolfi with the edge here. Ace King high with the backdoor clubs. More Italian on Italian clashing. Clanking of swords. That's more like laser swords. I should have a better name for laser swords. I don't think so. How about light sabers?
Pound Jack checks now that he's picked up a gut shot. to the bad end of the straight. Can we have another big straight, little straight situation? Nope, not this time. Just top pair for Gisolfi.
New Darth Maul show comes out today.
A Darth Maul show?
Yeah, it's supposed to be good.
I don't know. I would like to see a Darth Maul show that takes place in a Westfield.
A Westfield?
Yeah, a shopping mall. You know, just Darth Maul slicing up
Darth Maul
teriyaki chicken at the Panda Express.
Oh my God.
Flipping up and down the escalator. I bet Darth Maul loves an orange Julius. You see him walking out of the multiplex, Phantom Menace showing, he's just shaking his head.
He survived that. It's canon.
Yeah, right. Action's folded around to Oliver Gako. Just took a big hit. He's gonna get right back on the horse. Why do we fall down, Master Bruce?
To get back up again.
Barker with the Marty McFly. 1985, Back to the Future. Power of Love.
Yeah.
Marty, it's your kids. It's your kids, Marty.
I will say I have an affinity for 88 for 88 miles an hour. I always think of that.
When this hand hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious shit. I'm allowed to say shit once per broadcast. Shit, shit. I think that was 3. No GK wins. It's not a penalty. I'm gonna get a top of the warning here in Ireland.
Top of the warning to you.
Top of the warning. Pocket jacks for Nedelku.
Oh, Joe, glad we could think up. Top of the warning to you. I just heard you say a lot of the
Don't
S
do
words.
it. Don't do it. Don't do the accent. Pocket jacks for Nedelku.
That's true.
Pocket nines for Barker.
Uh-oh. This is trouble for Barker.
Do you know that us referencing Back to the Future is the same as if my first year of commentary I had referenced Gone with the Wind?
I want to say I'm allowed one Irish accent per event because of having won the Irish Open, but I still apologize. Barker, what are you going to do, pal? You know how strong this raise is, but you got 2 9s.
Hold it.
Yeah, got to go for it.
Barker ships it. Gisolfi is out. Sorry, I'm already puking from these 2 stacks getting it in right now. Barker is the shortest stack.
Jacks against nines.
We see jacks versus pocket nines.
Cooler.
Sorry, Barker would be the shortest stack if he loses this hand. Nedelku is covered.
The price is wrong, Bob.
Can jacks hold? If there was ever a spot for jacks to hold.
Narcissus and Nedelku was all in.
Hold.
With pocket jacks against.
I see a jack.
Jack 6, 7.
That is a lot of equity for pocket jacks.
I don't even want to say it was going to be an interesting card.
It's a queen on the
Not
turn.
that interesting for Isaac
Ladies and
Barker.
gentlemen, the river card is another queen. It's housed up. Ladies and gentlemen, a big double up for Narcis in seat number 4 from Romania.
Year of Romania. Narcis Nedelcu.
We still have 7 players remaining in the Irish Open. The next player out will receive over 80,000 euro.
Over 50 big blinds now.
20 million, 3.
That's been a dumb.
23.
Narcis amount was 20 million 3. So a big double up for our original seat number 4.
Isaac Barker in the doghouse right now with just 12 big blinds.
Exactly the spec I need for it. And he also, yeah.
I'm sure Nedelcu means nothing by this, but I don't usually look to the guy I just double through to yes and my bit.
Yeah, but you don't win flips.
That's true.
I'm so confused right now. You said 20.
20 million, 23.
Carpe Diem on YouTube says Narcis is a super nice guy. Played with him in the mystery bounty earlier in the week. Hope he wins it.
Well, I get the
You don't need the white.
Okay.
Cabo wants to know, is a 3-bet fold not possible there with pocket nines?
I can't do too much.
Oh, Griffin's just not having it today.
Well, this is 12 big blinds effective. It's like 13 blinds, bigs. So the guy makes it 2, you're going to make it, what, 6 and fold for 6 more? And then
No,
sometimes he has ace king.
Thank you for your question.
Yeah. Also, don't 3-bet fold 9s to see where you're at or something. Just call or go all in or 3-bet call off.
8 million. 9.6. Oh.
Robin wants you to know it was 25 big blinds effective.
Oh, no, maybe not.
Just,
oh, no,
was it? 20 million he had. Oh my God, you're right. Ooh.
Does that put a new paint job on things?
Why did I see him only have the graphic? I thought the graphic said he only had 10 million left, 9.6 million left after the open.
That's what Isaac would have had he lost the hand, which is what he has now. I got confused for a second also. There's some gremlins in this system today.
I would have just called with the 9s. Because of what should just happen for sure. But easier said than done.
Raise and take it there for Nedelcu. 3rd in chips now. 35 years old, has over $2 million in live earnings. His best live cash was winning a World Series of Poker bracelet this past year. A mixed game champion.
Okay, so I would like to address the actual, because I was misreading.
By all means.
I was misreading Narcissus stack. I thought it was a 1-0, not a 1-8. But the positions of the cutoff of the small blind, I probably would have shoved the 9s, yes. A lot of raised folds from Narcissus, especially this type of player. So I think that it is, in fact, a cooler. I definitely would not have 3-bet folded. You know, call or shove seems perfectly fine. It's just a King queen suited in the big blind for Donini.
Asso banana. Hold an ace on the button.
Donini remains chip leader.
Asso play queen plus.
I'm pretty chill for a chip leader, eh? Sort of just like card dead, hanging out, letting all these guys get into some business.
I haven't really spotted a situation where I felt like he's missed a spot.
Agree.
But some of the best players in the world do manufacture
They create
spots.
their own
That's
Six
right.
fold. 8 fold.
Sophie, 25 big blinds at the cutoff.
10 raise.
Kojo.
1 fold. 3 fold.
And another Kojo.
Actually, we got on the bridge. No.
But it was suited.
I brought just the wide of the card, the break, and just. Thanks, Shim.
Much more playability, a suited hand. Seven, six deuce.
Check.
2 clubs, not the suit either player was looking for.
Bet 2.
Sweet Jaw's asking how many more hands? 7 more hands on this level. As Gisolfi takes it down with the C-bet. Ben Tully asks, can you shout out Evan Hearn from Gory? Sadly, no.
No, I can't.
Not
I can't
happening.
From Gorney? Is that Evan
Gory,
Hearn?
yeah, no. Evan
I
Hearn,
can't do it.
not happening.
Gorney, no. Let's just say.
Sorry, Ben.
Let's just say he doesn't deserve it, and he knows why. Again, Evan from Gorney.
Designer, who can see all the hole cards, says it was an easy spot to 3-bet the C-bet there, which is
the nines.
No, I think he means on the. He thinks that King Jack should 3-bet the continuation bet, which is all kinds of amazing.
1 raise, 1.6. 3 fold.
Makalinin with King Queen, his lucky hand.
1 fold.
Okay, 24.
Pocket sevens for Narcissus Nedelku.
Yeah, just 2 moves here. Shove or flat. Goes with the all-in move, putting max pressure on that 30 big blind stack. And look how effective this is, right?
Super effective.
This is very similar in principle as the nines to the jacks, but you see the Nedelku's prepared to put it in for even more chips with a weaker hand. So that's sort of the principle of why we get those nines in. Just going to get so many folds from hands that have a lot of equity. Players aren't always going to wake up with jacks plus.
Kaz Jenkins says in German, Geico would most normally be pronounced Geico with a hard G sound, not Geico. German usually keeps G as G, and the spelling AY is typically read like I rather than A in English. Had to ask AI, didn't sit right. Unbelievable that somebody would suspect, just want to correct us, and then would ask AI about it. Griffin, can you tell me how this is pronounced?
Let me see.
It's Y-A.
Yeah.
B-A-N-N.
Is that like an IBAN thing, like a bank thing? B-A-N.
What do you think that's? How do you think that's pronounced?
Ban-Ned?
Yeah, but put it all together.
Okay. Yevend?
Almost.
Yevend.
There it is. Thank you for your comment. Why don't you go look up on AI what how long a timeout is?
You know, I have something to admit that the way that I would deliver people bad news for years, most annoying thing ever. I stopped doing it. I feel like I shouldn't have though. Is I would say like, hey, the bad news is like I can't come to your birthday tonight. But the good news I just saved a bunch of money on my car insurance by switching to Geico.
No, I don't like that bit.
No, I don't think you would.
Bottom set here for
I've never done it for you.
Pair of sevens for Vasil.
Yeah, and a lot of reasons for Palindiak to continue, not just with that mid pair, but the backdoor flush draw.
3 bets, 1.8.
Bet and call. Jack of clubs on the turn.
6 check.
Nice card for Pelendik to get away. Would have hated to see an 8 or a 7, but he doesn't know it.
Three bet. 4.2. 4.2.
A little size up here, more than half pot now. And Vassal gives in.
Gentlemen, just to remind you, on the break, it's a 20-minute break. 20 minutes.
5 hands left on this level. The breaks are timed, however. I think our break is in about 10 minutes. 4 hands left on this level.
Then fold. One fold.
Hi, yes, hello.
9-4 for Danini.
3 fold.
Ace queen suited for Geico.
Fourth raise.
In the co.
5 fold. 6 fold.
Ma sai che fa 3 mani, ma chiamava Ron.
Barker with 8-7 suited. Hoping to flop a little equity here with the 10 big blind stack.
For 2.
Probably not enough with 1 heart and some backdoor straight draws.
Check. 8 check.
Check, check.
Geico not going to allow himself to get check raised here by some combo hands or even hands with decent. But of course, 8-7 on this short stack would have just folded to this bet. Now it turns a gut shot straight draw. Spade flush draw though for Geico. Now he's like, all right, if you have a pair here and you want to play for stacks, I got a lot of ways to win this one.
Sure does. I am very much hoping for Gay to hit a straight. Isaac Barker down to 8 big blinds.
Can I get orange chips? No chip dumping.
Crazy.
I don't know.
Crazy.
I tried. I like the guy.
Not business.
Accusations of chip dumping here at Irish Open. A scandal, finally.
Pocket sixes for Narcissus.
1.8.
Narcissus.
6 fold.
Isaac with ace-5 in the small.
This is gonna really probably reveal my nerdiness, but wasn't Narcissus the mother of Draco Malfoy? Narcissa. Draco Malfoy's mother in Harry Potter. Oh, wow, that's, I didn't even know I had that in
Wow,
there.
you read books? What a dork. Gisolfi has this pair crushed. How big a pot do we want to play with Isaac Barker hanging around?
So this is actually a great example of the strategic difference where, you know, you really don't want to make sure you get coolered here with the sevens and not shove for effectively 25 big blinds, whereas, of course, Nedelku shoved sevens for 30 big blinds in these exact positions when he had the covering stack.
Five bet, 1.4. 10 fold.
And the advantage of aggression.
Give us 5 grand. Yeah, actually, give us 10 grand. Thank you.
Two hands left on this level. 5 minutes until the break.
And then what, I assume we simulate 8 hands for the 20-minute break?
You can stimulate with your hands if you like.
4 fold, 5 fold. 6 raise, 1.6.
Palandiuk's gonna open this pot. With pocket eights, I think this is the hand of the level.
Yeah, it is. Eliminated to me, of course.
1 fold.
My favorite hand this tournament.
Yeah.
I won a lot of wins with 8.
The Snowmen's.
One more hand. Can we get it? Can we sneak it into the level, you think? Can we get one in?
Before
Have they started the
break?
shuffle?
Well, it doesn't matter. Because
What time is it now?
the blinds go up after a certain number of hands, which is after this one.
I know.
I'm just explaining to the audience. I'm pretty sure you know.
It's not.
So we don't finish today or what?
What time is it now, Brandon? What time is it now?
Okay, okay.
20 minuti.
Yeah,
The break
it's
is
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yeah. The break's in 3 minutes.
Ah, okay.
It's kind of weird when the level jump and the break happen at the same time now.
Yeah.
So we can take 3 minutes.
A little confusing.
Clark.
I don't have so we still breaks. We still have breaks on the timer.
This will be the last hand at 400, 800.
6 raise, 1.6. 8 fold. 10 fold. 1 fold. 3 fold.
Vassal
There it is.
We play one more hand? Yeah.
is taking the reins as a chip leader might do, since Danini appears to be not that interested.
Blind drop, 501 million.
Oh my goodness. 500,000 small blind. 1 million chips for the big blind. Now's when the real poker starts. $10 starting stacks for the small blind. 20 starting stacks, 20 souls
5 raise.
represented in just one big blind. Pocket fours for Nedelku. King Jack suited for Palandiuk. Reminds me of that Paul Rudd scene from Wanderlust. My Diuk, my Palandiuk. Can't wait to get up in my Palandiuk.
6 fold. 8 fold. 10 fold. One fold.
King Jack suited did get folded. Danini ain't gonna play this. What about Geico? 8-6 off.
Ladies and gentlemen, the players are now on a 20-minute break from the main event.
Your
of the
Romania
Irish Open.
takes
In
down
20
the
minutes'
last
time,
hand
Danilo,
of the level.
Daryl,
I had a bad.
Basil,
Excuse me, last hand before the break, first hand of the level.
and Isaac will be back to see who will be crowned the Irish Open champion.
Let's take a little peek of where the standings are based on this new blinds level. Danilo Danini has not played many hands at all, but is still chip leader. Been some movement between Nedelku, Palandyuk, and Geico. Daryl McAleenan, the last remaining Irish player in the field. Isaac Barker running on fumes. We're headed to a break. More from the Irish Open 2026 final table when we return.
Right, Rob Young is raised. Creative raise with 7 deuce of hearts.
Now, don't get confused, Rob. He's a big blackjack player. Don't get mixed up.
And Doyle is called with the Queen 10 of hearts, so
Luca passes, Nick passes.
Rob isn't in very good shape.
2 players in the flop here.
Well, it's a nightmare hand, isn't it? Really, when you know even your hearts are no good. The worst thing could happen here is him to hit a floppy flush. He'd be in serious trouble.
Yeah, but he's completely missed it now. He shouldn't really lose any more chips on this.
He will not get involved.
Wow.
Connor says all in.
That's the end of the hand.
So hold on.
Yeah.
A straightforward.
Yeah.
Your hand's been caught in the jar, son.
Yeah, exactly. He's just moved in. He's got top pair and a straight draw, middle pin straight draw. He's just moved in on him, and Rob's exactly as you say, being caught with his hand in a cookie jar.
And Conor Doyle did not need a second look to know that was exactly what is happening. Listen, there's only 36 players left, so he can now really start narrowing it down and talking about who he thinks going to walk away with this crown. 32 get paid, close to that bubble as well. Jack 7, good man, throw those away. Very sensible second feature table of today. Pocket 5s for Conor Doyle. Raises 11,000, probably about right in that position.
Pat O'Callaghan throws his hand away.
He's Jack suited, he'll get some action maybe. It's Luca. Oh, wow!
Luca goes all in.
They're going to credit him with a big hand here, Luca. But he hasn't got. He's under 50,000 now, so he's got to make a move with any, a suited ace like that.
Both pass. Connor promptly calls.
He called very quickly there.
Yeah. I think it might have been something to do with the speed of which Pagano pushed his chips all in. He's probably is putting them on 2 different cards, and that's all Doyle needs heads up to call this for a nice coin toss for 100,000 chips.
Wow, look at that flop. Look at it. He's dead to the 5 of hearts as well now. He's only got 1 out.
5 of diamonds is the only thing at this stage we think can save Conor Doyle from losing a big pot.
Queen of diamonds. Connor has only 1 out. The 5 of diamonds.
And that's a nice little save for Luca Pagano.
It is the ace of spades.
And that's exactly what it is. Well, he ends up picking up his trips.
1 time, Luca. 2 times.
And he's back in it.
He passes. Connor passes.
Well, Luca's on a bit of a roll. You don't want Pagano on a bit of a roll on the EPT. Am I right or wrong? Did Luca Pagano not used to be very hairy? If you go back to EPT 1, he had a very hairy chest. We used to call him Chewbacca.
I think you may be right. You may be right.
Can we get it?
Chewbacca. I think we need to get a research assistant to look into that. What's Rob Young got here? He looks like he's about to move in with something.
Johnny shows 10-3. Oh my goodness.
Rob Young obviously hadn't looked at his hand and then saw
But he had pocket ace.
pocket aces. That's hilarious.
How can you not set me all in there?
Young literally hadn't looked at his hand. It was a battle of the small blind and the big blind, and Johnny Loddon was going to raise but didn't.
This guy's a superhuman read on the game. It's like, you never passed 10-3 before when we were playing.
Maybe that's the type of luck Johnny Loddon needs. Still looking to make that big impression in the EPT.
What a game.
Long way to travel. You qualify online, just finish outside. At least if you finish in last place overall, you can. At least you've had a day of having a drink, maybe going out and seeing town.
No, it's never a good place to finish, but somebody has to get it.
All these players know as well that they're 1 or 2 places away from the money, and that always slows things down slightly. It also means we're coming close to the end of our day, John.
That's true.
Same strip club tonight, or? Oh, sorry, I forgot your wife listens. Same church tonight?
Yep, same book group.
Johnny Loddon's still laughing at the pocket aces incident.
Johnny reaches for chips.
Well, Young is not. His aces might not have paid, but he's going to try and do whatever he can with this. So Young pushes in. Do you know what, John?
It's not Rob's day. Everybody folds round to you on the big blind when you've got pocket aces, and then when you try and steal from the small blind, somebody else has got ace jack. But then he can still hit a queen or a 5. He may get lucky.
Well, I hope he does. I very much hope he does. He says, okay, flop, please. Put it out there. Let me see it. The 6 is no good. The 5 is.
That puts Rob in front. Pat's going to need an ace or a jack to win this one.
Okay, well, listen, he's not out of the woods yet.
There's a 6 that doesn't change anything.
Okay.
Still looking good.
Oh, right.
Still the jack and the ace.
4-1 favourite to win this.
It's a 6.
Full house.
Rob, 6 is full of 5. We'll win the pot.
It's interesting that they say in football the argument against bringing in video referees is things level themselves out in the end, the bad decisions. It's the same with poker. It's all about the poker at the moment. As you can see, over €500,000 to the winner, but a second place get you a nice boat.
It's sometimes hard to, difficult to remember exactly how much money is involved in these tournaments. It's a hell of a lot of money, even for 10th, €31,000. So Callahan's raised with pocket 8s.
Nick passes.
Loddon's going to push all in, but ace-king suited. O'Callaghan's got him covered, and heads up would be a slight favourite. You probably see, it's funny because we're close to the bubble, as they call it, and usually you get quite cautious play. Nobody wants to go out just before the money, and you can hear the reaction from the crowd. You can already hear me over them.
I know it's crazy, and because White's moved all in as well, but he's only got 14,000 left. So ace queen, he probably hasn't had many hands for a while. Ace queen to him probably looks pretty like a pretty decent hand, and indeed it is. Okay, so he's thinking now, Callahan.
He's gay.
It's a difficult situation because he's bet. There's been a move all in from Loddon, and White's moved all in afterwards. So he's folded.
Wow.
I think that's a justified fold.
Ace king against ace queen.
Flop is 7, 5, deuce.
Johnny Loddon will love that. He just doesn't want to see queen, that's all. So it looks like the American could be going home. He flew in especially for the tournament.
Wow.
He's from New York right now. He's from Queens.
Johnny will need a king to win the pot.
Just the river to come. In the hole! In the hole! USA! Sorry. It's the loudest crowd we've ever had,
Getting a bit carried away there.
There you go. A great hand, very close to the bubble, and White survives. Uh, 9-6 suited. 9-6, my least favourite hand in poker. I don't know why. I have an allergy to it. King 10 for Johnny Lodd, who seems to be getting it quite antsy, getting quite busy. I mean, a fair hand, but not a great hand. A raise of 10,000.
If you're going to play it, you may as well raise with it. Mix your game up.
Yeah.
Oh, Pat White looks as though he might have something.
Well, it certainly looks like Daniel O'Donnell's brother fancies this. So 10,000 was the raise. Oh, there you go. He's just called all in. It's like Reservoir Dogs here today. Mr. Black's gone. Here's Mr. White, and I'm going to cut John's ear off. Here we go. 42,000 all in for Mr. White.
And Loddon's King 10 was counterfeited there in Sarah Silver's hand.
Johnny has to call 32,800 if he wishes to play.
Well, you know. Does he feel lucky? He knows he's going in behind.
Johnny calls.
No, he does.
He knows he's behind.
King 10 for Johnny.
He's in bad shape.
Queen for Pat. Show us the ace, Laura. Come on, girl.
So White is the firm favourite here, but let's take a look at the flop, see if that 3 doesn't help. And the Queen comes out for White, so that puts Loddon in an even worse position. Top pair at the moment for Mr. White. 2 pair now, so there you go, that's it. The only thing that Johnny Loddon could hit would be a jack at this stage. That's going to take him anywhere. We'd be hitting bad beat city if the jack came out, so it looks like Mr. White's going to take the chips and move on, but there you go. The curse of the commentator, and that means our American friend goes home with absolutely no money. He's went out on the bubble, everyone else get pays. Johnny Loddon just got lucky.
You sounded like Anne Robinson there for a minute. Who goes home with absolutely nothing.
Everybody's in the prize.
New player at the table, Kambi's Kashi from Sweden. 100,000 chips or so in front of him. And obviously a glitterati eye watching today's event. Friend of yours, John?
Anthony Holden, the writer of Big Deal and A Bigger Deal, which is soon to be published, I believe.
It's about his attempt to win the World Series of Poker, isn't it?
No, that's right, yeah. He took a year off from his life as a journalist and tried to win the World Series. This is about 15 years ago. This is before poker became even popular. He's very well known on the circuit. Actually a very good player too.
And are you on a cut for sales of the book, or
15%?
You're just going to continue to talk about it throughout this entire hand?
Actually, well, you know, maybe I'll get 10%. I don't know.
What's that sound? Is that your phone? Anthony texting you there? Thanks for the plugs, John. Right, let's have a look. Everyone who's here now gets paid. That's the big thing. Sometimes psychologically it just frees up the play slightly. People get a little lax. They think, I'm in the money, I'm going to go for it, you know?
A little bit.
Well, Johnny Loddon, this is internet play, and we've seen it with the King 10 earlier when he got lucky. And again, the 3s, he's happy to chuck in a whole load of chips with them.
Well, and that's why.
And that's why he's... Yeah, but it still doesn't excuse it. There you go. Anyway, he hits the full house.
Let's see how he plays it. It's going to be interesting to see how he plays it.
Yeah. I hope Noddy Holder hits his 6 here, just to slap it right up Loddon, because he had that straight with the jack on the reverie.
Loddon should just call here. How many has he got left?
A lot, because he obviously had the bad beat win against White.
But White only had about sort of 30,000, so...
Johnny makes it 50,000.
Nick's going to call here. Looks like he's going to call. He doesn't think he's got a 9. He probably thinks he's got ace queen. He might think he's got pocket 8s or 7s. He may well fold. He may just get away from it. But against a player like Loddon, very aggressive player,
yeah,
your head is always saying, I can't look like an idiot on television. You know, if he's got ace queen and I'm throwing away the winning hand.
I get a feeling he's going to push all in. He is going to push all in, isn't he? Why has he made the stack so big? Why not 4 smaller stacks there, John? Well, he's called all in.
That's bad timing by Nick.
Well, let's see what happens.
So, Nick has a pair of 6s. Johnny flopped 3s full of 9s.
Nick's already got his bag on, Colin, look.
Such a shame. Well, there you go. It looks like Johnny Loddon's going to get through. He went in as underdog into this hand. It could be another one against the odds for him. So there you go, 2 players all in. It's the 9, and the 9 comes out, which means, of course, the 6s make a bigger full house. It's 9s over 6s.
Unbelievable.
What a hand! What a hand! If only it was a 6-card game.
I mean, what's interesting is we were all thinking 6, 6, 6. I mean, I hadn't even thought about the 9. I mean, that's how, you know, that's unbelievable.
Oh, dear. Goodbye, Johnny. Well, some players will be looking at the different stages of money earning and trying to sort of scrimp and go past and, you know, maximise their winnings. other players will look at it like this. I've made money no matter what. I'm going to play hard and aggressive and try and win this. Well, along the bottom are the names that have fallen and, you know, past winners of the EPT, World Series of Poker champions, people who've been in EastEnders. The whole lot is there for you. Tested then's got pocket 8s.
He raises it up.
Oh, William Thorson with the 3, so I've seen some action with them halfway over the course of our time in Dublin, and he's right to fold him.
Good fold.
William and Pat both folded on David from the small blind.
8-2 you're not going to look at. Tavernier. There's Lucky Frank. Wasn't lucky enough to deliver him a good hand. Ace Queen. So we are going to see some action. I'm Colin Murray, and with me in the commentary booth is John Duthie. What do you make of this young lad? Not much then.
What do I make of this young
I don't
lad?
mean, do you fancy him as a player?
Well, I don't know. I don't know him, but he's got ace. All I know is that he's got ace queen.
That'll do. Except we're going to see.
And he's moved all in.
Yeah, there you go. And you know his name's Coburn.
And he's going to get called. I know that as well.
Says he has a pair.
Pas de pair. Paul Testude. A very old face on the European poker circuit.
I like yourself. Let's have a look at the flop. Well, trip 8s.
It's going to be very difficult for Ray to catch up.
Yeah.
He's running straight.
He's got no clubs. He's drawing very, very slim.
Well, now he's drawn absolutely dead. So we don't really need to know a huge amount about Coburn because he's gone. We'll maybe find out more about him as the EPT rolls on. And that might be one of the oldest faces in EPT, but right now it's a happy face. It was like Luke Skywalker against Obi-Wan. And the master delivered.
There's what they're playing for at the bottom of the screen. There's some big leaps in the prize money. It's like you said earlier, Colin, there's a lot of people will be looking at, you know, just trying to get to the 31,000, up to the 51,000, and others will just be going for the victory.
That's actually, sorry to correct you, John, that's what I get paid per minute. So from the 17th to 24th minute of commentary, it's 11,000.
Well, that's your last. This is your last season.
You're right there. Tavernier then's get the pocket rockets.
And he takes it down.
Well, there you go. They didn't pay him like he would have liked them to pay him.
I think I might have played that a little bit less strong. I want to make some. You know, you don't get dealt that hand very often. You play around with it, gamble with it.
You want to get at least one player in with you. Someone an incentive to call.
Yeah, you're right. Obviously you don't want 3 or 4 players in, but if it's folded round to you, I think you can probably take a flop if somebody just calls.
Well, Doyle's going to fold out.
Was that pocket queens?
It was either pocket queens or queen 4, I'm not sure. It was pocket queens. Paddy Callahan's not interested. Tavernier's going to have a look. Jack 4, he can't play that. That's not even Mo time. Vinnie McNamee. Not interested. Very strong player, Vinnie.
He passes, Paul passes. Kevin is a big blind.
Oh, look at this. Kevin Friesick is going to go all in. He's going to push all his chips in with that king queen, and Thorson has to call. He's got the 3rd best pre-flop hand in the game.
I'll be honest, I think that's a mistake. King queen. The king queen always looks attractive because you've got 2 picture cards and 2 big picture cards. But quite often you're up against ace king. I think we've said this before many times, Colin.
Yeah.
It's one of the most horrible hands in the deck.
Well, you have to hit something. You know you're probably going into every hand needing to hit something.
And then it still might not be good.
Friesick's got 1 left. Exactly. If someone's going in ace king, ace queen, then they're going to beat you in the kicker. And there you go. That's exactly what happens there. And so Thorson's queens stand up. And what an anticlimax for Friesick, who's had such a good tournament. He's played really good poker. He hasn't really been lucky at any stage. and he's sort of just panicked.
Yeah, it's a strange move. He could have hung around a bit more. He had nearly 120,000. There's still a lot of play left.
Fast forward a couple of decades and we're back in Dublin, not with the EPT, but with the Irish Open 2026 here at the RDS. The final day, the final table of the main event as we return from break with 7 players, the final 7 from a starting field, a record-breaking number of entries, 5,003. We started today with 10 players. The final table was set when we got down to 9. As I mentioned, 7 are still in contention for the first prize of €500,000. Right now it is the 2 Italians at the top of the leaderboard. Danilo Donini playing 66 big blinds at the new blind level. Vasil Palandiuk, 51 bigs. We do have a super short stack. Isaac Barker, 6 big blinds. He is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
I am James Hartigan. He is Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me, James.
We have lost Dunphy and Toomey from the final table so far. That means 2/3 of the Irish players to make the FT have departed. The action being watched on by the master of ceremonies, the crack den kingpin himself, Phil Baker.
I love that title. I'm sure he would approve of that as well. Hello, everybody. Great to be here. Very excited to see what they got for us. Final 7.
Blinds 500,000 and $1 million, with $1 million big blind ante. As we are at a single table, as we're at the final table, we are playing hands per level, and there are still 23 hands to play before the blinds go up. Chip leader Donini finds himself on the button with the Le Chiffre A6 offsuit. It raises to 2 million. And it is Narcis Nedelcu's big blind. We know he has the 9 of diamonds. Of all the players at this final table, and we do have a mix of pros and amateurs, arguably Nedelcu is the most experienced and the most accomplished. $2 million in live cashes, a regular on the European circuit, and of course a 6-time scoop champion. He plays on the stars as Narcissus90. If that screen name is familiar to you, you now know why. We know that Nedelcu has the best hand here, at least a pair of 9s. Donini continues with bottom pair for 2.3 mil.
All right, sticking around. Jack of hearts.
Yeah, so again, even only knowing one card, we know that Nedelcu has the best of it. 10.1 million in the middle now.
And Donini kind of having showdown. I actually think perhaps I would have expected more checking once you hit the 6 here on this board, but as the big stack, you can kind of do a lot, and a c-bet is very rarely going to be catastrophically wrong. We know that Nedelcu has the best hand regardless of the other card. That big blind range being as wide as it is, though, often still going to be afraid of some Queen X, Jack X, so might just check again. Nice to play little thought experiments with yourselves. We're not intentionally going cards down here, but a little sweat with accidental.
Is going to showdown as it goes check, check on both the turn and the river. Nedelcu tabling 9-7. And that's good to add 4.8 million to his stack. Nedelcu closing in on the chip leader. Not much separating Donini and Nedelcu now. And we're not in a dissimilar situation to where we started this final table. The action, not handcuffed per se, but limited by the fact that Isaac Barker is meant to go out in 7th place and cash for 80K, and then everyone else will have locked up 100K. No one else should be doing anything too outrageous right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the players in the middle are the ones that sweat the most under ICM, James. So Geico 34 big blinds, for example, is in a very, very safe position to almost guarantee himself at least one more ladder, right? Indeed, with Isaac Barker being such an extreme short stack, the amount of out-of-lineness you're allowed to have is so small when you're looking at this from a theoretical standpoint. Mr. Barker is going to commit the majority of his chips here.
This is a virtual all-in for Isaac Barker with ace-4 of diamonds.
3.6.
3.6 million, so more than half of his stack.
So James, by virtue of the fact we are on a final table, shorter stacks do inherently have more fold equity. However, it is only 6 big blinds, so if anyone wakes up, they will give a spin.
Daryl McAleenan, ace-7 suited. Well, he's got one better hand to fold. Round to the button. Oliver Geico, 10-5 off.
Yep, case in point right there, getting a better hand to fold, fantastic.
Ace-10 suited for Narcis Nedelcu. And he is going to re-raise, and Barker's going to stick the rest in, and it's a domination situation.
Narcis, he has pushed in with ace-10 of clubs, and he's being called off with the remainder of his stack by the UK's Isaac Barker with ace-4 of diamonds. Isaac Barker is the player in jeopardy of being knocked out in 7th place here at the 2026 Irish Open. It's ace-10 versus ace-4, both hands are suited, and in a few moments we'll go across to left user.
Ace-4 is indeed in jeopardy.
And the flop is 3, 8, 6, 2 spades. No help as yet to our player in jeopardy, Isaac Barker from the UK.
15% chance of survival. I guess 18% if you include the chop outs.
A jack of spades on the turn.
No chop possibilities now. Isaac Barker needs a 4 on the river to survive.
And the river
He's out.
is in 8 of clubs, ladies and gentlemen. We lose in 7th place, and the recipient of €80,800. Will you please show your appreciation for the UK's Isaac Barker? We lose in 7th place.
Taking us down to the final 6, who've all now locked up a 6-figure score, more than 100K guaranteed for the remaining players. Isaac Barker, good game, cashes for 80K.
Good play, my friend. You are going to be our 7th place. Over €100,000. It's 105,070 is the next payout with our 6 remaining players. The blinds are 500,000, 1 million, with an ante of 1 million. 6 remain. 1 will be champion and take home €517,100 and become the Irish Open main event champion for 2026.
Stand down, crack den kingpin. We'll call you over if there's another all-in. The shortest stack now is Francesco Ghisolfi, who I believe, Nick, is the last remaining PokerStars qualifier. Ghisolfi used a silver power pass to enter the Irish Open main event.
Yeah, very exciting. Love to see power pass winners making deep runs, turning those nuggets of potential into diamonds and gold here.
By the way, after knocking out Barker, Nedelcu has taken the chip lead. It's pretty much tied at the top, but Nedelcu has the slight advantage over Donini right now. Donini has opened, now we're short-handed with Jack-9. It's on Ghisolfi in the big blind, who has aces.
Yeah, kudos to Donini for widening up those ranges here and playing the big stack, but Ghisolfi here announces all in with aces. Now, this is an interesting one, James. This is a lot of big blinds. It's like 18 big blinds, right? If we can assume that the chip leader's range is going to be wider, doing chip leader things, the amount of times we get called with aces there is extremely low.
Correct.
Counterpoint, if we 3-bet not all in as the shortest stack there from that position, we do look extremely strong. So you really got to weigh up, can I do something that looks wicked strong? Am I actually going to get paid? Or is the best thing to do just to jam and hopefully get paid by, you know, the cooler? You know, what if he wakes up with jacks or queens or something like that? But tricky one, honestly. And I think actually under ICM final table, we are allowed to have some non-all-ins there because the 3-betting is much more effective in getting folds as ranges are wider open by the chip leader. And also because, you know, the pressure is there for players to find ladders.
So Nedelku still in the #1 spot. Gazolfi leapfrogs Makalinen, who is now the low man at the table, but still has 18 big blinds, and we still have 20 hands to play at this blind level, 500K and $1 million.
A couple of people in the chat suggesting maybe a flat as well. Honestly, not completely ridiculous. It's, I guess it's just how risky business you want to go. If you give them a flop, they can improve for free, or at least for cheap, that single min raise, for example. However, you know, maybe flat and then go crazy on the flop and just try and get another another few big blinds on the flop for sure. Honestly, I would love to speak to some expert final tablist ICM genius wizards who could tell you how often we're allowed to do that. I'd say as the shortest stack, you're probably the most likely to be able to get away with something like that.
To answer your question, Lazar, strictly speaking, Makalinen does have 20 million right now and does have 20 big blinds, but considering he's posting the ante and the big blind, he has 18 bigs behind. Hope that clarifies. Jack 4 is his hand, and he's going to fold to the open from Danini. I'm seeing plenty of Romanian flags popping up in the YouTube chat. Could this be the year of Romania at the Irish Open?
I have a little bad, but good bad. Zero but easy for me to fold now.
Yes, the starting stack was 50K. So as Joe was saying just before the break, the small blind is 10 starting stacks. The big blind is 20 starting stacks.
I love that. I love that. That goes to show you how far we've come over just a few days of poker. So currently third in chips, Palandiuk has raised to a min. That's 2 million chips at the moment.
Yeah, we go to the flop, and that flop is Jack 7-6, so it's a pair of sixes for Danini. Danini, our bad John Cena lookalike from yesterday. A slightly better bad lookalike than Palandiuk, who someone said looks like John Travolta.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. At least the Danini one has just a whisper of truth to it.
Palandiuk has paired his queen on the turn and has become an 88% favorite to win this hand.
So as I say, this is third in chips versus first in chips. Oh. What's this? A lead?
Yeah, went check on the flop, and in the absence of a continuation bet from his opponent, Danini decides to lead turn for 2.5 million at the point that he's actually gone behind in the hand.
Just shy of half pot. Kind of wanted to take charge, decided to start doing the betting himself. I would say this is very unconventional. Palandiuk probably is allowed to consider raising the turn, but as I say, this dynamic sort of third in chips, first in chips, building massive pots where they might just have 2-pair plus, probably not advisable when you're in such an enviable position here in the main event, and there are other short stacks to bust.
Okay, so Palandiuk now improves to top 2.
Danini must recognize that that king is a really bad card for him. If indeed the queen wasn't, or the jack wasn't already. A lot of hands that speculatively sort of float the turn will improve here had they not already been ahead. And when Danini checks here, I think the chances of him having a monster much diminished, and now King Queen kind of effectively becomes a monster in this situation. Will try and extract value from the spot. 9.5 million in the middle. You know, maybe he wants to go for 5 or 6. 6.8 million, nice. I think the lead looks a lot stronger than we can see it actually is, James. That's the problem, right? When Danini leads this turn, we'll have Jack X, we'll have Queen X, and therefore Palandiuk thinking, actually, I might have gotten lucky in these situations once in a while. I think Danini kind of just leading to find out where he was at, quote unquote. But on the river makes the fold.
Vasil Palandiuk up over 50 big blinds.
Hey, COD Poker in the chat. What's the crack? Welcome back.
Palandiuk has had decent results in some PokerStars Opens recently. Cashed in Paris, Campione, and Cannes. Total live earnings of nearly $200,000. Could add to that in a huge way today with a top 3 finish.
Come ho capito, chi si qualifica da satellite mettono quel patch.
Non lo sapevo perché me l'hanno chiesto adesso.
Neanche io non lo sapevo. Oh, excuse.
English only at the table. Palandiuk, originally from Ukraine, has lived for the last 15 years near Milan in Italy. Does have Italian citizenship and is playing under the Italian flag. Was talking in that language to one of the other 2 Italian players at the table, Francesco Ghisolfi. Danini is the 3rd. He has ace-jack in the small.
Before I had to return to turn.
Very pretty hand here, blind v blind James. The player behind him, Geico, 32 big blinds. That's the effective stack in this encounter. Risky business here. Both very reasonable plays from both players, but domination situation pre-flop.
King, King 10 on the flop. Danini still ahead.
Yeah, and I would expect to see a very small continuation bet here. King, King 10, super dry, blind v blind. Your opponent has to defend very wide versus the steal. And for that reason, a small bet will get the job done very often. Danini going quite big here, in fact, 3.6. That is kind of a theme that we've been seeing from Danini throughout, and it's working fantastic for him. I think a smaller bet is going to be just as effective, though, on those specific kind of textures. But he's a wrecking ball right now. Don't stop him.
Udare piciorul, nu pot sta. Udare piciorul, nu pot stau de asta. N-am cum. N-am cum, e asta aici.
Going to be honest with you, I'm actually quite enjoying all the Romanian flags in the chat. I'll happily see some Italian flags if you want to support Danini, Ghisolfi, or Palandiuk.
Unfortunately, it is the year of Romania.
Anyone who wants to support the last remaining Irish player, Daryl McAleenan, could see the Irish flag. And then, of course, we've got Germany represented at the final table by Oliver Geico.
Our moderator, Ed, reminding everyone to please like the stream if you're enjoying this content. And if you recall from yesterday's streams, guys, if you like the stream, Joe does get notifications directly to his phone. So if you want to annoy Joe Stapleton, like the stream. He says, stop it. He's screaming at me. Guys, do it. Do it. Do it. Let's try and melt Joe Stapleton's phone today, guys.
I think he's doing a pretty good job of that himself. That's right, Ban Anthony. Joe Stapleton, the young up-and-coming comedian. 59 years young this year. Ace-6 of hearts on the button for Geico.
Mandatory.
7 fold.
Pocket fours for Polandiuk in the big.
Polandiuk could do something absolutely wild here. Yep. That's the one I was thinking of. This is actually an omega power play. Not only pocket fours being in this range, but even more so because the fold equity you generate is so powerful with Geico being in the middle of the field. There are 2 other stacks shorter than Geico. The ICM pressure is really, really on this player. So the power jam with fours, not threatening Polandiuk's life in this event, right? If he gets unlucky there, if he runs into it, will still remain in the event with a very reasonable stack. However, the jam with fours will generate so many folds, it becomes so infinitely profitable just to bang it in there. I mean, imagine you're sitting there with pocket fives or pocket sixes, James, right? Those are a lot of combinations that really destroy your hand that will still likely have to fold under these circumstances. Maybe even sevens and eights. I don't even know what the call range looks like.
Bang, bang. Daryl McAleenan is the shortest stack at the table with 17 big blinds. He's going to open under the gun with ace-king, raises to 2 million. Ace-queen for Oliver Geico. He has just shy of 30 big blinds.
I think he's just going to flat, but let's see.
4 call.
Yeah.
7 fold.
From this position against the chip leader, I think the call is somewhat wise. Now, you probably will get a fair number of folds. Sorry, not against the chip leader. It was McAleenan that opened.
Yeah.
My bad, sorry.
It's the short stack who opened.
It is the short stack who opened. Even more reason. So flat and see how it goes in position.
And Gazolfi, having $1 million invested already, puts another $1 million in with 4-3 of hearts. A 3-way to the flop, which is King, Queen, 8. We have top pair, top kicker versus second pair, top kicker versus, I'm trying to make this more exciting than it is, a backdoor flush draw.
Nailed it. Yeah, apologies, chat, but we got there in the end.
McAleenan continues. That's 2K.
Just a call, I think. Not much else to do with the ace-queen. We've somewhat under-repped our hand, which I think is appropriate to do under these circumstances, by the way.
Heads up to the turn. 5 of diamonds. McAleenan with 95% equity. 11.5 million in the middle. He's got 13.9 behind.
Does he ever just push the turn, James? Just shut it down right here, right now, no nonsense? Yeah. We're on fire today.
Geico asks for a count. Tough to call here with second pair.
13.9.
So Geico not having the ace of diamonds means that your opponent will have some hands like ace-10 of diamonds, for example. But we're talking about a very specific range. A very narrow, extremely narrow range of hands that might want to bet turn, bluff shove turn. So it's a great fold, right? He's lost the minimum here, I think.
And look at what that does to the leaderboard. McAleenan actually moves ahead of both Geico and Gazolfi. It is Francesco who is now the shortest stack at the table with 19 big blinds. Geico 23, McAleenan 25. Nedelku still chip leader with 64, near enough, 64 big blinds.
After Sesh on Twitch chat asking, what's the bet if it's not a shove? That's exactly the point. You know, there's not really another size that I think you're going to feel good about if you are going to bet. So I think it's either check, kind of lay a trap, or commit the rest. And at this point, winning that pot, so crucial. Let's take the chips right here, right now. No messing around. Nobody's catching up.
Queens for Geico. Opens to 2 mil.
7 fold.
Hero Fold 1 asks about the buy-in. This is a 1K, 1,150 euros to be precise. 5,003 total entries. Prize pool of 4.8 million euros, almost double the guarantee. Everyone guaranteed at least 100K with €500,000 euros up top.
Big blind of fans, aren't we?
Raise and take it for Geico.
Too many blackjacks.
Small B.
A reminder that we will have some 5K action coming your way early next month because we will be in Monaco. For EPT Monte Carlo, we're going to be bringing you 8 days of live coverage, not just streaming the main event, 4 days of high roller coverage as well. It all starts Sunday, 3rd of May, through to Sunday, the 10th of May, on the PokerStars YouTube and Twitch channels. Delcu opens with the Snowmans. Palandiuk has the Lashif, which should go in the bin. Uh-oh, kings for Macalinen.
22 big blinds in the stack. I think we make it like 5 big blinds here to go and entice our opponent
yes. in. Yes.
Maybe 6. Okay, goes a little bit bigger, understandable. It's not crazy for him to go anything up to around 8 million here, I think. Goes on the larger size. I'd say being in the small blind, probably my initial estimate of 5 was a bit low anyway. So I dig sizing up a bit more than that on second glance.
Hey, Nedelku, you can ask yourself a question. Do I feel lucky?
Where are you now?
Well, do you, punk?
What if he just bangs it in here?
He's going to get called. Thank you for your question.
He's not wrong, chat. Now, this is just a matter of, does Macalinen really bluff here? Off of this stack, on the main stage, under the lights, from the small blind, or does this skew towards extreme strength? That's why the not all in 3-bets can look extra scary and makes a very disciplined laydown, James. That was some very good intuition.
Now, I don't know if there is a Star Wars convention in town, but we've had various cast members from the original movie floating around the RDS for the last few days. On the rail last night, we had Harrison Ford and Anthony Daniels. I don't know if you spotted there, just behind Nedelku. We have Ian McDermott, who, of course, plays Emperor Palpatine.
Geico looks like Harry Potter. Not everybody with glasses looks like Harry Potter, right, James?
Correct.
No, he definitely does.
I folded your cards.
Nedelku opens with ace-9, ace-6 for Macalinen, ace-6 suited. Folded to Geico in the big blind. 7-5 off. He passes.
Pretty straightforward.
Was that humming? Whatever it is, I enjoyed it. The Razor says, I'm sorry, what's this? The Emperor somehow returned? Yeah, but they don't reference how in the movie. You have to download a special version of Fortnite to find out what happened.
How many V-Bucks is that, James?
I mean, I still can't quite believe that that's how the franchise played out, but whatever. Moving on.
Do it. That's how the board meeting went. So should we expand into the Fortnite universe? Do it. Geico folding the queen 10, rounds to our big blind. Gets a walk, easy game.
New segment, which I'm going to call In the Closet with Daryl McAlena.
Oh.
Alex asks, how many more hands until the next level? Fair question, Alex. 10 more hands to play at 500K, 1 million.
One fold. Three fold. Four fold. 7 fold.
Blondiuk has a very strong hand here in position against the small blind limp.
LOL Strategy says there's probably a comic that explains it. You just have to buy it to understand the movie. I don't need to buy a comic to understand that the movie is shite. But thank you for your comment. Gonna see a flop. Queen 4 deuce. Pair of fours for Nedelku, 70% favorite.
I'd say it's going to go check, bet, call most of the time here. Nedelku knowing full well that the 4 is going to be good enough to continue. Blondiuk has quite a nice hand to just bet here, right? 2 overcards to the 4 and the deuce. Also lots of backdoor potential, including a royal draw potential with the Queen of Hearts. So plenty of turn cards where we can continue barreling if we don't already have the best hand. Indeed, just the bet here will deny equity at some frequency. If you're playing against the right kind of player, they might even fold bottom pair here, which is super gin for your EV in these spots. I'd say these two guys have shown a lot of competence, though, if not outright skills. And it goes check, back, call as expected. The turn is
the 9 of spades.
Probably not the best turn for Blondiuk to blast off against another chip leader.
To answer your question, Paul C., I don't think it's coincidence that at this stage of the tournament, with the high denomination chips in play, that they are orange, green, and white. I think it's very much intentional. And I like it.
I love it. Interesting river here, James. The 4 flush is out now. Nedelku knows that showdown is potentially good here with the 4, but weighing up the options, this might be a blocker bet kind of situation. I'm not sure if it is, though. Do we just check and hope that our opponent has exactly the kind of hand that they have now? No, it's going to go for it. What was the size here? So it was 11.4 on the river. That's 4.5. You know, it'd be really sick is if he raised this river. Nice move. Does take it down.
Nedelku extends his chip lead at the final table, 71 million. Francesco Ghisolfi is the shortest stack right now. 18 million at the start of this next hand, but 2 of those big blinds going into the pot. Sixes for Danini.
3, you raise 2.
And he has raised to 2 million. Oh, spare a thought for Kiwi Special. It's 3:50 a.m., the early hours of Tuesday morning here in New Zealand. Not sure I can watch this to the end, getting really tired. Worst case scenario, if you can avoid spoilers on social media, you can always come back and watch the end of the stream as a VOD during the day tomorrow or in the evening after work.
Either that or you bribe Joe to start cranking it, of course. He's got good rates.
Delku has 3-bet with King 8. I do think it's bad news for the rest of the table that the guy with the most experience and the most results now has the most chips. Nedelku, I mean, we've seen him on multiple EPTs. He's been on the circuit since 2012.
Seems very, 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 very skilled. He's taking charge here. Final 6. Whoa.
But fair play to Danini, who is no slouch himself. Playing back at the chip leader, 4-betting with 6s.
14. Yes.
No messing around.
I don't know, if the Delku 5-bet jams, I'm kind of like just going to stand up and applaud.
Also, I don't know if it's a tell that he sort of had a stack, added to the stack, pushed a little bit, then added more to the stack, then pushed it more. But it's going to work for sure. Nice little maneuver here from Danini, and applause.
Danini retakes the chip lead, 68.6 million, ahead of Nedelku at 64.1 million. Still 8 hands to play at 500K, 1 million.
James Chat is asking if we sold many spectator tickets for today. I mean, you're looking at the rail. Plenty of people showed up, paid the spectator fee, paid for the booking fee, of course.
Yeah, we waived the spectator fee for most of them, but they all had to pay the £500 per person booking fee.
We even provided free seating for a few of them.
Danini, by the way, 54 years old, originally from Milan, now lives in Rimini in Italy, which is a popular beach town on the Adriatic coast. Been playing PokerStars live events since 2011.
David said the lads went down early to check out the top table. Couldn't find Yeez to hand over the booking fee. Well, we're here now.
We got Statrick out there, and we're going to send him over and shake everyone down. I mean, ask them for the money they owe us a bit later on.
There's also a tomato fee, correct. Satsuma's also accepted.
I mean, we were talking about this last night, Nick. I do think the best experience if you're trying to watch this final table is obviously the live stream. I understand that people want to be in the venue, want to be on the rail, but there is a very strict rule that you're not allowed to watch the stream anymore on the rail. That was implemented in recent months. So really, it doesn't really incentivize people to be there because it's hard to follow the action.
All in announced.
Polandiuk opened with ace-x. Gazolfi a shove with sevens. McAleenan folds jack-10 in the small. And Polandiuk surrenders his ace.
So are we defining the no stream watching on the rail as the two rails directly to the left and right of the stage?
Yes, basically if you're in the, actually on the set, if you're in the actual audience sections, security have been told that people should not be watching the stream. We do not want to have any coaching going on during live play.
If you're in the splash zone, there's absolutely no watching of the stream. Okay, good to know.
Look at that, literally tied at the top. 66.6 million for both Danini and Nedelku. I love that, Tom pointing out that Statric is the bouncer unless it's Deb the Destroyer. I absolutely love Deb the Destroyer. She was heard shouting across the room. I think after someone eliminated her from the satellite for the ladies high roller, she's like, kind of like, ah, good game. I still want to shag your son.
That's the PG version anyway.
She is outrageous.
I have known Debs for as long as I've been involved with poker. And let me tell you, she just keeps getting better. Force to be reckoned with, a force of nature. Would make a fantastic bouncer for our rail as well.
That one time, though, that I was at the same table as her and Patrick, and she was just being so inappropriate with them. Bless Patrick. He doesn't fluster very easily, but he did not know what to say, where to look, what to do with himself. Five hands left to play at this level. 60 minutes until we take our next break. Smokey243 says, can't they get couched from someone watching at home?
Into couch?
So just to be clear, you can be coached by someone at the venue. You just can't do it during live play. So let's say, for example, you have got someone in Dublin who's watching the stream on your behalf, right? Looking at key hands, feeding back card information. Whilst we're at the table, whilst we're playing, nothing can take place. If you go outside on the break and confer with your friends, obviously you're going to get information.
Sure. Acceptable during those times, yeah.
I don't know if there are any couches at the venue you can use, but...
I mean, I think everyone at this table is trying to couch their opponents. Go home. Get in the couch. So you're done here.
Gazolfi opening with nines. Danini with a decision on the button with ace-jack suited.
So far, Danini has just been go, go, go. He is our chip leader as well. So let's go, go, go.
Smokey, you're obviously new to these parts. They can't use any electronic devices at the table. They cannot have headphones. They cannot have smartphones. They cannot have smartwatches. No means of communicating to anyone else.
They can't have smart rings.
Yes, they can.
I took mine off in Paris. I was being extra safe, James. I'm not even exaggerating. I don't even have it on right now.
Anything that can receive messages. Any way that someone can communicate with you. By the way, if they do an update to this ring, that it means it vibrates when you get a text message, I'm throwing it in the trash.
Oh, no, I really don't want that. That's not some image.
It's a fitness tracker. It's like a Whoop band, for example. A Whoop band, we let people keep those on because that's not a communication device. That doesn't give you any notification that you've...
Pete McDonald is asking about fax machines. Can you imagine getting a fax, someone paging you information on a fax live at the table?
What's frightening, Pete McDonald, is there are people in this chat, there are people watching this stream who have no idea what you're talking about.
Folding nines here, the shortest stack decides again. I would have got those chips in so fast, James.
Yeah, I kind of feel that was a bit of a tight laydown, but Gazolfi's going to save his 18 big blinds for what he perceives will be a better spot.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm being a bit facetious here. Understandable, the pressure is on. Gazolfi decides against it. Fair play. I just think that when the chip leader is 3-betting you as the shortest stack and you've got a hand as strong as 9s, you probably not only will have the best hand, you can also have some fold equity as well, which would be cool to pick up some chips at non-showdown. So get it in there, hope for the best, double up, and then go on to win the tournament easy.
Hugo, I'm glad you asked that question in the YouTube chat. We had this recently, so I think our team and the tournament staff are pretty good at looking out for the obvious, the phones, iPads, headphones, watches. But yeah, these smart glasses now, we had them, I think, if not in Paris, maybe it was in Prague. It was a recent EPT, and it took an orbit before we realized, oh, that person's got smart glasses on. They were removed.
Yeah, the entire team is pretty hot on that, though. Not just, you know, our floor staff, but the dealers here in the booth, we're keeping an eye out for it as well. Very little slips through the net, and when it does, it is rectified with immediate effect.
More chips for Danini, who extends his chip lead. Now playing 75.6 million. Nedelku still hovering around 64 million, so an 11 million chip advantage for the Italian. The glasses are removed, not the player, correct. And just to be clear, this is just belt and braces. We're pretty confident in the security measures we have in place, but why take the risk?
One fold. 3 fold.
Vagabondu says, I don't understand cheating. The harsh reality is, when there's money like this on the line, there are certain individuals who are going to try to exploit opportunities, who are going to employ nefarious methods to try and win. And it's been the case in poker since the game was created. Geico is open with 10s, Nedelku with ace-jack. So this is not dissimilar situation to the dynamic we had between Ghisolfi and Danini, but Nedelku does not 3-bet with ace-jack, he flats. Ghisolfi is going to call in the big blind with a dominated hand, queen-jack.
Very interesting spot now. Lots of overcards to fade for Geico.
Ace, king, 5. Top pair for Nedelku. The gut shot for Ghisolfi. Geico blocking that gut shot. And continuing into 2 opponents. I'm going to say this is bold.
It is bold. I'm expecting it to be like 1 big blind. Yeah, there we go. He, in fact, goes for 2. It's going to be super duper small. And, James, this is kind of part of why it's the kind of board that kind of range wants to bet. We had a conversation about this with David Lappin yesterday. Sometimes just betting your 10s here small is going to work out better through the streets than checking and kind of muddling up how the hand would otherwise play. Having said that, you know, each chip is very valuable here. I might find myself checking the 10s here to the flat from Nedelku. A great price for Ghisolfi to try and peel a 10 now, but I think still will err on the side of caution here.
So heads up to the turn. King of Hearts pairing the board. Nedelku now has 95% equity.
I think Geico just of the opinion that if he bets maybe 2 big blinds in the flop, there's enough in Nedelku's range and the big blind range that will just get away from ace, king, 5. Shut it down right here, right now. Can still turn a set. I know that's not going to happen often, but that's still part of the equation always. And now I do expect a bet from Nedelku quite often. Look at the size here as well, 2.5 into 11.5. Nice hand for Nedelku. Unlucky for Geico again. Couple encounters not going his way at this point.
Nedelku narrowing the gap between himself and Danini at the top of the leaderboard. Couple of short stacks now, Geico and Ghisolfi. And a reminder that once things wrap here in Dublin, we will be taking the European Poker Tour to Monte Carlo. And we are going to have 8 days of live streaming on the PokerStars YouTube channel. As usual, we'll cover the main event through to its conclusion, plus 4 days of high roller coverage. Now, if you look in the PokerStars live app, if you look at what's on the schedule for the first half of the EPT, you'll see some fun events in there that might just be making their way to your computer screens. Details to follow, but crucially, Sunday, May 3rd through to Sunday, May 10th, 8 days of live coverage from EPT Monte Carlo. We are excited to be bringing you that live action. You probably heard a noise there from our friend and colleague Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
Back in the booth.
What have I missed? How many players are left? Still 7?
Nope, we're down to 6.
What was the name of the show with Tim the Toolman?
Home Improvement.
Home Improvement. That was a perfect home improvement.
Final question on the subject of smart devices. Guarin said, has there anyone with a smart ring tried to play? Yeah, the Aura Ring is the most popular brand of smart ring. We have had many people at feature tables wearing Aura Rings. They can't receive any messages. They don't vibrate. They don't oscillate. They're purely a fitness tracker and sleep tracker. They're fine. As I said, if they then do a mod where it can buzz or it can vibrate, it can receive signals, then they won't be allowed. Simples.
There is no banning of smart vibes in the commentary booth. I just want everyone to know.
My favorite thing is
Joe. Hear, oh, again from me. It might not be just because of the EPT Monte Carlo promo.
My favorite thing about the Aura Ring is that Joe calls it a horoscope ring.
Yeah. No, it's a horoscope for rich people. You would go, oh, I know why I'm feeling moody today. My sleep score was 7.1. I pay $19.95 a month for this ring to tell me my mood.
Actually, it's only £5 a month.
Pocket jacks for Geico.
I wish you had done that joke before I bought one, Joe. Before I got conned by James Hartigan into buying one.
Oh, no wonder my vitamin D is low today.
I will never think of my smart ring the same now.
Raising pocket jacks with Geico can save you 15% or more on your next pot.
In the main event here we have 6 pairs remaining. The blinds have now gone up to 600,000, 1.2 million, with an ante of 1.2 million. 517,100 euro will be awarded to the winner and become the prestigious winner of the 2026 Irish Open.
Phil absolutely nailed what year it is. Sometimes I'll be in the middle of being like the 2020 and I'll be like, what year is it? 6. Irish Open.
I've lost track at this point. Which letters is it? Which year is it?
And then we used to call it the Irish Poker Open, but now it's the Irish Open. That still gets in my head sometimes.
Right. I mean, for ages I was calling it the IPO. I'm not allowed to call it the IPO. It has to be the Irish Poker. You know, there's a lot to handle.
Ooh, Gisolfi shipping ace-jack, the shortest stack, or the ace blank.
Got a sneaky hidden card there. Censored card, Joe.
It does tend to be one of the bigger cards with a broken sensor because people squeeze them pretty hard. Yeah, just like that.
How much? 15,200. 15,200,000.
It's like 12 big blinds, 13 big blinds.
It ain't much better than ace jack, I'll tell you that much. What was that, a 10, an 8, a 9?
Almost saw the undercard there.
That's why we slide deal on the EPT now, by the way. Don't take much.
That's right, Oregon. Commentators are like rock stars. Welcome to Seattle. No, bro, we're in Ireland.
We are like rock stars in that we're all going to die of liver failure.
Ah, tu? No, io no, non posso collare. Sì, certo che non puoi, c'hai 12 muri. 12 muri. Anch'io non ti posso collare.
Mi fa un piacere che poi perdo, va bene. Io sono contento quando pensi.
If you speak Italian, enjoy this table talk.
Se non pensi, non sono contento perché sei più forte.
Let's try it again. 2.4.
Let's try it again. Ace Jack this time for Palandiuk.
10 pass. 1 pass.
3 deuce for Danini. Don't like it. Ace 5 for Geico. Folding ace 5 there, so simple a caveman could do it. Geico.
Should have gone to Geico.
The Delku is going to peel with the clean diaper. I was really hoping that guy named Butt was going to get the dirty diaper.
Oh,
but
the setup never came.
Jack 8-6, top pair, top kicker for Palandiuk.
Yeah, it's really been going quite well for Vasil here. Playing a great game as well, it must be said. I'm assuming we would just always bet this flop now.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Maybe like 2 million. Don't have to go too cray-cray. Yeah, 2.2 is actually even better. That's exactly 1/3 of the pot. Expert sizing.
Expert sizing, expert raking, expert stacking. Our short stacks, once again, is half the field. Geico, Gazolfi, Makalinen, all with under 20 bigs. Makes things pretty fun for the chip leader, Danilo Danini.
I do feel for Oliver Geico, though. I feel like he's played a really good game over the last couple days. As we've rounded on the final table, though, he's played a lot of very sort of standardish pots, just not winning any of them, unfortunately. I think he's navigating it quite well, but sometimes when you're just not winning pots, you're not going to be able to do much.
He did have one very dubious call off with the bottom end of a straight against the top end.
I saw that hand. Yeah, that was a tricky one. That was a tricky one.
2.4.
Went with his guts, though.
Hey, Danini's acting like a chip leader.
Yeah, he's been pretty aggro, actually.
All right. Welcome to the game.
At least since I've been on.
Danilo Danini.
7 call.
Nadelku playing it cool against the other big stack.
Nadelku.
Palandiuk.
Getting some pretty fun pot odds here with the Ivan Kane 40 deuce club.
I would say in most scenarios, you could just go, I got a pretty suited hand here, let's just go crazy. But getting cooler at this point against one of those guys would be so catastrophic, and it's very easy to go flush over flush. A flush probably being the strongest thing you can most of the time expect to make with a hand like 4 deuce of hearts.
Steel wheel or nothing.
Yeah.
9, tray, and maybe the exact situation Nick was talking about. You're in here with 4 deuce, and you've got the second best flush draw, and you've got a paired board, and somebody's got a tray.
Yeah, so some of your equity eaten up, but also, you know, potentially up against bigger flush draws. Players flopping boats, and then you make a flush, and then they win a huge pot off you, that kind of thing. Obviously,
real sick.
In most cases in poker, you can imagine ugly setups, right? It doesn't have to be. We shouldn't always be looking for what could beat us just because it's what beats us, but putting yourself in situations.
No, that's how I play, and clearly this is where I sit.
Putting yourself in situations needlessly, I think, is not wise when there's so much money up top and these pay jumps are just behemoth.
Fiddlesticks asked, do they just take turns on having ace-jack? Kind of. The players take turns on having all the cards.
I think we all take turns having all the cards. Wise words, Joe.
Oh my goodness, quads for Danini. 4 threes. Nadelku checks. Give him a chance to hit an ace or a jack on the river, eh?
Why would you slow down? Your opponent is called in the small blind. They're going to have all the pairs that won't fold. They're not going to fold ace high some of the time. Don't slow down. No!
I mean, you can't go wrong by slowing down, I don't think.
It's not a
you can win less.
It's never a mistake. I just think when the Delku flats the small blind, he will end up having quite a few hands that will not want to be giving up, basically, is what I'm saying. So just keep putting some chips in the middle, build the pot a bit more, and then put the hurt on him when he hits the ace or the jack on the river. Ooh, that would feel so good.
Sure would. As it stands, still feels pretty good to have quads in this spot.
Once your opponent checks again here, I think the chances they have a pair are significantly hampered. And therefore, you know, going mega big here, maybe not as advisable. Having said that, it's the kind of spot where polarization makes sense. I mean, you've got a very well-disguised hand. Your opponent has shown interest. So having missed the turn bet, he does go for near full pot. I actually think check turn full pot river is totally cool. I think maybe even better is small bet flop, small bet turn, reassess river.
I think I'm betting. I'm going to try to underbet here. I'm going to bet like 800,000 on this river.
Well, so my point being, I think that if your opponent calls the flop here on such a dry, low board that we shouldn't have connected with very often, even ace-jack probably wants to call at least twice. So I don't think that we're getting as many folds as you might think on a turn barrel. But once we get to the river and our opponent checks, I'm kind of with you, Joe. It feels like our opponent has ace high more often.
They hit a queen, which is really unlikely that they're in there with that at that point.
Can still call with ace high, no doubt, but it's...
Is that Mrs. Danini?
Oh.
Hell yeah. So happy.
Oh, things you love to see.
I love a good partner on the rail.
I love railing my partner.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can't rail your partner at the Irish Open final table, when can you?
Got to show support. You got to show love.
Pot să dau mai fac și split. Cel mai rău din fac split cu azi 4. Lucrează așa.
I'm hoping we'll have a big turnout for the conclusion here. I mean, we're down to the final 6. We do have...
Did you say king conclusion? Because that would have been awesome.
King Kong conclusion.
Palandiuk with the king conclusion.
We do have a decent number out there already, but I'm hoping we're going to get some more.
Ugh.
Gisolfi, 15 big blinds.
Save your big blinds, buddy. Don't even peel this.
I feel like you have to peel it though, unfortunately.
Why? So you can flop a flush draw and go broke?
So you don't allow yourself to be exploited by this big stack. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think Gisolfi can do anything other than call. The hand's too strong, blind v blind. We can see it's the strong part of the range. And the flop.
King, Jack, 7, a club. Top set for Vassal.
I think Palandiuk's going to check. That's my prediction. We've been hot so far. I might be wrong.
It's kind of easy to get the amount right when you say check, but looks like checks are for the bank.
Yeah, never mind. Obviously, betting this flop is going to be advisable. Goes for 1.6, just a smidge over 1 big blind. I was thinking there was a chance that, as this is a board that we will do some checking with some of our medium strength hands, just to control the pot, having some of our super strong stuff at the very top would go in there as well. I'm sure it probably does at some frequency, but if you are going to have a bet...
What the hell's going on here?
We keep hearing that. Keep hearing that noise, I'm not sure. Does get the float from the queen 5 of clubs, picks up a flush draw on the turn.
Yeah, okay. Great. Frickin' great.
Now check.
Is there a board pairing club like the Jack of Clubs? Gross. Why would you even say that, Joe?
There you go. Sets the trap now. Goes for the 1 big blind, telling a very believable story. I bet small because I was bluffing. Now I'm shutting down. Now please turn your flush draw into a bluff. This is a very well set trap. You can imagine Gisolfi now putting chips in as a semi-bluff. He does have queen high, though, however. It should be noted, blind v blind, queen high does significantly have showdown. Yep, fair enough. Understandable.
I don't know why I was rooting against the set of kings, but I guess I was rooting for why you should fold queen 5 suited pre-flop. Now, Nick, I know you're right. I just got to stick to my guns, that's all. And I love playing results.
I mean, I love how you say that I'm right. Like, I have any confidence in that myself, but, you know.
And the results say queen 5 of clubs was a fold.
I'm just guesstimating here. Goes for 7 mil on the river. Hoping his opponent's going to call him with a jack or a 7, I think. Maybe even an ocho once in a while.
7 million. How many big blinds is that?
6-ish. It's exactly 6.
That's a lot of dimp. That's a lot of dimp.
I mean, it's half of Francesco's stack. Our last remaining qualifier. Our last remaining silver passer. Trying to get a live
silver
read.
pass. I keep forgetting about that. Wow, Gisolfi eating some time banks considering this queen high call. There goes the pass, I believe. Pass. Whew. That would have been just embarrassing.
So, nice pot for Vasil, Palandiuk, and Francesco is left with 11 big blinds. Still well in this game. Just needs to find some doubles here. 6 remaining in the Irish Open main event 2026.
Geico very close with 13 big blinds. McAleenan 16 big blinds. They're all pretty even. All on death watch. Which is good news if you're Danini or Nedelku. There's lots of free chips to be picked up in these situations. Just exerting that gentle pressure. You remember that gentle pressure we spoke about?
I do. How could I forget, Joe?
8 pounds, that's all it takes to tear off a human ear.
Oh, I thought we were talking about something else.
The same amount that it takes to open a can of soda. Geico all in with ace-10 from fairly early. Will anyone take a stand and try to knock out our 6th place finisher? Ace-7 suited for Vasil Palandiuk.
I think it's too much to call. Yeah.
And Geico gets it through. That puts Geico #1 of the short stacks. Or just #2, it looks like now. Thanks a lot for making an idiot out of me, leaderboard.
At least I think a lot.
Joke barely worked to begin with. It wasn't even accurate. $19 hands left at this level. They go pretty quick when you're 6-handed.
Really quick, Joe, question in Twitch chat. Out of sheer curiosity, is hand sanitizer readily available at these events? No, in sanitizer is readily available at all times, however.
We will make you insane at the drop of a hat.
Poker, widely regarded as the insanitizer.
Not enough if you keep getting that every time.
Plenty of that, guys. Don't you worry.
Peace. Everybody loves peace.
Gisolfi down to 11 bigs now. Has a couple of hands till that big blind comes back around. Nedelku. There we go. This is what I'm talking about. A little gentle pressure can win lots of chips this way. Unfortunately, King Queen from Palandyuk.
He's gonna 3-bet, Joe.
Gonna be good enough. Yeah, he's gonna go after that. What do I know?
A great combo to 3-bet with. And you know, Nedelku is going to be getting out of line here. Final table tings, like we can see.
Is this a great hand to 3-bet with because of the one big card, one low card properties of it?
Do you consider the queen the low card?
Yeah, the king is the big card and the queen is the low card.
Controversial take.
I'm sorry, do you think that a queen is higher than a king?
I feel like they're
in 2026. There's no wrong answer to that.
I feel like they're very equal.
They're pretty equal. I like that. I agree with that.
Nedelku could have a little flutter here. I think probably it would be cheeky. What do we call this?
Sickness. Sickness.
He just.
This is unreal.
Clicks it back.
Oh man. Narcissus, you are an impressive specimen. It is the year of Romania. No offense to the Italian Palandyuk, but man, oh man, what a move. So I went from being right to being wrong to being right again. I just want to say that. I said that he was going to manufacture chips with gentle pressure. That wasn't that gentle, though, so I take it back.
Clicky, clicky, gets it done.
Clicky, clicky. Gisolfi all in. Macalino with ace deuce. Probably can't do it. Probably can't do it. We can have a minute here, though. Just think about it.
14-2, yeah. 14-2. 1 pass.
King Queen suited feels like a. I mean, look, it's not necessarily to the chip leader's benefit to knock out the shortest stack. But King Queen suited so pretty, Nick.
I know, mate.
It's a beauty. It's one high card, it's one low card.
I have fallen foul to his charms many a time.
The thing is, I'm more of a fan of playing King Queen suited through the streets.
Queen.
Queen, indeed.
Where the queen comes first.
That's right. Or at least is equal.
Queen.
Giannini does call.
Oh my goodness. This is a bit of a spin here. Gisolfi all in for like smidge over, he's got about 12 bigs.
All in.
Gisolfi is at risk, is a slight favorite in this situation.
Danilo Donini, who shows King Queen, and Francesco shows Ace Jack. So King Queen of Hearts versus the all-in player of Francesco with Ace Jack, Ace of Diamonds, Jack of Clubs.
I do kind of think King Queen is a bit wide at this stage in the event, Joe, but fair play to him, giving him a spin.
Is all in for his tournament life.
This is pretty dreamy for Gisolfi. Chance to get well back in this event right now with the best hand.
And the flop is
King in the window.
King 8-7.
Gisolfi way behind now.
Danilo has taken the lead here, and Francesco needs to hit to stay in the Irish Open. It's an 8 of diamonds, so it's an ace and an ace only to keep Francesco in the Irish Open. It's a queen. Ladies and gentlemen, we lose in sixth place tonight with a value of €105,070 for finishing in sixth place. Please give him a huge round of applause. Let's hear it for Francesco Gisolfi.
6 figures for sixth place finisher Francesco,
well played, sir, and finishing sixth in the Irish Open on behalf of JP McCann and Paul O'Reilly. Thank you for your participation and congratulations to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 5 players. The blinds are 600,000, 1.2 million, with antes of 1.2 million. The next player that vacates the final table in 5th place will win themselves a very cool €136,650. 5 competitors taking each other on to see who wins not only over €500,000 in prize money, but to become the Irish Open champion for 2026.
Thank you to the Cracked Kingpin, keeping things lively down on the floor. Phil Baker. Just to reiterate, everyone now guaranteed more than 130,000. Augustarmo asks, what was the buy-in for this tournament? It was €1,000.
1,000 European dollars.
Delku in the small blind is going to limp in. Vassal checks. 2 Italians left in this field. 1 Irish, 1 German, 1 Year of Romanian. Delku pairs his 2.
Yep, just probably firing here quite often. I think checking is probably not out of the question with bottom pair, but Polandiuk doesn't look like he's fussed to try and make this work for him. Not enough.
Where's the cheer? They lost. What the hell?
Yeah, we got to get the rail hyped out there.
Well, I think they're probably waiting on McAleenan to maybe double up. 14 big blinds for the last Irish competitor.
I feel like if McAleenan can start getting it moving now, we might see more of the Irish contingent out for pumping it up.
You have more than 100?
I don't count. Now.
I hate to say it, but I think they've got to pump it up.
Danini with 8-7 of diamonds. All right, here he comes. Here comes the chip leader. Geico folds now the official shortest stack, but basically even with McAleenan.
95.
Not bad. That's 7.
I'll take those, thank you. 84 bigs for Danini before he posts the big blind here. Oliver Geico will be FTA, first to act.
It's more than 90 for sure.
As you can see,
Probably 90.
a smidge of difference between Geico and McAleenan.
Well into the 6-figure scores now, guys, but you can't help at this stage but think, if I could just run good a little bit longer.
Or if someone else could run horribly bad.
Yeah, exactly. Geico has a hand, and his short is all in.
I sure hope that Danini doesn't wake up with a monster like King Queen. No monster, I saw deuce.
No monstro.
A duce. Duce is Duke, I think. A due.
You spent much time in Italy before, Joe?
You know, Griffin asked me the exact same question with the exact same wording.
Oh, yeah?
I have been to Italy a few times, but I haven't spent much time in Italy.
I really like Italy.
That makes sense.
I've been there a couple times. I've been to Positano and the Amalfi Coasts.
I've never really been there as a tourist. Like, I've been there for the poker tour a few times to San Remo, which is like barely different than Monte Carlo, or barely different than Monaco, the south of France.
I understand.
And then I went once for a wedding, and it was freaking amazing.
Yeah.
But, I just did wedding stuff. I didn't really see much of the culture.
I mean, I did wedding stuff. I went to a wedding in Tuscany, and I have to say it was one of the most beautiful weddings I've ever been to, and it was just the bomb. The food was the bomb. The wine was the bomb. It was all good.
I went to Phil Sternheimer's wedding. Macalinen all in with ace-queen. Probably going to get through. Indeed will get through. Yeah, I went for Phil Sternheimer's wedding, and I can't even tell you how much money they spent on this wedding. And I would say 3 of the meals that I had there were like top 10
meals ever.
3 of the top 10 meals I've ever had in my life.
Yeah. Actually, having said that, I was there for a wedding in Positano as well, and I don't even want to know how much was spent on that. My goodness. Talk about picturesque.
Nick asks, Griffin, you going to be on the big game this season? Griffin? 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 Griff? Well, he's keeping quiet about it if he is. 9-6 of spades for Danini. Yeah, look at that. 2.5 million. So many starting stacks. Man, I want to say something really snarky to this poker question.
I swear to God, I was going to say what you
How do you guys get invited to such fancy destination weddings? Please teach us. Since I don't know who's actually asking the question at Poker Org, I'll say that be likable would be my advice for getting invited to fancy destination weddings. Be someone would like to have at your wedding. Top pair for Nedelcu, flush draw for Danini.
Wait. 3 bet 2.8.
Exciting flop indeed. As Danini continues. Nedelcu with a flashy splash call. And Danini drills the turn.
Wow.
Nedelcu maybe not drawing dead?
Potentially not drawing dead. Could have a larger spade hidden. Could have
King 4 of clubs is something people would call with.
Could have
in the
a
big
set.
blind.
Could have 2 pair. I would say the set is highly unlikely. However, given the fact it was raised call pre-flop.
King 3, King Deuce of clubs.
Let's take a look at what happens. Danini slowing down.
Goes check, check. Rivers and ace. No paired board.
This is the second encounter between these two where Danini has a very good hand and potential to continue to build the pot on the turn, but missed the opportunity previously with the quads versus Nedelcu's ace-jack high. It was tray 9, tray, tray. Missed the turn bet. When you turn the flush in this situation, I don't think it's ridiculous to check. Of course, we want to trap some of the time. However, when your opponents will have pair plus flush draw combos, potentially a king, potentially pocket pairs that they're still willing to fold, maybe a hand even as strong as like 8s or 9s with the 9 of spades or 8 of spades, I think you might be missing a barrel. Now, they can't have the 9 of spades with the 9 of spades because 9s with the 9 of spades because he has 9-6 of spades.
Nedelcu quickly called that big bet on the river, went 3/4 pot.
Yeah.
And got called. Danini wins a massive pot here. 27 million chip pot, profiting 14.5 million in the hand. Danilo Danini, over 100 million chips.
And kudos. Kudos to Danini. The check does merit value on the river.
Nedelcu pays it off. Still second on the leaderboard, but drops to 47 bigs.
No problem. No problem.
The trap is rewarded. Can't help but wonder what might have happened had we seen the barrel. Did we see what the other cards were, Joe? Did he show the King X?
Did not see the other card.
Okay, well, I guess we'll never know. Still a lovely pot.
It's really unlikely that it was Ace King or Kings, guys, but two pair is entirely possible.
Exactly.
Especially with the speed of that call.
Exactly.
One pass. 3 pass.
In any case, on we go.
Thank you, Bagabondu, for translating. He was saying "neo problema," which I heard as "new problem," but apparently means not a problem.
7 call, 8 check.
Pie Face with an interesting theory that maybe it was King 5 for a straight.
Yeah, potentially.
That would certainly be a quick call there.
If it was King 5, then yeah, the barrel turn would have built an even larger pot. But look, honestly, really not a large criticism of Danini's strategy. I think checking the turn some of the time is perfectly fine. And at least did manage to get some value on the river as a result of it. But if it was a hand like King 5, probably 2 barrels successful. And then river is even bigger because it's a portion of the overall pot at that stage, which is inflated by turn barreling.
This hand has quickly gotten to the river. Nedelcu bets with the best of it. Gets a quick fold. But crucially, recovers quickly, picks up another quick pot.
Yeah, Nedelcu, little sigh there. Still second in chips, though. Still looking really good here at the Irish Open. And all eyes are now on McAleenan and Geico. 14 and 13 big blinds, respectively. Can they find a spin?
Danini elects to fold the ace-2 suited and would have run into ace-king suited. As chip leader with short stacks, I don't know how you pass on opening ace-2 suited.
Oh, wow, yeah. Honestly, I really thought
and this
that
would have been a disaster.
I mean, he could just raise fold it, though. I think missing any suited ace as an open as the chip leader, it does seem a bit unusual, though, for sure.
I heard the chips flying into the pot. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was a fold, like.
Tibor on YouTube chat says, checking the turn is not fine with the effective stacks. When you turn a flush, you just miss so much value. Come on, Nick, you know better than that. I'm saying I advocate for a turn bet. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that the check sometimes will trap weaker hands than King X and potentially find some heroes on the river. I'd be interested to see what the true EV comparison would be, but don't get me wrong. I am advocating for turn barrel when you make a big hand like that, and that's probably what we do most of the time.
I'm advocating for what happened, which worked out pretty well.
I'm also okay with that too. Here we go, pocket nines. How can you not be all in?
The McAleener Neener moves it in.
See, Somik says the results speak for themselves. Yeah. But we don't know what the other results would have been, so we can't compare them. Big results guy. Anyway, pocket nine shoves, gets it through. Nice work.
Hendon Mob doesn't keep track of who missed a turn bet.
I mean, in some ways it kind of does.
Keep track of the results.
It kind of does, though. He kind of does, in a very roundabout way. I know, Sisomik, I know. All good. In an extremely roundabout way. Handed Mob is just a website about who missed the turn bet.
Ace queen for Palandyuk.
2.4. One pass.
Pump it up.
3 pass.
Queen deuce off. I feel like this is one we can fold, and we do.
Finally. Congrats. Good job.
9 hands left at this level. A few more hands before the break. I don't think we'll hit the new level before the break hits this time. Remember, once we get to the final table, we go by number of hands. Prevent people from stalling or trying to whack each other with the big blind.
2.4.
Ace queen again for Palandyuk.
1 pass.
Pretty good. Pretty happy to pick this up 5-handed. Danini, 6-4 suited. He's like, I like spades now. I think I like spades.
Got an eye for spades.
I don't think this re-raise is going to work out for him.
I mean, problem is it's really hard for Palandyuk to just bang it in his face, but it's not impossible when we're this short-handed.
He's like, oh, why me?
Honestly, this is a really tough spot. Ace-queen looks pretty, but imagine just getting this wrong pre-flop against aces or kings, and you're like, oh.
Yeah, I mean, he is.
I guess I'm not winning the Irish Open.
Chips, and crucially, the lowest stack that isn't technically a short stack. So protecting these chips is really important.
I think this is super baller from Danini, and as he's a bit more of an unknown entity, you're not going to feel as confident just like 4-bet jamming this one. I don't even know if 4-bet jamming is even the right size, to be honest, but you take my point, right? We're not going to be as confident playing solver approved here. Guy in the background protecting his tells, by the way.
Does he look sick to you? Because I feel sick.
I would feel sick about this spot.
I feel absolutely sick about this.
Calling feels tough. Raising feels tough.
Folding feels weak as hell.
It does. Oh man. Okay, I'm not gonna say any more.
Palandyuk does just call.
I mean,
so we're going to like a 20 million chip pot right now.
Is it just me?
18 million?
Is it just me, Joe, or did he just look like a man that hates this putting those chips in though?
He did not. He looked green.
He looked green.
And Danini flops 2-pair.
Oh my God.
Flops ace queen, almost dead.
Yeah. Look, Danini has been playing an unconventional style, but honestly, I think the 3-bet here pre-flop is extremely good. You know, it's even better than that. Flopping 2-pair after you make the move with the 6-4 spades, that's extra good.
This is next level.
Now, Danini has generally been one to size up. He likes to size up his bets.
You got to size it up.
Don't you know size it up? 10 million is a huge continuation bet in the 3-bet pot, but it will get the job done.
I mean, the good news for Palandyuk is at least that hand is over.
At least it didn't come queen 6-4. My goodness, that would have been absolute hell.
No more. No more.
So Danilo Danini continues his reign of terror at nearly 120 million in chips. That is half the chips in play right now.
Yeah, I have to say I really dig the 3-bet pre-flop there, though. I think that's a really cute spot to get out of line. And honestly, on a different day, I think maybe Ace-Queen might even just consider folding that pre. He's just a bit of a wild card, and he's playing into it. Well done.
Ace-Queen has got to be the costliest hand in the history of poker.
I absolutely hate Ace-Queen.
3 passes. 4 passes.
Geico's folded, as has Danini onto the blinds. Nedelku, I think, said all in. Or maybe just said raise. That would have been pretty crazy to go all in with the next biggest stack next to him, but who knows? Whatever it was quickly over.
Cheers, folks. Thank you. Go for a pint.
Rado on YouTube asks, what is the first prize? We're paying out in euros this year. Thank you for your question.
They had enough last night.
Pocket tens for Geico. This move so simple a caveman could do it.
All in. 4. All in.
Me have tens. Me move all in.
Will the chips go to Geico?
Oh, Eddie. Oh, Daryl.
7 pass, 8 pass. 1 pass.
I'll take those. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you. 6-7.
6-7.
6-7.
6-7.
I'm still doing it, but my heart's not in it anymore.
Nah.
You know what it is? I need Patrick.
Yeah, it winds him up more, and that makes it more
so cute
fun.
when he does the little thing with his hands. Oh, I thought that was a dance move, but it was just a back crack. Fassel folds Janina. Ooh, and would have run into Quidge.
Gene?
Jaqueen.
Gene?
Gene's not bad. Jaqueen.
Jaween?
Jolene to the tune of Jolene.
Jolene.
Yeah.
Jolene.
Queen high flop for Jolene. Danini with bottom pair. Can we get any value? We're not going to try. We're going to check. Try to get a bluff out of Danini, and it's going to work.
3 bet. 1.5 million.
Small. Just above a min bet.
Now, Makalinin, 15 big blinds behind the shortest stack here after the action we've just seen, is just going to call. Honestly, a check raise there is probably not completely ridiculous.
Danini now with a gut shot to go with bottom pair. G. Wood says Danini goes broke here. That would be... I've never seen anything like it.
That would be wild.
That'd be the equivalent of Makalina moving all in and then putting his car keys and his watch on the table and Danini being like, I call.
Check, check.
Check, check. So no improvement for Danini. Board doesn't get super scary for Makalina either. Might be time to go for a little value.
Makalinen is going to bet 3 million chips. Never mind, he's checking.
He does check. Interesting. And he's sort of playing off Danini's image, I think, that he might try to bluff there.
Very strange. Understandably cautious, however, I should say. Just didn't want to get busted with the one pair at this stage in the event, so appreciate being more cautious with the queen jack.
That's for next time.
I know. There's a reason I done it.
I think quite often when your opponent sort of bets flop, checks turn, though, they do end up having medium strength showdown. So maybe a little bet on the river there.
Gentlemen, this will be our final hand before
Thank you, Philip.
On the main event at our final 5 players.
Poker Bros says Andy Finney has decreed Queen Jack to be known merged as Quack. Also fine.
Quack is good.
How about, what did you say earlier? What did we turn kings into? Concussion?
Conclusion.
Conclusion. And Nedelku has raised with one other king. King 5 of hearts. That 5 being the broken card, maybe. Might have been the other card that Nedelku had and did have a straight when he snap called.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now on a 20-minute break in the main event. We still have nearly 1.4 million euro to be sorted out between these 5 gentlemen at the feature table. Still 517.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now on a break of the main event. We still have 1.4 million euros to be sorted from the players at this table. Chip counts as they stand, still a couple of short stacks, but this has been all about Danilo Danini. With half the chips in play, blinds will remain as they are. Breaks do not necessitate a jump in blinds anymore, but we are going to jump to break. We'll be back in 20 minutes with more from the 2026 Irish Open.
First to act, Gilles Bernier's online qualifier, only non-pro at this final table.
It's his first ever EPT. Hi.
Dmitry Abanovich, ace 10 of clubs.
This kid won all of the side events last year. Not even old enough to play in Vegas. He's a bit of a wonder kid.
He's raised it to 110,000. Folded around to Reece Jones, the short stack in the big blind. Well, Jones is dominated with ace 9. But he's going with it. He shoves.
Ace 10 is probably the bottom end of Dimitri's calling range, but I think he goes for it. Come on, they're suited.
Another 610,000 to call, and he does call.
No time for love, Dr. Jones.
Good luck, guys.
Reece Jones at risk and behind.
Domination Nation Urbanovich.
So he could be down to 5 unless Jones gets lucky. Oh, a 10 high flop. Now less than a 1% chance of survival for Jones.
He's gonna have to get real lucky.
That's not a very good flop.
Understatement of the year. A little bit of hope on the turn. 9 of clubs or the 9 of spades works for Reece Jones. 2 cards can save him. He doesn't hit.
Good. Great game. Good game. Good game.
And Reece Jones is eliminated.
Good game.
Oh, Dimitri, you barely not teenager, you.
The Polish pro who dominated season 11 of the EPT up to 6 million in chips. While Reece Jones cashes for 119,450 euros. So Ivanovic has stepped away from the table for a second. Actions on Cully Sadu in the cutoff. He's got ace-6. It's a raise from late position to 110,000. Kamatakis on the button with Jack-10 suited.
This guy, Kamatakis, he's a real hoot. Streams poker online, brings the average age on that site up to almost 19.
He re-raises. It's a 3-bet to 310,000.
It looks like he seems pretty intent on proving he can run with the big dogs.
Action is back on Sadu.
I'm on in.
He shoves on Kamatakis.
I'm gonna assume Cully's got some kind of read on the Greek because this is a little nutso for that many chips. I wasn't that crazy about this 3-bet in the first place, and this is exactly why.
Billy Chataway front and center of the Cully Sadu supporters section.
I really like this Iliadorus guy, but he needs to make like a tree and fold.
Eh? Anywho, Kamatakis passes. And Sadu shows a card.
Oh, the 6.
Sixes are good there.
Kalima. Kalima. Kalima, Shatide.
Meanwhile, Mustafa Kanat has just showed up to collect his 25k high roller trophy.
Cooley. Let's go, Cooley, let's go!
Cully finished second to Mustafa in a high roller in Barcelona, so I'm not sure if that was real or a needle.
Blinds are up to 30,000, 60,000. Local boy Patrick Clark has King 10 under the gun.
Patio Clark, let's do this.
The 2014 Irish Open winner raises to 140k. Ilios Kamatakis is now the short stack. He folds the button. Gilles Berniez in the small blind. Has a dominating hand, King Queen.
Does he look familiar to you? I kind of want to call him Steve No Dwyer.
Looks like he's hyperventilating.
Why is he breathing like that? What is the altitude of Dublin?
Someone get him a paper bag. Well, he's called the raise. Ivanovic has folded the big blind. We're going heads up to the flop. Well, there's a king. And a 10. Top pair for Berniez, but 2 pair for Clark.
Sick, from dominated to dominating. And can we get this guy a scuba tank?
Action check to the pre-flop aggressor. Clark continues with the best hand. Observed by his girlfriend, Kelsey Goodman.
More like Kelsey Goodwoman. Hashtag everyday sexism.
Berniez continues with the breathing and calls the 175,000.
Top pair, awesome kicker, gotta call.
4 diamonds puts a potential flush out there.
Can you breathe? Can you breathe?
Berniez checks for a second time. And Clark checks behind.
Come on, dude, you gotta bet that.
And it's a queen on the river. Berniez now with a better 2 pair.
King Queen should probably bet now.
No, he checks for a 3rd time. Looks like Clark's gonna go for value. 425,000.
Kelsey, I'm sorry. This should be a snap call. As soon as he catches his breath.
There's the call. And Clark will see he got rivered.
Nailed it. That's the saddest I've seen a group of Irish people since the time Bono went vegan.
So Gilles Berniez, the German amateur, building a stack. Blinds are still 30,000, 60,000. It's Gilles who's posted the big blind here. And I tell you what, Joe, let's play along with the amateur. We're only going to see his cards. We are going to sweat with Gilles.
He's already out of breath. Why not sweat with him?
Ivanovic is first to act. He folds. Clark's out. Round to the small blind. Cully Sadu, 8th place finisher at EPT 10 London.
Ooh.
Raises to 175k. So Gilles' hand is ace deuce of hearts.
A call here would be totally standard.
He does call. The flop is ace high, ace 9 tray.
Well, against just the small blind, I like our hand a lot.
No c-bet from Sidhu.
Having said that, there's not much to protect against and not much we can get value from.
Gilles checks behind. 7 on the turn.
After we check back the flop, there's lots of hands Sidhu would bet here.
Into a pot of 390,000. He makes it 260,000.
But I still think a flat call is just about our only move. He's gonna get there.
There's the call. The river card is a 5.
Morning.
And Sidhu shoves!
Such a big bet. Wow.
Nearly 1.5 million into 910,000.
Sidhu's not really supposed to be bluffing here. I liked our hand at first. I no longer like it. His breathing's normal now that he's facing it all in. That's kind of weird.
Chaz Chatter on the left has joined Cully Sidhu's rail.
I call.
Gilles calls.
2 pair.
2 pair is good. Cully's hand, ace 5.
Like a rambly voicemail, that was not a great call.
Maka was wrong.
I guess you could say that rail is anything but melancholy.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Now's when the real poker starts.
Action folded around to the blinds. Gilles Bernier's in the small. Ace queen suited.
7.2.
Dimitri's getting annoyed with Johnny Lamaze over there, but he's no amateur at having great friends. Meet Sven and Nick.
Bernier's limps in. Abanovic has got pocket 8s.
This is kind of a cooler blind versus blind, especially since these are the 2 biggest stacks.
I think Darth Vader's going to see a raise from Abanovic.
I wonder if he has the bends.
300,000. Bernier's counting out a re-raise. He 3-bets to 905,000.
Bernier's limps 3-bets. Dimitri's gonna know he's got a big one, but 8s are probably too big to fold.
I'm all in.
Abanovic shoves.
And his breath is caught. Not normal.
Call.
Bernier's calls, and we're off to the races.
Like Bono versus Sinead O'Connor, one of these 2 hands has the slight mathematical advantage.
It's a coin flip that Bernier's needs to win to survive.
Ace. Yeah, vamos a ver.
Come on, ace!
The flop is king 7-5. 8 still ahead. 6 immediate outs for Gilles Bernier's. The turn card is an ace.
No, man, classic Sven.
Bernie is doubles up, unless there's an 8 on the river. It's a jack.
Come on! Weekend at Bernier's.
And that hand means that Gilles has taken the chip lead from Dimitri. He's the new final table boss.
And he is fired up.
Ist ein Call gegen ihn.
Ja, ist es auch.
Ist ein Call gegen ihn.
Abanovic down to 3.3 million. Gilles Berniers up to nearly 8 million.
I'm afraid his heart might explode.
Action here is on Dmitry Abanovic. With Jack 9 off, he raises to 180,000. Pocket fives for Patrick Clark.
Patrick is the shortest stack, but he's still got over 30 big blinds, so I don't think he has to rip it in here.
He calls on the button. Kali Sadu folds the small blind. Gilles Berniers with ace 3 of spades in the big blind.
Getting a great price. It's less fun to make fun of his breathing now that I know he's terrified.
He calls. And we've got three-way action. The flop is King 10 deuce. Clark still has the best hand. Abanovic with a gut shot. Berniers with a couple of backdoor draws.
Yeah, I kind of like Urbanovic here. Best draw and probably the best shot at winning this hand with a bet.
He continues for 235,000. Gets the best hand to fold. Berniers not done with this. He check raises to 605k.
While I'm somewhat impressed with the aggression, I'm not sure that any better hands would actually fold here. It's kind of random. I don't know if ace-queen would even fold.
Wow, what sorcery is Sven employing to keep that drink in the air?
Sven Gali? Now, if you're an amateur who's terrified to the point of hyperventilation every hand, you're probably perfectly content to fold out the worst hand on the flop, so I actually do understand this.
He does get a fold, and he's now playing around 10 million. As he gets the better of the most accomplished player at the table.
Whoops.
Lines are up to 50,000, 100,000 with a 10,000 ante. Action on Gilles. He's on the button. And he's got queens.
I guess the one advantage of breathing like the maniac on the other end of the phone every single hand is that no one knows if you've ever got an actual hand that warrants it.
$225k from Hufflepuff. Ace deuce for Clark, the shorty in the big.
All in.
He shoves.
Call.
And gets called.
Clark is behind, but all it takes is an ace. We've all been there.
A lot of support here in Dublin for the last remaining Irishman.
Ace ball one time. Good luck, man. Yeah.
Do it for Ireland. Do it for Kathy Ireland.
Come on.
Don't worry, Gilles. Nick and Sven are still on your side. Everyone else is calling for an ace. Here comes the flop. There's a queen. 2 clubs, and Clark has the ace of clubs.
Man, 5% equity seems high. It's very likely to be 0 on the turn.
My nerves are already there.
The turn card is another club. We have ourselves a sweat.
Just needs a club, or in a certain 4-color deck, a 3-leaf clover.
8 out. All of Ireland calling for a club. Any club but the 5. It's a spade. And Patrick Clark is out in 4th.
Boom! Boom! Well done, well done. Sorry. No, you played very nice, really.
The local lad cashes for nearly 200 grand.
No pot of gold, but maybe a pint of stout.
Meanwhile, Berniers is up to nearly 13 million. He has a stranglehold on this tournament.
Welcome back to Dublin in the year 2026, where we are covering the Irish Open presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. The final table of the main event continues with 5 players now competing for the trophy and the first prize of more than €500,000. I'm James Hartigan. Alongside me here at the RDS is Griffin Benger.
Here I am, and here is the final 5 players, Irish Open 2026. Let's go.
Approximately half the chips in play for the chip leader. Danilo Donini playing 115 million, which is just shy of 100 bigs at the current blind level. Narcis Nedelcu with about half that. Vasil Palandiuk playing 31 big blinds, just shy of 20 bigs for Daryl McAleenan. And the short stack right now is the German player Oliver Geico with 14 big blinds. We're still at 600k, 1.2 million for another few hands. And a reminder that with 5 players remaining, everyone has locked up 136k, 177 grand for fourth, nearly €250,000 for third place, more than 320k for the runner-up, and the winner's going to get €517,100 and will be presented with the 2026 Irish Open Main Event Trophy. A different design to the one you received in 2017, Griffin.
Yeah, I would say so, absolutely. And look, it's a lot more players now and a lot more money up top to win. It's just phenomenal, this turnout. Over 5,000 entries into a 1K buy-in. An incredible room here at the RDS. Just people love the Irish Open, and this means so much to the players.
Yeah, 5,003 total entries, total prize for €4.8 million. Here we are on the final day, the final 5 at the final table. Action resuming. Just to address a couple of things from the break, EPT Dublin 2016 was played in the same venue, not the same room, but was at the RDS. Gilles Bernier is that guy with the weird breathing thing. A year later, he was on my flight to Panama. I'm assuming he was going to the PokerStars event there as well. And when they did the safety demonstration and they did the line, you know, if the cabin runs out of oxygen or if you have trouble breathing, Marcel dropped down, and I basically just looked over him and he smiled.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's great.
At the main event final table with our final 5 players. Winner receiving €517,100. Still over €1.4 million in the prize pot for the final 5 players. Ladies and gentlemen, we wish each of the 5 players the very best of luck as we get into this segment of the main event. Dealer, shuffle up and deal.
That is Phil Baker, our master of ceremonies, the crack den kingpin himself.
You know, I kind of regretted that he called it a prize pot, because it's like prize pool, right? But I think if you're going to call it a pot anywhere, this is where you do it.
Phil Baker does things Phil's way. Look at that muffin he's going to munch on.
What was that folded hand? Was it 8-9? It looked like 9-9 to me. Maybe I missed it. Going crazy over here.
Instead, we have ace-queen in the small blind for Oliver Geico. And he is all in. Narcis Nedelcu is in the big blind with ace-queen of diamonds. And he is going to call. So Geico at risk, but unless something nasty happens, you know what's going to happen.
Disappointment in your
Ace-queen
face.
suited against ace-queen suited. The all-in player is Oliver Geico with ace-queen of hearts, called by ace-queen of diamonds, and that is...
Let's just have a sweat for gigs.
No, Griffin, let's not.
Why not?
Only an opposing flush will knock the player out. On the flop it is...
boring.
No sweat.
It's game over on the flop. It's 6-2-2, 2 spades. On the turn, 3 of clubs. on the river. It's a 7 of diamonds, chop pot.
Diamond.
Still 5 players.
Do it, Phil, do it. He's not going to, so we have to.
All right.
It is a chop pot, Griffin. You know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop pot. You did it weird there.
You said everyone's a chop pot.
I said everyone loves a chop pot. Want to do it again?
Yes. You know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot. What are you doing? You're doing something weird on purpose.
I'm not doing something weird on purpose. Don't troll me.
I'm not. Oh, we're getting bad reviews.
Understandably.
This is bad Yelp reviews going on right
You
now.
had it and you lost it, Griffin.
No. You did something to me there. See, and you know this is a whole
dude.
This is a whole cry wolf situation.
Griff went all Grafton on the first one.
No.
0.5 for Griffin.
No, everyone loves a chop pot. I do it normally. I did it normal.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Yes, I was doing it.
Okay.
1 fold, 3 fold.
I'm now standing up out of protest. I will still do my job, but I refuse to sit until the next chop pot.
Nedelku with the Spraggy in the small blind, ace-7 offsuit. It's going to raise to 4 million.
Yeah, all the reasons to go after the big blind here, who's sitting third in chips off 29 blinds. The other two players less than 20, so you want to be raising almost 100% of range here. Happens to have ace-7, but a very playable 10-8 suited. We're going to see a flop.
Ooh, king 9-7.
Spicy.
Yeah, open-ended versus a pair of 7s.
It's hard to know what feels natural here for Delku. Yeah, I think a check. Just because you're expecting a lot of continues for Plandiak, a lot of the time is going to be ahead. A lot of King X type hands, 9X type hands in range. So you're probably not going to force many folds on this flop, so you may as well just check. Might start going for some protection now. But I think still would be justified in another check. You really just want to get to the river and get out of here with this third pair. And now Vasil, recognizing he's working with quite a capped range and he has a hand that has a good amount of equity. So he starts betting. Wouldn't be surprised. Looks to be about 3-6.
Nedelku, undeterred, calls with a 7, taking this hand to the river, which is the 5 of clubs. So the board gets a little bit straighter, a little bit flushier, but ace-7 is still good.
Yeah, and kind of a brutal card to bluff, I think, for Plandiak. Oh, you know what? He's going to say,
wow, with the ace of clubs.
So this is very interesting, this 1.8x shove. I know you're sitting there thinking, why did he do that? He had a 7. Well, certainly Plandiak could have been checking back the flop with a king or a 9. And very difficult to call once the clubs come in and you have the ace of clubs. So that's a pretty advanced bluff. It might seem unnecessary, but actually in practice, I think it's going to be quite effective, even against sort of top of the 1 pair value range for his opponent.
So Nedelku chips up to nearly 65 million. He's now hovering around the 50 big blind mark. We do have 2 short stacks at the table. Daryl McAleenan playing 17 bigs, Oliver Geico playing 14 bigs, and the blinds are going to be going up in a couple of hands' time. Oh, Kiwi Special is back after 1 hour of sleep. So we call a power nap. So we continue five-handed action at the final table of the 2026 Irish Open main event. And right now, Griffin and I are joined by Dara O'Kearney. Dara, how are you doing?
Doing well, thank you. We're on a dinner break in the triathlon, so I thought I'd pop in and see how you guys are getting on.
Okay. If anything significant happens in this hand, we'll get back to it. But just very quickly explain the triathlon concept. Three different variants of poker?
Three different, two quite similar though.
Okay.
Tournament starts 8 max. Then when it gets down to 48, it changes to heads up.
Right.
For 2 rounds. So it goes from 48 down to 12. And then you're left with 12 and it goes 6 max. So you have 2 tables of 6.
Okay, so all no limit hold'em. There's
all no limit hold'em.
Fine.
Correct.
And what stage are you at the moment?
We've just got to 48, so we're going to heads up.
Okay.
And that's why they sent us on a dinner break, because they need to sort out the pairings for the heads up and all that stuff.
Got it.
I think it put a lot of people off because people thought they were going to have to go out and swim in the river or something, but...
I mean, it's not beyond the realms of possibility. We've seen some weird stuff at the Irish Open in recent years.
Yeah. I would have been a better flop for you last time.
In addition to the triathlon, there's also the Liam Flood Memorial Tournament today. There's a €250 no limit hold'em turbo that's just started. But it is coming to an end, and I feel like yet again, it's been a pretty successful festival.
I think it's been incredibly successful. I think the atmosphere has been amazing. The fields have been huge, more foreign visitors than ever, and a lot of the organizational problems that they had in previous years have been wrinkled out. So even though it's been bigger than ever, it's actually been very well run.
So this is the last hand at the 600K 1.2 million blind level. And it's ace-8 for Polandiuk on the button. With the action folded to him, he raises. Makes it 2.4.
How are you, Derry? Good to see you.
I'm good. Good to see you, Griffin,
Yeah.
too. Haven't actually seen you yet.
Yeah.
Thankfully, you tapped my good shoulder as well, not my bad.
Oh, yeah? Oh, I think I may have read something about this.
Yeah.
I love the way that wherever you go, Dara, you have a personal assistant.
Well, David Lappin is great in that. He's been my valet now for 15 years.
He's your little Lappin dog, huh?
Jack 10-10 on the flop. Donini defended the big with 9-5 of clubs. Polandiuk still ahead with ace high.
Yeah, I have to admit I don't know anything about Donini except that my friend June Jenkins played with him on, I think, her first table, and she predicted he was going to go far, so shout out to June for that.
Polandiuk continuing the flop.
It's kind of a vibe to shuffle the time bank cards.
I was going to say.
It's just like the master of time.
He folds, and we go up a level.
The blind levels have now increased. Your small blind is now 600,000. Your small blind is now 800,000. Your big blind is now 1.6, and your ante of 1.6 million. 800,000, 1.6 with an ante of 1.6. Levels have now increased. Final 5 players in the Irish Open 2026 main event.
Level 40 of the main event. 24 hands to play at this level. And that is going to put pressure on Oliver Geico, who now drops below the 10 big blind mark after posting in this hand. That's right, Ruffy. The big blind ante is getting painful. Daryl McAleenan is the second shortest stack. He has 12 bigs to start the hand. Queen Jack on the button.
Kind of a weird one here, actually. What do you think, Dara? 12 bigs. You're fourth in chips. Oliver has 9 blinds in the big blind.
Yeah, this is a very tricky spot. Like, if there was no ICM, we would probably just shove this hand, I guess. But you find in these higher ICM situations, often, even at fairly shallow stack depths, a lot of the shoves disappear. Just because busting is such a disaster.
Yeah, and actually gets a fold from the suited ace-6 Great result from Danini. Certainly could have considered shoving that.
Yeah.
If he imagines there's some raise folds from Michelinen, which clearly there are.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he's going to be raise folding a lot to the small blind. Geico's almost in a race for 5th and 4th with Darrell, so he would want to defend super wide there, but obviously not 10-4 off.
Geico down to 8 bigs. Michelinen up to 15. Danini still leads with 72 bigs at this new level. Our assessment of the final table is that Narcis Nedelcu is probably the most accomplished, arguably the most experienced player, having been on the European circuit for more than a decade. 2 million in live cashes, plus 6 scoop titles to his name.
Yeah, that sounds very accomplished, yeah. Darrell is what I would call a very good live grinder in Ireland, but I think he mostly makes his living from playing live cash games. So his tournament record might not look that great, but he's actually a very good tournament player as well. But yeah, primarily live player.
So Danini opening the button here with King Jack. Ace Queen for our shorty.
Yeah, here we go. 8 big blinds.
This is it.
There is the shove.
7 fold.
And
1 call.
Danini makes the
So we
call.
have an all-in and a call. We have the all-in player is Germany's Oliver Geico, and he's been called by Italy's Danilo Donini. Danilo Donini has King Jack offsuit, and the all-in player has Ace Queen also offsuit.
Huge spot now, not just for Geico, but the other 2 short stacks as well.
The caller has King Jack.
Yeah, we are looking at a pay jump of around 40,000 euros.
Is Germany's Oliver Geico.
Geico loses this all in.
Good luck to you both, gentlemen. And the flop is.
Let's run the board. Queen high.
Queen 4-2.
Let's give us a sweat on the turn. How about a 10?
That would be the card of sweat.
Thank you.
A 10 on the turn. Oliver doesn't want to hit his 2-pair with his ace-queen. The up and down straight draw now for his opponent, Danilo.
10 outs for the Italian chip leader.
An ace, a king, or a 9 on the river would eliminate Geico.
And it's
Safe
a
river.
jack on the river, ladies and gentlemen, a jack on the river.
So Geico doubles up and survives.
So, ladies and gentlemen, our all-in player has a double up now, stays on the main event table with still 5 players fighting out for a little under 1.4 million.
It's a joke. Yes.
So now we have Geico on 20 bigs, Polandiak on 18, and Michelinen becomes the shortest stack at the table with 15.
Sorry, man. Very good. Thank you. I wanted to know that. Yeah. I need chips. So, all good.
Acti95 asking for the PokerStars name of Nedelcu. Narcissus90 is his online handle. He also has a World Series of Poker bracelet on his resume.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I recognize that on
So
him.
Oliver has increased his chip stack up to 29 million now. Thereabouts.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the blinds are 800,000, 1.6 million, with antes of 1.6 million. Oliver now has the button. We have small and big blind, please. Next time for the Irish Open final table for the main event.
Here is possibly the most important question of the day. If the Crack Den Kingpin is on the stage, hosting the main event final table. Who's running the bingo in the crackdown?
Wasn't that last night? I overheard the bingo happening, I think, last night.
Yeah, my money's on Tower. Tower actually used to be a bingo caller, believe it or not.
I can believe that.
Yeah. Started that he was cheering for cards.
That's all right.
I don't know why he thought I was on it. Probably because I'm standing up.
One fold, three fold. Four fold.
Adelo asks, does the winner also get a ring or bracelet? There is a trophy for the winner of the Irish Open.
6 minutes.
7 rings.
Not gonna lie, I prefer trophies to jewellery.
Yeah, we've seen some innovative things. There's one big tournament in Ireland that gives out a belt rather than jewellery or a trophy as well.
That Shambhala bracelet was pretty nice.
Yeah.
That was a nice little moment in time. My ex got it in the breakup. She loved wearing it. She asked me if she could keep it. I was like, oh, like black diamond. It's like worth like a lot of money.
Delku gets a little bit back there. Hovering around 40 big blinds right now. Still more than 100 million chips for Danilo Danini.
16.
16.
Okay. No, I asked you if you are small or big.
Yeah, I'm big. Thought I'd put in the wrong amount there when you said that.
Adelo asks, who are the two commentators? Well, there's actually 3 of us right now. I'm James Hartigan, alongside Irish Poker Pro coach, podcast host, author Dara O'Kearney, and sandwiched between us is 2017 Irish Open champion Griffin Benger.
3-2.
Oh yeah.
4 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold.
Danini's raise flattered by Nedelcu on the button, who has a dominating hand. Narcos predicts this is gonna be nasty. I think it depends on the flop.
Yeah, really nice flat here from Nedelcu. I think this is the only really way you can play this.
Yeah.
With ICM.
Yeah, the ICM is massive when you're second in chips against the chip leader.
Yeah, you're basically flatting everything except kings or aces, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you've got so few hands that are strong enough to 3-back get
It's
in.
nice
so
too.
you just end up
This
flatting.
one I like a lot because you keep in those dominated aces and queens, which there will be plenty of.
So this is not the kind of board where I expect things to get nasty.
7 fold.
But 3.4 million apiece takes us to the turn, which is a queen. Nedelcu already had the advantage. Now he has his opponent drawing dead.
It's just the one of it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's really not a good barrel card for Danini, but he feels like maybe he can't resist because he's the chip leader and wants to put pressure on. But if you think about the kind of hand range of Nedelcu here, that queen is actually going to hit him a decent amount of the time on top of the hands that might already not fold, like the strength of pocket 8s through pocket jacks.
Yeah.
1, 8.
Yeah. Yeah, far more of his range is going to be ace, king, queen hands rather than more speculative hands because he's playing against the chip leader.
Yeah, but can also still have, king, queen of diamonds. Queen, jack of diamonds, maybe, probably calls pre as well, but actually maybe at this deck that doesn't. Just stays out of the way.
10.6 million.
Yeah, this is
getting spicy now.
Okay, maybe this is going to get nasty after all. Understandably, Nedelku calls.
If Danini shoves the river now.
Diamond river and shoves would be great.
How sick is Nedelku going to feel?
It is a diamond.
Oh, do it, please do it. Please do it.
He's got the ace of diamonds.
Please do it.
He's got the ace of diamonds.
Please do it. I mean, pocket nines are just in the muck every time here.
Yeah.
And then ace queen has an incredibly difficult decision. All or nothing. None of this 25 million stuff. You'll just get snapped.
This is where we find out if Danini is the Don.
I mean, Danini can have a lot of sevens too.
Yep. No, Danini's range is so wide, you can't really rule anything out. It's like
he wants to.
That's a look of mystery.
Curl up and I don't know. It kind of look like a give up curl.
I don't know. Is he stealing his resolve?
The white flag of surrender gets waved. This gets checked to showdown. Nedelku wins the pot.
The most relieved of checkbacks by Nedelku.
Yeah, and this now makes it a two-horse race, both exactly at 52 big blinds after that hand. So,
yeah.
Wow.
That's a massive momentum shift for now.
Change, yeah.
The player we think is the best player on the table now has equal chip lead.
Yeah, I think we all agree, Mr. Rochester, he was so close to shoving that river, but just couldn't quite bring himself to pull the trigger.
Oh, Nedelku says he'll call him. Yeah, I mean, all those straight draws missing.
Easy to say that when you get a free showdown, isn't it?
Scoop titles, I mean, he might be prepared to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying he wasn't prepared to do it.
He's seen a lot of stuff, this guy. I don't think he's scared of busting there. He also kind of like low-key has like the top of his range in a lot of ways with that ace queen in particular.
For sure. Yeah.
So if you're not calling that, you're not really calling anything.
Yeah. Pretty much no 7x. He's not flatting pocket sixes either. So
I will say there's a chance he is simply. I mean, he flatted the fours off the previous level when he had 52 bigs.
Okay.
But 36 bigs, I think he might be right. I think maybe sixes just go into the muck and he lets them run amok a little bit. It's not really a good practice, I think, to be set mining and even giving yourself an opportunity to get cooler when there's these three other players you need to wait out. So I think you're right. I think sixes and sevens are out. So he is the top of his range really there.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's not just people in the crackdown who get to have some fun when the Irish Open is running in Dublin. We've got thousands of viewers right now watching on YouTube, and I'm going to give you a 10-second countdown, and I want, at the end of that 10-second countdown, everyone to simultaneously smash the like button. Let's make sure people know about live poker, know about this event, know about this final table in this stream. Let's get it out there. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Smash the like button. Like.
I don't think anyone saw it. I have 4 then.
7 4. 8 4.
Our producer says his KPIs are reliant on people liking the stream on YouTube. And I don't really want him to get fired between now and Monte Carlo, so help us out.
Darrell's moved all in here. Yeah. He doesn't want to raise, call, or raise fold this, so he's taken those two options out by just shoving. Can't imagine Geico's actually calling off here with 10-9 though, so.
No, I just think he wants to know exactly how much he has so that he'll know his exact count next hand.
Yeah.
Something he's entitled to.
Said it was going to count down from 10, Beef. I didn't say it was going to be in seconds.
20.3. 20 million.3.
So now he has to calculate 20.3 plus 3.2 plus 8 plus another 4. So 24.3 he'll have after this hand, which is going to be basically exactly 15 blinds.
Yeah, it can be very difficult to keep track of the stacks at this stage because there's so many chips and the blinds are just weird, awkward amounts like 1.2 million or 1.6 million. Unfortunately, live, there's no button you can click to show everybody's stacking big blinds.
Well,
Once again, we are living with the consequences of having the commentary station located next to a trash can. Yeah, he's got a job to do. Only people knew how unglamorous things are behind the scenes at poker events.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I always love how David Lappin described it as the booth, and that gives people a wonderful, happy place somewhere.
A small corner with the world's smallest desk located behind the set in the RDS.
I did befriend a rat one year. Became my little pet.
Action has been folded to Geico, who has the sheaf in the small blind, and he requests the triangle. He is all in. The Delku folds 9-6. Still have 20 more hands to play at this blind level. Palandiuk and Makalinen tied at the bottom of the leaderboard right now, both with 15 bigs. Paul the Cleaner asks a good question. What stop has the best booth on tour? I mean, when we talk about booths, we don't really have booths, as Dara alluded to. It's just kind of like rooms, odd nooks and crannies they can fit us in.
PSPC.
Yeah,
because we're on a desk. Nice desk.
Okay, well, that was several years ago. It isn't a thing anymore.
No.
So, of the places that we go, which do you think is the best physical space? Which, I mean, none of them are great.
None of them really stand out. I don't really remember what it's like, but I bet for some reason Monte Carlo is probably the nicest. Just because everything's quite spiffy out there. Do you remember where the Monte Carlo one is? That one good?
I mean, backstage at the Salle des Etoiles in that building is not spiffy at all.
No? Okay.
I mean, I know we sound incredibly entitled right now, so we should probably move on from this conversation. Actually, Chris isn't bad. Barcelona last year wasn't bad. We had good space in Barcelona. Yep, I'm going to answer Barcelona.
So the two chip leaders are tangling here again in a single raise pot pre-flop.
Yeah.
Yeah, Danini needs to be careful. I mean, pretty strong flat range. I think the Delku's kind of at the bottom of his range with ace-10 off. Ace-10, 10 of spades, might even still call, but I think Danini's range is almost strengthened by the fact that he's prepared to bet, so I don't think the Delku's going to be thrilled about it, but he's still going to put it in.
Yeah, this feels like he can side call one street, and if he doesn't improve, he can just happily release his hand. Picks up a gut shot. Don't know if that's enough.
I mean, Nedelku doesn't realize it, but he is an 87% favorite here.
Very difficult card for, especially with just the game flow of things, I think. Of the way that ace-jack didn't go well, going to be hard to two-barrel on this turn card.
Yeah, it's very, very hard, because he saw how passively Nedelku played the ace-queen when he hit his queen, so...
And I think it's important to consider, I mean, obviously these guys have been playing against each other for a while, but not just the time that we've spent with them on feature tables, right? Like, these guys are going to have a lot of history and dynamic. Maybe Nedelku understands that Danini is going to be betting once a lot of the time on a lot of different textures, and ace-10 is just too strong to be letting go.
Yeah. Yeah, often you get players who are very unbalanced in their barreling frequencies. You have a lot of guys who just bet once a lot and they don't follow through enough. And you have other guys maybe who bet flop and turn a lot, but they don't barrel often enough on river. If you can pick up on that, you can obviously exploit it.
You one of those all-the-way guys?
Well, I mean, you're supposed to have hands that you keep barreling with, and you're supposed to have hands that you give up with. So try and keep the frequencies reasonably balanced.
So we get an updated chip counts, and we have a new gentleman.
Yeah, Nedelku has moved ahead of Danini at the top of the leaderboard and put some separation between them.
Yeah, this is looking very ominous for the rest, I think, now.
Mai învață ceva.
Third question from Smokey. If it's a 30-minute delay, how do the commentators read the chat? Because we're watching the same feed that you guys are seeing. We commentate on delayed video. And we don't know what's happening in real time. Nedelku opening the button, ace-7 suited. McAleenan, one of two shorties at the table with 8-7 off in the big.
Flicking it in, hoping to flop some equity, but is dominated here. Oh, that's nice.
Domination, rotation. As McAleenan pairs his 8.
Dara, you flick this in the 8-7 here?
I don't know. I don't know. It is messy because you're not going to feel super confident. Now this is as good as the boards get for you, obviously, but I think, I mean, it feels very, very close with the ICM. He is the shortest stack now, but he's not too far behind the other two. Oh well, now he feels much better about his hand.
Yeah, and might get a street here.
Yeah.
From Nedelku. All the potential draws. I mean, Nedelku does have 7 in his hand, which makes it less likely that his opponent has something like certain draws, but also could have diamonds picked up here. I would be very surprised if the Romanian folds on the turn here, especially to 2.5.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is a theory call all day, but sometimes players think, well, when you're up against somebody in this situation, maybe they're just not finding enough bluffs. But yeah, I think for such a small bet, he has to call one and see what happens, put him to the test on the river.
Queen on the river.
Important to note, too, I mean, 2 overs to the 6. So if this was sort of a blockery 25% value bet with a 6, you know, you're live to the ace and the 7 some of the time, too.
Yeah.
In this case, of course, drawing dead.
Yeah. You're even going to be ahead once in a while as well if he's just betting because he's betting some sort of flush draw.
Of course.
Or something like 9-7.
3.5 million is the river bet.
So much temptation here to just flick it in. It's such a great price.
Yeah.
I think that's the fine. I'll pay it, man. I'll give it to you. Really well judged sizing-wise, I think.
Really nice size with Darrell, yeah. I think after the flop goes check, he recognizes the type of hand Nedelku probably has. And then he just thinks, okay, how much is ace high going to pay me?
A lot of players, they'll get greedy there. They'll bet, you know, even half pot on the turn, trying to be balanced and still get called by ace high, and then a bigger bet on the river. And that's still, you know, I think a bigger bet on the river after half pot would have been almost surely folded from Nedelku. So actually, in a lot of ways, I think got max value with those 2 smaller bets.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I've played a lot with Darrell down the years because he's been playing almost as long as I have on the Irish circuit. And if there was one thing I would say that Darrell is particularly good at, it's hand reading. I think he's very good at figuring out what kind of hand his opponent has.
Nice.
Well, Darrell is now playing around 20 big blinds. Vasil Palandiuk, the short stack at the table, with 15. Crucially, Nedelku did not surrender the chip lead in that hand, has 81 million, 50 bigs. And we have Palandiuk shoving the button here with ace-4 offsuit. Gets a fold from the small blind. It's Danini, the second biggest stack at the table in the big blind. King-9.
Not the ticket.
So Palandiuk chips up a little bit. Pretty bunched up at the bottom, though.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of these shorty stack shoves because they don't want to open themselves up to raising and getting shoved on. And when they just have 1 or 2 players to get through, you're just going to see them put it in first. And the big blind ante makes quite a big difference too because
of course
it's racing around. Like effectively, you're paying half a big blind every hand because you're paying 2.5 every 5 hands.
I know there are some tournaments, Dara, where the big blind ante either gets halved and reduced to like effectively a small blind ante, and some which abolish it completely. What's your preference? I mean, I kind of feel it's fine to have it because you just have to adjust, right?
You just have to adjust, yeah. I mean, it does make it a much more shallower effectively when you keep it at the same. When it was introduced first, I remember quite a lot of tournaments used to have it, but they don't seem to do that anymore. Sometimes you see it disappear heads up, and that's a different matter.
Polandiuk with 9s. All in again.
Again, like, you just don't want to open yourself up to raising and getting shoved on. So you just move all in.
Geico, Jack 4 in the big blind. Faults. G. Woods has a question for you, Griffin. Cash or tournaments?
Tournaments.
Thank you for your question. I guess we need some other tournaments to finish. We need to enter the evening session and get the drinks going to get a rail around this final table.
Yeah, almost everybody here is involved in some tournament at the moment. There's the 1K, which started this afternoon. There's the Liam Flood Memorial. There's the PLO that David is playing. There's the triathlon that I'm playing, and there's a turbo, which also started not too long ago. So, yeah, it's just such a packed schedule. People have something to play still. And the cash tables are actually popping as well. A lot of people are leaving today and can't commit to a tournament are playing cash until they have to leave for the airport.
That was a walk for Nedelko in the big blind.
Yeah, a bit snug of a laydown from Geico, not even electing to limp in with the Jack 7 suited, but of course complicated by the fact that there are 3 players all around 20 big blinds.
Yeah.
Maybe wants to be careful about entering pots, especially against the chip leaders big blind.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something which ICM really changes the strategy. Like, if you're early on in a tournament, you're just going to be limping a lot from the small blind at this kind of depth, but you can't really do too much limping because you'll get pounced on by the chip leader.
Yeah, he might have just shoved queen into hearts.
Yeah, you do kind of switch to like shove or fold mode from the small blind, and the big blind, when you limp, can just shove so wide on you. Darryl, nice fold there with the 4s. A lot of players get seduced by the fact that they have a pair, but when you have extreme ICM as he does now, those hands which don't have any high cards just shrivel up in value.
Danini opening here with the Grafton, 10-9 suited, 10-8 suited for Nedelko in the small.
7-4.
Let's that go. Vasil Polandiuk has queens in the big.
This is one of the few hands you have that is actually strong enough to 3-bet call.
The Dark Angels.
But on the other hand, there is 7 million out there, so he might just decide to shove. Yeah, he decides to shove. Pretty easy fold for Danini now, I think.
Nice pick up there for Polandiuk, who is no longer the shortest of the 3 short stacks. Daryl McAleenan now finds himself at the bottom of the leaderboard. A reminder that once the Irish Open is over, the next big live event we will be at is EPT Monte Carlo, and we will be there for 8 days of live coverage on the PokerStars YouTube channel. Not just the main event. Normally you'd get the last few days up to and including the final table. We are also bringing you 4 days of high roller coverage. You might have seen in the PokerStars live app that there is a 250K super high roller this year. Maybe we'll be streaming that. Sunday, May 3rd to Sunday, May 10th are the streaming dates on YouTube and Twitch. Hope to see you there. Nedelko has opened Queen 9. Polandiuk with another premium. Ace-King in the small.
Yeah, he's deeper now because of that last hand. But Ace-King, he might still not want to induce this. Yeah, he's just moving all in.
Triangle time again.
And once again, the shove gets through, and these have been some great pickups for Polandiak, who's now closing in on the 30 big blind mark.
Yeah, these look like, you know, like nothing pots. Somebody opens and you shove, but they're actually huge at this stage.
Oh yeah, that separation's massive.
Yeah.
No. You pay. It's okay.
12 more hands at this blind level. After that, the blinds go to 1 million, 2 million. It'll be level 41 of the tournament.
Was it 4 all-ins in a row?
Folded to Nedelku, who's still chip leader with just under 50 big blinds. Round to the small blind. It's a pretty insidious situation for Macalina, having Danini to act behind him in this spot.
Yeah, I think it would sort of be a natural fold, but I think the reason why Macalina is deciding to limp is maybe he imagines Danini's not going to isolate maybe as wide as he should.
Yeah.
Shove on him as wide as he should.
Yeah. Yeah, Danini should be shoving super wide here, but in practice a lot of players don't do it, but he does it. So yeah, the slight misstep from Darryl there, maybe, I think.
Dara Creator is asking, does Geico have the worst seat at the table, being sandwiched between the two chip leaders?
Yeah, I don't love Darryl's seat either, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
He's got the chip leader, one chip leader just behind him, and then the other guy 2 away. Geico's also kind of got a reshove stack now, so when you have that kind of stack, it's not the worst thing in the world to have one loose chip leader just ahead of you who might be open too wide.
Seven raise. 3.2. 8 pass.
Queen 10, Nedelku has opened. 6s for Danini in the small. Oh, we love it when these two play through the streets. Guarantee the short stacks love it as well.
Yeah, yeah. They're just praying there's a huge collision now. But they have been playing fairly carefully against each other. Sometimes though a switch goes and one player just decides I've had enough of this. And of the two, I'd say Danini is the more likely for that switch to flip.
This is a wild
Exhibit A.
This is wild, yeah.
3-bet.
Yeah, this is very wild.
This is just...
This is not GTO approved.
Yeah.
But it's gonna work on this occasion.
I mean, I love that Danini's prepared to fight. It makes for a more interesting final table, for sure.
Yeah.
And they are evens Stevens. 74.1 million for Danini, 74.1 million for Nedelku. They are the two chip leaders right now.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see how Nedelku is going to approach this, because if he was playing against another player like him, he would feel much more confident. But he does know that Danini kind of has that X factor where he might do stuff like we've just seen. So he has to take that into account.
Also tied at the bottom, 29 million each for Macalina and Geico. Danini had 6s on the previous hand, now has 5s on the button. Raises to 3.2 million.
You should use 4 pass. 7 pass.
And Nedelku will fold the big blind as well.
Yeah, I think Nedelku will tread carefully around Danini because he just feels he's a loose cannon potentially.
When do you have to be back for the triathlon, Dara?
I shall be leaving you in approximately 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, this Irish lad has a quick question.
about the triathlon. Do chips carry forward between rounds?
Yeah, they do, yeah. Yeah, it's a very good question.
Even to heads up?
Well, it becomes... to heads up, yeah, yeah. So, for example, I'm playing against somebody I know who has roughly 1/10 of my chips.
Wow.
In the next round, so it could be a very quick heads up, or it could be a spectacular blow up by me if I manage to lose it.
And is it randomly seeded, or it's like...
It's random, yeah.
Okay, that's
I thought maybe they were going to do seedings where like first plays last, but no, it's random.
And what was the buying for this?
350.
And how are you doing for chips?
I have 1.5 times average. But I think I'm playing the actual shortest stack left in the field.
It's a good draw.
It's a good draw, yeah.
So Nedelku has raised small to big. Polandiuk deciding how to respond with King 5 of hearts.
Yeah, going to be good enough to peel here.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of ways you can hit flops, call one bet at least.
The flop is 10-5 deuce.
We could see money going in here because Nedelku is open-ended.
Yeah, this has got 2 barrels at least written all over it for Nedelku, and there's almost
Yeah.
always going to be a card bigger than a 5,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. It's
Polandiuk's going to have a tough time holding on here.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
He just
yeah.
shoved on him.
Just shoved on him. Oh my goodness.
He just shoves near 3x
He's
pots.
just like, yeah, what can you call with now?
Take this, buddy. You want to call with your 10? Go for it.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Wow. That's power poker.
And Polandiuk
It's the verified stack. Each time he's all in.
has the best hand right now, is a 60% favorite, but how do you call here?
You just don't.
You
I mean,
don't, yeah.
you're almost, I would say that like almost always, by the way, he has the best hand right now.
Yeah, no, you always
But
have the best
it doesn't
hand.
really matter. Like, it's just you're putting yourself so much at risk. Like, you're not just going to be up against like 7-8 of hearts here. Like, this is just like a hand that has equity, and if you lose this and you bust in 5th, it is really bad for you.
Yeah, yeah. Your opponent always has equity here. Because even if you have 7-8 of hearts, he's got like 2 overs to your 5. And you've got such high risk premium here because of your position relative to the other short stacks. You just never have the right. You can see he's a 60% favorite. Even if you could see he was a 60% favorite, he can't call.
Yeah. The road less traveled from Nedelku. You're thinking, oh, this is going to be 2 barrels, and suddenly he's just all in. This is someone who is no stranger to final tables.
With the
Playing for a lot of
caveat
money.
that it is not Chat Pro Saturday, I would like to read this comment from Smokey. Just be a man and call.
Didn't consider that. Yeah, what is he doing? Isn't he a man?
He folds. And at this point, we're going to send Dara O'Kearney on his way. Good luck in the triathlon. Joe Stapleton
Good
about
luck,
to rejoin
Dara.
us on stream.
Don't blow that 10-1 chip lead in the heads up. It'll be super embarrassing.
Being in position. 3 flop. It's the only way you can.
Nedelku once again tied with Donini for the chip lead. Polandiuk playing 22 bigs, Geico 17, Makalinen 16. Blinds up pretty soon, 8 more hands to play. Things getting serious, Joseph.
I like how Dara said he had 1.5x average in his tournament. Because it sounds more impressive than it really is. It's actually like 0.5 above it, like 1.5. You know what I mean?
I think that's the way you say it, though, right? How else would you say it?
From now on, I'm going to start saying that I have 0.8x average.
Is it the point that throws you off? Because I would say 1.5 times average.
Yeah. It's basically 50% above average is 1.5x.
50% above average sounds more honest than 1.5x average. Look, don't.
It's the same
yes,
thing.
and, baby.
I know it's the same thing. I'm talking about emotionally.
Okay.
Oh, I have great news, by the way. When are they doing the lottery draw? Because somebody just sold me tickets at half price. I just bought 500 euros worth of tickets.
The draw was last night.
No, that can't be true.
The draw was on a Sunday.
No, I thought it was on the final table day.
No, it's on Sunday. Lottery was done last night.
What are you talking about? You know this.
I gotta go.
Yeah.
I gotta go try to find that guy.
Yeah, that guy's gone.
I know there's someone out there who agrees with me about the 1.5x thing. Because there are people that think the moon landings are fake, so someone is going to understand what I'm saying.
Uh-oh.
Surely. Okay, all right. We've been talking through some moves here.
This is crazy.
Macalina has shipped it.
16 big blind shove over the open and completely dominated by Polandiak, who might just think
this looks way stronger than it is.
22. 25.
This is turning King Jack suited into a bluff.
You know, Polandiak asked if it was 22, and I think he would have called 22. It is technically 22-6 more.
You think the 6, the 0.6, that you're saying the decimal point matters in this case?
No, I'm saying that he asked if it was 22 million, but the total is 25.8.
Right.
But he technically also,
he owes 22.6, right.
I think he likely makes a big fold here, yeah.
Yes, he does. Macalinen, the Mac Daddy.
Things are getting a little rowdier here. They will get progressively rowdy as we go deeper into the night. More people getting eliminated, getting a little more juicy.
I'm on my first Guinness, Griffin. It's my 8th drink, but it's my first Guinness.
I would love a Guinness, actually.
This is the life of Griffin Benger, by the way. He just says, I would love a Guinness into the air, and I bet someone will just show up here with one. Nice one, Knightley, who says it's a bad fold. He'd have been about 80%.
Wow.
Six hands left on this level. Then things get really serious. Danini pushes his small blind over to Geico. Love this comment from Jatoro. Says, love Guinness. Can drink like 10 of them and be completely fine. Drunk, but fine. You ever heard this one, Griffin? This is great. I drank 13 Coronas last night. Puked. I must be allergic to limes.
That's good.
Macalinen, Jack Trey. Jack 5 for Geico. Also going to give a walk to the big blind. Nadelku has kings.
Put it out there though, because it's easier just to separate it.
Did he show it?
He did show it.
Nice.
Ruffy says, that's my line about tequila shots. I must have been dehydrated from the salt. I don't do tequila shots with training wheels. Come on. No salt, no lime. Down the hatch. Macalinen. First to act, Alinen. Checking to see where the pay jumps are. He's going to raise under the gun with 6s. Off a 20 big blind stack. Suited Janina for Geico, who folds onto the blinds. Small blind is out. Big blind is out. Well played.
Played it perfectly.
I'm liking this chat I'm seeing right now. James on YouTube asked, what do the Irish think of a non-alcoholic beer?
You'd be a whole lot lighter you are.
And Ivik says, as an Irish, non-alcoholic beer is grand. Good when you're designated driver. I think we need to not shame non-alcoholic beer drinkers. I think it's great when people know that alcohol isn't for them, but they still want to participate, still want to hang out. I love the existence of non-alcoholic beer.
3 pass.
Ace King for Geico.
That'll do.
That will do. All right, not a bad one here from Kaif, who says, as long as I can pay with Monopoly money, non-alcohol beer is fine.
She's going to shove.
Geico is all in. Not going to get a call from McAleenan in the big blind. Mr. Rochester, just being a contrarian right now is going to irritate me. I told you I'm on my 9th drink. Don't test me right now.
Yeah, that's 0.0 drinks.
Those calories are piling up.
I'm telling you, he looks bloated.
My beer belly makes me irritable. Couple of hands left on this blind level.
4 pass. 7 pass.
Things are about to get real fun. Ace-6 for Palandyuk.
24. 3.2. 24 de mâini. 1 pass.
Dr. Bushi wants to know, is shoving correct? Ace-King is so strong, you might want to get someone to 3-bet, you know? What do you think, Griff?
Well, it's just, with the ICM, it's kind of complicated. You don't really want to allow someone in the blinds to look down at pocket threes and shove over, and suddenly you're 40-60, 42-58, whatever. So it actually plays quite cleaner in this very specific situation to not induce. And look at this.
Top
Whoa.
2 for Palandyuk. Giannini with not a lot to fight back with. Is there also something to be said of not getting 3-bet and just having the big blind getting to see a flop?
There's something there, yeah.
With Jack 8 suited?
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't want to poison the mind and think that that means that you should be shoving always with 17 big blinds with Ace King. I think it's part of it. But in general, you want to get value from your very big hands. You want King 8 suited to call from the big and it come King high sometimes. You want like Ace 5 to peel and it come Ace high. Like you really want these situations to arise. And yeah, sometimes they get in there with Jack 8 suited and they make a bad bluff, or they, you know, like there's just stuff that can happen. Ace King's a good hand, man.
It is a good hand, but it's a drawing hand. We're not all professional poker players who can get to showdown without hitting a pair with Ace King.
7 pass. 8 pass.
Some of us fold the 10 high flop.
I mean, what would Picasso be without his drawing hand?
There's a better reference there, but I like the bones of that joke. Is what I like to say.
I should have said Van Gogh, huh?
Well, neither of them draws.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know. Who draws?
You don't know a drawer? You could have said Walt Disney
I have one at home by my bedside.
You do have a drawer by your bedside. McAleenan has raised 10-9 suited, pocket 10s for Giannini. He shan't be going anywhere. This is the last hand at this level, by the way.
More chips will be wagered.
Those chips worth $1 million each.
9.8.
Geico going to go through the formality of checking his cards here. Ain't going to play him. Back to McAleenan, who is leaning toward a fold.
Yeah. Holy Toby asked, from a poker etiquette standpoint, do they have to stack their chips by color, or could there be a madman out there that mixes them together? This is a fair question. What? Not a lot of people know the answer to this. You
I don't mind.
Question?
You should ask. You should answer it. Yes.
Yeah. No, you're supposed to. I mean, yeah. You gotta color code them basically.
Knowing the number of chips your opponent has is a right.
Yes.
Not the exact number, but they're supposed to stack them by color and by 20s.
Also, but some tours will say you have to have them in like 20s though.
That's right.
Yeah.
All tours. All of our tours.
The 20s. Yeah. So do what you can.
But
with
it's
the
not
20
up to them
stats.
to count them for you.
Yeah, exactly. Like you could do 17 and people might not notice. You could just do that for yourself, but then you're gonna have a tougher time calculating how many chips you have.
I, for one, never know how many chips I have. I think it's better that way, personally. Blinds are up, by the way, my babies. 1 million, 2 million.
Oh my gosh.
20 starting stacks.
My goodness.
In the small blind. 40 starting stacks in the big blind, and 40 starting stacks for the big blind ante. That's the souls. That's the tournament lives.
Wow.
Of 80 buy-ins that you are putting in.
Between the small 90?
In the big blind.
40. Oh, in the big blind. Yeah. I thought you were saying between the small blind. Yeah.
No.
The big blind's putting in 80 souls.
80 souls.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Your soul is mine. That's right. How many bullets were in for, Griffin? 5?
4.
So when you put in the big blind, not even a quarter of it, or exactly a quarter of it. 5, 6, 7. Yeah,
No,
an
10%.
eighth of it.
If I'm 4 souls, I would be at
10%.
10% of
Griffin's buy-in is 10% of
big
what you
blind.
put in the big blind and
Yeah.
the big blind ante.
Yeah. Maybe that's why I feel so small right now.
It's not the only reason. A6 for Danini.
I told you that in confidence.
You don't tell someone something in confidence every time you see them. Ace Queen.
Hello.
For Palinjuk, third in chips at 14 big blinds. Worth mentioning that with this blinds increase, the big blinds for all the players is 41, 35, 14, 14, and 14. Danini makes the correct laydown. Vassal picks it up. Amazing comment here from Loma. The standard of poker hasn't been great today, missing any flair. They're all just playing game theory and playing like bots. The game is gone. Phenomenal stuff, YouTube.
Phenomenal.
Really great stuff. Do you think people at one point said that about chess? They're like, look at this guy playing perfectly. Where's the flair?
Yeah, probably.
Where's the flair to this guy who's probably going to win, who's playing the best? There you go. Yeah, let's get some copy pasta on that. I'm in. I'll copy pasta this. That's right, Nefron. The game is gone. LOL.
I think Danini was wearing a different Tommy Hilfiger hat yesterday. He's really Hilfigered up.
Hilfiger is his homeboy.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to die on this Hilfiger.
Pocket fives for Danini. Danilo the Don Danini.
Got no idea what it takes to be number one. I love that line.
Pocket fours for Nedelku. He's going to call from the button. Not going to get four-way action. Can we get three-way? What say you in the big blind, Alinen? Yes. Ooh.
This is not a good peel.
Oh my goodness.
No, this is.
Well, there's the flare they were looking for. Calling with 4-3 here. It's gonna. Would have been great if it came 5-4 deuce. Alinen makes a wheel. Cracks the 2 sets.
4 deuce. 6-5 deuce.
No, they each hit a set.
Okay, and then the river's a 6.
An ace.
Ace. Okay, gotcha.
And there's also a turn in there somewhere.
600.7. 6,000,000.7.
Danini, completely undeterred by this 3 overcard flop, is going to win it with the best hand.
Yeah, very.
Going to feel like he got away with something though.
Yeah, he does, but he had the best hand. I mean, very clear mistake from Alinen, who's been playing this final table quite brilliantly. Maybe it's just a bit of inexperienced tournament, this stage kind of stuff. I mean, I was informed that despite being a pretty good tournament player, mostly a cash background from Dara, yeah, the 4-3 just can't go in. I mean, your chips are so valuable at this stage. Flicking in one with 4-3 off is just, it's no bueno. You're so close to your opponents here in chips. Now you're a little further away.
A7 suited for Geico, 14 bigs, not the shortest stack.
Yeah,
but the second shortest.
Spot. I think you can justify a min or just an open fold.
Interesting. He goes for option C.
I would not have done this. Yeah, you got to be concerned that, I mean, you're allowing your opponents to play quite perfectly against you here and risking busting 5th. Luckily, everyone doesn't have it, and he's just going to acquire chips.
McJared with a very Griffin-coded joke who says, he'll figure it out. Come on.
Nice. That was the joke this whole time.
Ring my bell. Love this comment from C. Dobbs on YouTube who says, he needs to make it to cards before going in. Griffin, agree or disagree?
Yeah, thank you for your question.
Pocket 7s for Nedelku, 9s for Palandyuk.
9-9.
There's the ship. There's the jam. There's the pile-in. There's the bang bang. Chicken and shrimp. 8s for Geico. Why was 6 afraid of 7, Griffin?
Because 7, 8, 9.
Because 7s, 8s, and 9s.
Oh, nice.
You got it, though. I should have said why was 6s afraid of 7s. Because 7s, 8s, 9s.
Yes, that would have been clean.
We're live here, everybody.
I worry Geico really will seriously consider putting this in, but again, I mean, you have this chip edge on Daryl. This is not a good ICM spot. You're not expecting a lot of 4s through 6s, 7s for Palandyuk because shoves here, so you're flipping at best. Sometimes your opponent just has 9s, 10s, jacks, even queens are shoving. So just get rid of the 8s, man. It's like you're calling to hope to see ace queen and flip, but this is the ICM thing. You can't just be taking small edges here, and this isn't even an edge. I'm truly not being results oriented in that Palandyuk has the 9s. This is just not the spot. And by the way, Nedelku is just going to fold so quickly, even though he really liked pocket 7s as a hand. He knows what's going on here.
We continue to play a game of ICM chicken, independent chicken model. Players being informed right now that the next break will be a 35-minute dinner break. That's the money left to be played for. That's the trophy. Each of these players is hoping to take home in addition to 517,000 euros.
I really had a strange flash when you said independent chicken model. I just imagine this like Zoolander character that's like a model that's a chicken and she's like an independent woman, you know?
Reminds me of the chicken lady from The Kids in the Hall. Canadian.
My brain, man.
I don't mind this question from Mr. Rochester. It says, what's the minimum you're calling with there, Griffin?
I am calling with...
Tens?
Tens. Yeah, I'm calling with tens. I'm not just saying that because he had nines. I'm calling that with tens and every ace-king combo and
Ace-queen
suited and then probably ace-queen, but might consider folding. I mean, you have such an important separation with this like 15 big blind difference that you have.
I know it makes no sense. I'm more likely to call with the eights than ace-queen off there.
Yeah, that makes you...
Pretty bad. I know.
No, it just... I understand what you're saying, but also why?
Because I like the way they look.
Yeah. Infinity symbols.
Couple of hourglass figures. Little in the middle, but she got much back.
One plus. 3 plus. 4 plus. Hai capito? C'è la pausa cena.
Ace queen for Nedelku. Year of Romania.
7.
Quick fold from the big blind.
8 plus.
The year of Romania. They'd been waiting for eons, practicing on PokerStars and elsewhere, waiting for their year. One man, one hero.
It's not a bad movie.
Narcissus Nedelku.
Trailer voice guy. Not bad at all.
He was surrounded by Italians, an Irishman, and a rogue German.
Griffin, this might be my favorite bit of yours since... What's the other voice you do? Is it a robot
Bane.
voice?
Oh, robot? You like robot?
Aces? No, hold on.
Bane?
ASMR.
ASMR, oh yeah. ASMR, that's a good one.
Yeah. Ace 10 for Danini makes it 4 million. Ace queen for Nedelku is just going to call on the button.
Danini had become his arch nemesis.
2 hearts and a queen about to be folded by Makalina.
Disagree. He's been putting in the 4-3 off. He won't be able to resist this. Don't make me look like a fool. Not when I'm doing trailer guy voice.
Not when he can do it so well himself.
McKelvin had a feeling.
All right, we're going to the flop. I see a 10 in there.
Oh.
King, 10, 9, 2 diamonds. Running diamonds would be interesting. At the moment, Danini has rotationed the domination. And Danini quickly fires 3.5 million. This doesn't seem like a flop you fold on with ace queen and the queen of diamonds.
Well, not with this price. This is real nice.
Certainly not for this price. And maybe the price of poker's going up.
Oh my God. I love this.
It is.
So, because like, look, you have a queen in hand, and it's just like, it puts a lot of pressure on your opponent. Instead of just going fishing for this jack, like, what does ace-10 even do here? And this is why you're supposed to play this spot as a check, as Danini, because you don't want to get raised in this spot And my God, this is just so awesome.
$9 million, the new price.
But these guys have a dynamic. They have been battling. They're both like kind of giving me alpha energy, you know? Like they're just like, they want to be the captains. There can only be one though.
This is a pretty dicey situation with middle pair. Backdoor nut flush draw. Backdoor nut straight draw. Braz says ace-10 with the ace of diamonds is a prime candidate to check out of position with ICM here.
Oh my goodness.
Donini re-raises. Where's Flair guy now? How's this for something Flair?
21,500,000.
Yo. Yo.
21.5 million is the new price.
Oh, man.
Narcissus Nedelcu.
This is some gangster stuff by both of these guys.
All the flair you can handle.
You know that flair you were looking for?
Nedelcu lets it go. And with that, Danilo the Don Donini once again reclaims the chip lead with a monstrous 45 big blind stack, dwarfing the second place chip holder with only 30 big blinds.
Shout out June Jenkins, who Dara had mentioned, played with him on, I think, day one or day two, and said this guy's going to go deep. Huge chip lead, 5 left now. Well, significant enough. 95 million to 61 now for Nedelcu.
You remember that? You know that Brad Pitt Fury meme where he's in the tank and he's pointing? The guy who said nobody's playing with any flair? Shoot that guy.
You're banned.
McAleenan jams small to big, ace-2 suited.
Oh, the
quick call from Donini, who's got ace-10 of spades. McAleenan in big, big trouble.
Ace-2 against ace-10.
Donini kind of deserves it, I gotta say. That masterclass last hand.
And he is called by Italy's Danilo Donini with ace-10 of spades.
When that's here, that's us.
Darryl McAleenan is all in with ace-2 of clubs against ace-10 of spades.
That's us now.
Our last homeboy is all in at the Irish Open.
Good job.
10% chance of chop.
Let's go. Come on, Dilo, do us a turn.
Irish Rail calling for the deuce.
Double up here, and nobody shake themselves.
Anybody want a deuce?
A few people. Not as big a response as I think he was hoping for.
Let's see this flop.
3 clubs on the flop. McAleenan flops Donini, nearly dead.
Get that man a Guinness.
The luck of the Irish, 5 clovers. And that's it. It's a double up for McAleenan.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Those aren't clubs, those are clovers. Turn them green.
Open table, Dara O'Kearney has now got a double up, and we still have 5 players in the Irish Open. You wanted a 2, you got a flush.
And this puts a whole new paint job on things. These stacks are real close. Giannini still leading, but with only 34 bigs.
And really, this is anyone's tournament now.
That is correct.
Double up to approximately 46 million chips. Let's go, Doyle.
Look at that.
So close right now.
In the Irish Open main event. 5th place gets 136k, 4th 177, 3rd gets 230, 2nd receives 323, and the winner takes home a little over 517,000 euro in cash for the Irish Open Championship of 2026. 5 players still in it. Darryl is now the button.
In terms of big blinds, our chip leader has 34. After that, it goes 30, 24, 20, and 12. This is wild.
Yeah. We're all bunched up.
Monkey jamming on YouTube. Would you clever commentators with your computers and whatever go all in with ace-2 suited?
Is probably the easiest.
Yes, actually. It's a perfectly fine shove, small to big.
Giannini hoping to just get a little blood back through the short-stacked Geico, who's sitting there with King 4, which is quite a tricky hand to have at 12 big blinds here, because it wouldn't have been good enough to call a shove, even if it's good a lot of the time. It doesn't have the playability to call a 3x, so I really like Geico folding, even though he is folding the best hand.
Geico now the shortest stack in the small blind, 11 bigs. Hey, if somebody find that flare guy and shoot him again. Ace-8 of spades for McAleenan, now 3rd on the leaderboard. Right smack in the middle of the 5.
1 raise, 4 million.
Min raises. Ace-10 again for Giannini. This time double suited.
Can really go one of 2 ways here, which is, I think, 3-bet fold or flat. Looks like aggressive action from Giannini here.
Re-raise, indeed. 12.5 million.
Lanen's gonna have a interesting spot if it gets through to him. But first,
Geico's got kings!
Yeah. And
holy baby doll.
And Giannini's already put in 6 of the 11 total big blinds, so we will be all in with an ace folded here.
4.
Geico gets it in. McAleenan at this point can comfortably fold ace-8. You thought it might have been the best hand 5-handed. You were wrong.
Here on the main event table, we've had a raise, a re-raise, and all in.
There goes the ace-8. Giannini makes the call.
We have kings versus
He is doubled up
ace-10.
short stack
So the kings
with
are
ace-10
held by
before.
the player
It was
in
one
Japanese
hand
Jeremy's
ago.
Oliver Geico, and the ace-10 Once again, an ace-10 offsuit held by Italy's Danilo Donini.
Quite amazingly, if Geico wins this 56 million chip pot, it's going to be tied for the chip lead with Narcis Nedelcu. And then Danini's going to be left with 50 million. I mean, everyone's going to be between 40 million and 60 million.
That's if these kings hold, which they're looking likely to do. Danini now actually has the 2 kings as outs.
Doesn't want to hit his strips.
One of the aces folded, of course. We can see only 2 remaining aces up top there
Turn
on the
card
outs.
is a 7 of spades. That's good for Geico. Doesn't remove any of the outs, but it feels nice.
Also, the Irishman would have made the nuts.
Ace 8 of spades.
He said annoyingly.
Would have made the nuts. The river card.
King of diamonds, we heard from the rail.
Is on its way.
To Oliver and his double up. 9 of spades.
9 of spades is safe for Geico.
Just got himself a double up at the main event.
Okay, everybody between 20 and 28 blinds now.
This is so ridiculous.
Yeah.
So Nedelcu and Geico are now tied for chip lead with 28 big blinds each. 25 for Danini, 22 for McAleenan, and 18 for Palanjuk, and that's only because he's in the big blind this hand.
Yeah.
This is bananas. Phil Baker, offer these guys a deal. This is the time where you deal.
Of course, no? Impossible. Yeah.
25 big blind average, 5-handed. Chop it up.
Ladies and gentlemen on the rail, ladies and gentlemen on the rail, just to let you know, at 7:30, we're going to have our next break, and our next break is going to be classified as our dinner break. It's a 35-minute
That's
break.
in 10 minutes, my babies. I do not want to go to break right now.
8:05. It will start at 7:30, and approximately 8:05 we'll be back for the next segment of the main event table.
This is bananas. Queen 10 suited for McAleenan under the gun. Can't do it. Danini has lost 2 all-ins in a row with ace 10. Sits this one out. Geico with 8-5. Not gonna monkey around. Queen 5 in the small for Nedelcu. Technically the chip leader.
7 million.
Makes it 7 million.
Yeah, just using that blocker property of the queen, hoping that Palanjuk doesn't wake up with anything.
This ain't much.
Yeah, the pressure works.
So Nedelcu widens the gap ever so slightly of his chip lead. Now has a 2 big blind lead with 30 big blinds. We're starting with 5 million chips in the middle, every single hand. Ace 5 in the cutoff for Geico. Second in chips with 28 big blinds.
New feeling, right? Hasn't really had an opportunity to play around.
Barely has one now. Pocket 8s for Narcis Nedelcu.
Okay, so let's think about this. Your chip leader with 30 big blinds.
Yeah.
The cutoff's opened here off 28. I think you just this likely a pure call.
Pure call indeed. What say you blinds? Small blind is out. McAleenan folds queen deuce. We're going heads up to this flop. Six, 6, 4. Pretty cute for pocket 8s. Geico does have backdoor straight and flush draws. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of room to maneuver through the streets for any player at this table.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Geico, though, you still have the range advantage. You have that ace of diamonds. You don't really want to give too many free cards to some of these Broadway combos that'll be peeling. I really don't mind starting this with a bet. It's kind of difficult to play as a check call, and it's too soft to check fold. Like, it's just too nice a hand with the backdoor straight and flush draws, right?
Nedelcu wants to see a turn. And that turn is the Queen of Hearts.
Deja vu. That ace-jack, ace-queen hand, similar situation in some ways that happened between Danini and Nedelcu. That queen turn card after the paired board was barreled huge. And look at Geico. I got moves.
This is not so easy a caveman could do it. This actually takes quite a bit of gumption, quite a bit of tenacity.
Yeah, and you can see now how much more difficult having a hand like pocket eights is to having something like ace queen like he did previously in a similar situation. Also, Geico hasn't really been that like crazy or blasty. Like maybe you just want to make a big fold here and give him credit. Feels too tight, doesn't it?
It feels tight, but it is a huge percentage of Nedelcu's stack.
It's nice. I mean, the downside of being wrong there is so huge for Nedelcu. Like, he has now rescinded the chip lead, but if he calls there and he's wrong, or if he gets a third barrel and doesn't call it, you know, he's going to be sort of floating around that 20 big blind mark instead of comfortably being at that 27. So incredible pressure point there from Geico. I'm really impressed.
Who now takes the chip lead.
Yeah. I mean, this is going to keep on rotating around back and forth, hand to hand. It's really, really interesting.
We're very likely, even with small pots, to be changing the chip lead depending on who wins them.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, that was a one-street pot. And look, suddenly, Geico, 34 big blinds to Nedelcu's 27.
McAleenan, action's been folded to him in the small blind. Queen seven of spades. Second from the bottom in chips, but practically tied with Palandiuk. He's gonna attempt to limp in. Danini pushes his chips forward with a dominated queen. We're gonna see three. King 10-7. Pair of sevens for McAleenan is gonna feel like flopping the world here, I think. Bets 2 million, gets a quick fold. And just like that, now McAleenan doesn't jump into the chip lead, but does separate himself from Palandiuk.
You know what I thought you were referencing there?
No.
Because we heard the Irish, obviously his buddy, like celebrating.
Yeah.
When he doesn't jump into, I thought you were saying like, doesn't jump into the crowd because he just won that hand. Of course, would be a reference to last year's winner.
Not just yet.
Wilson, no, not just yet. Most incredible
But legitimately, any of these players could win the tournament at this point.
Yes.
Now, that's possible all the time, but it is really even money right now. We do have some players like Nedelcu, who seems a little bit more experienced than everyone else.
Yeah.
Palandiuk seems pretty experienced himself, but he's the shortest stack. Pocket sevens now from McAleenan. No longer the shortest stack, tied for fourth. Or third, if you want to call it that. Does shove the sevens. Danini folds the small. Geico with ace-4 in the big. Does not seem like a call-off spot to me.
No. He'll probably ask for a count just to keep track of what McAleenan has.
I love when there's one friend on the rails going nuts. One guy's paying attention. Everyone else is like, who's getting the next round? Where's the Guinness at?
One end.
One more hand, TD.
Last hand of the level, Griffin. You can wait for your peanut M&M. Jesus. Do not give him a peanut M&M. We have one hand left. Get out of here. Ace-2 suited for Palanduc. Makes it 4 million. There goes Macalinin. Danini, Queen 5. Head to dinner break. Small blind 8-5. See you at the food trucks. Nedelku, 4 deuce suited.
Might want to see 3 here. Gonna expect to be live. You're gonna be able to play pretty perfectly in a lot of ways. Just so many boards you're just not interested in. So rarely dominated. In this case, oh my God!
What in the world? Nedelku flops the joint.
Unbelievable.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a straight. Palanduc flops a diamond and a wheel draw that would be horrific for him to make. It goes check, check. 9 of clubs on the turn. And Nedelku is going to try to get some value out of this straight. Not going to happen. Palanduc kicks him in.
Gentlemen, we are now on a 35-minute break. We are now on a 35-minute break in the main event. 5 players will be rejoining us to see who wins any portion of the little under 1.4 million euro up for grabs. 35-minute break, approximately 8:05. We recommence with the game.
These players are headed to dinner, and so are we, but man, is it tight. This is anybody's game. Chip lead, schmip lead. I really don't know what to say right now. Yeah, there's some skill still involved in this, but man, oh man, this could go any which way but loose. Geico leader, Palanduc at the bottom. Honestly, you could just jumble those names up. It doesn't really matter. We're going on a 35-minute dinner break. When we get back, we are going to conclude the 2026 Irish Open. Palanduc now is going to open King 10. He's third in chips with 56 big blinds. Gisolfi, Queen 8 in the small blind. Seems like a no to me. And it seems like a no to him. What say you, Eddie Dunphy? Jack 9, Janina. Yeah. Who doesn't love some sweet, sweet Janina?
Not Dunphy
King
no more.
5 Jack. Dunphy outflopped, but does have a good pair. Just not the best pair.
I like Dunphy's photo. It's very kind of like picture day at school energy, you know?
Dunphy just got these chips. You can understand him not wanting to be bullied off of second pair here.
Such a nice small bet for him, minimum bet. Very easy call. Should feel fortunate you're getting such a great cheap price.
All in, says Dunphy.
We have an
Palandiuk is not going to be folding top pair.
We have Eddie Dunphy all in, called by Vasil.
From Master Hurler to Master Puker. A bit of a spew here, but you got to give him credit for going for it.
Go for it, go for it.
Dunphy in big trouble.
King 10 versus Jack 9.
He was expected to go out first with the 4 big blinds. Looks like there may have just been a short delay on that, unless he can spike a jack or a 9. He needs more Janina.
It can happen. I've liked the way Dunphy's played today, just gotten pretty unlucky. I think this is a bit,
Eddie needs to hit, but stay
bit unnecessary.
Like that?
Palandiuk in good shape to jump up the leaderboard.
Making you sweat.
7 of diamonds on the turn. Thanks, Phil.
If we don't see a jack or a 9, we will lose Eddie in 9th place.
You heard Phil Baker. River's a
And
3.
The river is a 3 of spades. Ladies and gentlemen, finishing in 9th place in the 2026 Irish Open, winning €47,800. Please show your appreciation for Ireland's Eddie Dunphy.
Not the first or the last player at the Irish Open to go broke chasing Janina.
Six plus. 7 plus. 8 plus. 10 plus.
And he's got ace-6. Not really a hand you want to mess around with while a player has 10 big blinds.
Good fold, especially with the chip leader on the button. Who is going to fold?
Hey. Pocket 6s for Gateko. Raising these 6s is so easy, even a caveman could do it.
4 raise. 1 point.
The Gateko caveman. $9-5 off for Nedelku. Let him have it. Let him have it. He seems like a nice kid.
Oh my God.
Raise 6 million.
He's doing it.
I had a feeling this was going to happen, and I don't like it.
And this is the risk of playing a raising strategy from the small line. I was thinking, I'm like, I know Gateko feels like he has such a strong hand that he shouldn't just give free flop to Nedelku. Maybe he thought he would get a little respect.
I thought a limp was maybe possible there too.
Yeah, it's a little more standard, and this is the reason why. He's gonna put in calling chips.
Oh boy. Poor visibility with a hand like pocket 6s.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Nedelku is not thrilled.
Poor visibility. Not a lot of flops you're going to be in love with. 7, 8, 10 is not a flop you are in love with. Nedelku flops the open ender. Gateko with an under pair to the board. That's right, Adrian. It is the year of Romania as it goes check, check, 9 on the turn. That is a straight for Gateko.
Sure is.
And a pretty good pair for Nedelku. Griffin, how much do you like this straight? Are you real happy about it because your head's up and even the bottom end is good?
Yeah, I do really like it here. I don't think that Nedeljko should have too many jacks, actually, in his range.
He shouldn't have too many 9-5s either.
Yeah. I think Gecko is probably anticipating at this point something like, you know, an ace-king or an ace-queen. And then perhaps some bluffy type hands that actually do have a piece of this board, maybe something like an 8 or a 9. I mean, we can see Nedeljko did raise with 9-5, and now it's a very tough decision for Nedeljko.
I think so. I don't think there's a lot of bluffs here. I know you have to be capable of making this sort of call to win a poker tournament.
Well, I just mean it more so in speaking to sort of perceived range. Like, the reason I think Nedeljko might consider this is the times that Gecko does have something like, you know, a king-queen or an ace-5 suited, ace-4 suited. Like, he is going to have to bluff at this stage to try to fold out something like ace-queen
probably right
or
about
ace-king.
that.
Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
So it doesn't really matter whether he has a 9 or, you know, a 10. Gecko's representing a jack or a 6. He shouldn't really have many 6s. He should have a decent amount of jacks. Because even pocket 6s doesn't really make that much sense as a raise call. It feels like that would be more a natural limp, as we discussed, but...
Nedeljko does call with the 9. Sees that he has been had. And that is a big shift for Oliver Gecko. And a big shift for Nedeljko, who's now third from the bottom, 25 big blinds. Gecko is now second in chips. Folds around to the ear of Romania. Who folds? Palindiuk back in action this time. His turn with the 8s. Uh-oh.
7 all-in.
Here it is.
Toomey ships over the top of the open from Palindiuk.
8 plus, 10 plus.
I have to call HTC situation.
Okay, we have an all-in in a call. It's pocket 8s. Basil has pocket 8s.
We are going to flip for Toomey's tournament life.
Takes on ace
like
jack,
Matthew
ace
Toomey
jack.
versus Phil Ivey. One of these two things has a slight mathematical
Matthew Toomey
advantage.
from Ireland is all in with ace jack. He's the player in danger. And Vasil has pocket 8s.
Matthew
Matthew
Toomey,
needs to hit to stay in the Irish Open.
a multi-faceted businessman.
I'll take it. Good luck.
Says he has time to rarely keep up with the game.
It's
Flops
jack, jack,
3
4.
jacks.
Matthew has taken the lead with trips with that ace kicker.
Club would be interesting. Still a long way home for Toomey.
Nice for 4 for insurance.
He wants to lock it up on the turn.
Greedy.
Oh my goodness!
On the turn, Vasily has hit
An ice-cold snowman on the turn puts Toomey back at risk.
Matthew needs an ace, a jack, or a 4.
Can he dig out the Miracle River to survive? He wanted it on the turn. Now he needs it on the river.
On the river.
No
It's a 2-0.
dice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we lose.
Toomey loses the flip.
And the winner of 62,000.
And the 62-year-old businessman cashes for 62,000 euros.
Thank you very much. What can you do? What can you do? Thanks, Isaac. Well played. Thanks very much. All the best, guys.
What a fun performance from Matthew Toomey. Gave us
Really
one of the
fun.
electric moments of the entire event yesterday, rivering that incredible 7. Proud of his new family on the rail, friends.
You are so beautiful to me.
80,800
Can't you see?
euro. 7 players remain in the 2020.
Not always conventional was the way Toomey played, but he was putting a lot of pressure on people over the course of the days, throwing them off, but just ran out of steam.
And Vasil Palandyuk now second in chips. Makalina with King Queen on the button, 15 bigs. No need to get cute here, right, Griffin?
15 big blinds. I mean, the thing is, it's just tricky. It's like 10, you definitely shove. 12, you definitely shove. You're kind of significantly the shortest stack. It's not the worst to even kind of like induce a weaker shove from the big blind, but a lot of the time that's going to be like an ace rag that might have folded to your shove. So you can go either way in this situation.
I just hate giving 8-7 a chance to realize equity.
Yeah, but look at this flop.
Top pair for King Queen. To be fair, Griffin didn't know what the flop was going to be when he said that. Now, any need to get cute?
No, now we're just betting, trying to get the money in, and we're gonna get a chip here from Geico.
Am I terrible? I would just ship this flop.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Is it bad?
Mm-hmm. You have 10 million. There's like 6 million in there. You just ship it.
Yeah, because I don't want to see an ace on the turn.
Why did the ace change anything? What ace does he have if he calls the flop?
Sorry?
Tell me.
Any ace he called pre-flop with?
Why would he call the flop? King 10-9.
Because he has ace high?
Why would he call ace high? First of all, wouldn't he shove ace high a lot of the time in the big blind?
Maybe, but maybe he's worried what Makalina's just raising with instead of shipping all in.
He can never have an ace here. Ever.
What about a jack?
Ever.
What about a jack on the river?
Keep straight.
Yeah, but so does Geico.
That's why it was such a good bet on the flop. Aren't you glad that he min raised and then got value on the flop instead of just shoving like you would pre-flopper on the flop? Goddamn coward. You're not gonna like this, Geico. Those 3 million chips are gone.
Liam says these commentators haven't a clue. It makes sense he's a yank. First of all, we're saying completely different things, so one of us has to be right. So we both can't be clueless. Second of all, we're both Yanks.
I'm not a Yank.
You're not American?
No. Certainly not a Yankee.
I seem to remember Canada being part of North America.
Yeah.
Makalinen facing a bet of 3.9 million with the nuts. 3.5 million, excuse me. I will fully admit that the way that Makalinen has played this hand has won him far more chips than shoving pre-flop would have.
1,300,000.
James says Daryl is easily one of the most likable people in Irish poker. Glad to hear that. He'll be surviving this hand. Will he get a full double up? Gecko churning the time bank chips.
Yeah, Gecko just can't possibly call here. It would be a really sort of rogue bluff from Michelinin to make, because Gecko's going to have plenty of queens in his range, betting the river. You know, he's just not trying to get you to fold a 7 by shoving ace-5 here. Like, it's just, he just has it.
We have an all
Did he call?
Gecko does make the call. Michelinin knows he's good.
Ladies and gentlemen, Daryl Michelinin has doubled up in the Irish Open.
Wow. Nice result.
The sole Irish player doubles his chips. He's got 32 big blinds now. Pocket jacks for Nedelku.
Oh, Joe, glad we could think up top of the warning to you. I just heard you say a lot of the
Don't
S
do
words.
it. Don't do it. Don't do the accent. Pocket jacks for Nedelku.
That's true.
Pocket nines for Barker.
Uh-oh. This is trouble for Barker.
Do you know that us referencing Back to the Future is the same as if my first year of commentary I had referenced Gone with the Wind?
I want to say I'm allowed one Irish accent per event because of having won the Irish Open, but I still apologize. Barker, what are you going to do, pal? You know how strong this raise is, but you got 2 9s.
Hold him.
Yeah, got to go for it.
Barker ships it. Just Sulfi is out. Sorry, I'm already puking from these 2 stacks getting it in right now. Barker is the shortest stack.
Jacks against
We
nines.
see jacks versus pocket nines.
Cooler.
Sorry, Barker would be the shortest stack if he loses this hand. Nedelku is covered.
The price is wrong, Bob.
Can jacks hold? If there was ever a spot for jacks to hold.
Narcissus and Nedelku was all in.
Hold.
With pocket jacks against.
I see a jack.
Jack 6, 7.
That is a lot of equity for pocket jacks.
I don't even want to say it was going to be an interesting card.
It's a queen on the
Not
turn.
that interesting for Isaac
Ladies and
Barker.
gentlemen, the river card is another queen. It's housed up. Ladies and gentlemen, a big double up for Narcissus in seat number 4 from Romania.
Year of Romania. Narcissus Nedelku.
We still have 7 players remaining in the Irish Open. The next player out will receive over 80,000 euro.
Over 50 big blinds now.
Mr. Barker is going to commit the majority of his chips here.
This is a virtual all-in for Isaac Barker with ace-4 of diamonds.
3.6.
3.6 million, so more than half of his stack.
So James, by virtue of the fact we are on a final table, shorter stacks do inherently have more fold equity. However, it is only 6 big blinds, so if anyone wakes up, they will give a spin.
Daryl Michelinin, ace-7 suited. Well, he's got 1 better hand to fold. Round to the button. Oliver Geico, 10-5 off.
Yep, case in point right there, getting a better hand to fold, fantastic.
Ace-10 suited for Narcissus Nedelku. And he is going to re-raise, and Barker's going to stick the rest in, and it's a domination situation.
Narcissus, he has pushed in with ace-10 of clubs, and he's being called off with the remainder of his stack by the UK's Isaac Barker with ace-4 of diamonds. Isaac Barker is the player in jeopardy of being knocked out in 7th place here at the 2026 Irish Open. It's ace-10 versus ace-4. Both hands are suited, and in a few moments we'll go across to left. Good luck to you, sir.
Ace-4 is indeed in jeopardy.
And the flop is 3, 8, 6, 2 spades. No help as yet to our player in jeopardy, Isaac Barker from the UK.
15% chance of survival. I guess 18% if you include the chop outs.
A jack of spades on the turn.
No chop possibilities now. Isaac Barker needs a 4 on the river to survive.
And the river
He's out.
is in 8 of clubs, ladies and gentlemen. We lose in 7th place, and the recipient of €80,800. Will you please show your appreciation for the UK's Isaac Barker? We lose in 7th place.
Taking us down to the final 6, who've all now locked up a 6-figure score, more than 100K guaranteed for the remaining players. Isaac Barker, good game, cashes for 80K.
Good play, my friend. We are going to be our 7th place. Over €100,000. It's 1 on 5.
Clicky, clicky. Gisolfi all in. Macalino with ace deuce. Probably can't do it. Probably can't do it. We can have a minute here, though. Just think about it.
14-2, yeah. 14-2. 1 pass.
King Queen suited feels like a. I mean, look, it's not necessarily to the chip leader's benefit to knock out the shortest stack. But King Queen suited so pretty, Nick.
I know, mate.
It's a beauty. It's one high card, it's one low card.
I have fallen foul to his charms many a time.
The thing is, I'm more of a fan of playing King Queen suited through the streets.
Queen.
Queen, indeed.
Where the queen comes first.
That's right. Or at least is equal.
Queen.
Go.
Giannini does call.
Oh my goodness. This is a bit of a spin here.
4 pass.
Gisolfi all in for like
Francesco
smidge over, got about 12 bigs.
all in.
Gisolfi is at risk, is a slight favorite in this situation.
Danilo Donini, who shows King Queen, and Francesco shows Ace Jack. So King Queen of Hearts versus the all-in player of Francesco with Ace Jack, Ace of Diamonds, Jack of Clubs.
I do kind of think King Queen is a bit wide at this stage in the event, Joe, but fair play to him, giving him a spin.
Is all in for his tournament life.
This is pretty dreamy for Gisolfi. Chance to get well back in this event right now with the best hand.
And the flop is
King in the window.
King 8-7.
Gisolfi way behind now.
Danilo has taken the lead here, and Francesco needs to hit to stay in the Irish Open. It's an 8 of diamonds, so it's an ace and an ace only to keep Francesco in the Irish Open. It's a queen. Ladies and gentlemen, we lose in 6th place tonight with a value of €105,070 for finishing in 6th place. Please give him a huge round of applause. Let's hear it for Francesco Gisolfi.
6 figures for 6th place finisher Francesco.
Francesco, well played, sir, and finishing 6th in the Irish Open on behalf of JP McCann and Paul O'Reilly. Thank you for your participation and congratulations to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 5 players. The blinds are 600,000, 1.2 million, with antes of 1.2 million. The next player that vacates the final table in 5th place will win themselves a very cool €136,650. 5 competitors taking each other on to see who wins not only over €500,000 in prize money, but to become the Irish Open champion for 2026.
So Danini opening the button here with King Jack. Ace Queen for our shorty.
Yeah, here we go. 8 big blinds.
This is it.
There is the shove. And Danini makes the call.
We have an all-in and a call. We have the all-in player is Germany's Oliver Geico, and he's being called by Italy's Danilo Donini. Danilo Donini has King Jack off suit, and the all-in player has Ace Queen also off suit.
Huge spot now, not just for Geico, but the other 2 short stacks as well.
For sure. Has King Jack.
Yeah, we are looking at a pay jump of around 40,000 euros.
Is Germany's Oliver Geico.
Geico loses this all in.
Good luck to you both, gentlemen. And the flop is.
Let's run the board. Queen high.
Queen 4-2.
Let's give us a sweat on the turn. How about a 10?
That would be the card of sweat.
Thank you.
A 10 on the turn. Oliver doesn't want to hit his 2-pair with his Ace Queen. The up and down straight draw now for his opponent, Danilo.
10 outs for the Italian chip leader.
An ace, a king, or a 9 on the river would eliminate Geico.
And it's
Safe
a
river.
jack on the river, ladies and gentlemen, a jack on the river.
So Geico doubles up and survives. Danini's raise flattered by Nedelcu on the button, who has a dominating hand. Narcos predicts this is gonna be nasty. I think it depends on the flop.
Yeah, really nice flat here from Nedelcu. I think this is the only really way you can play this.
Yeah.
With ICM.
Yeah, the ICM is massive when you're second in chips against the chip leader.
Yeah, you're basically flatting everything except kings or aces, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you've got so few hands that are strong enough to 3-bet get
It's
in.
nice
so
too.
you just end up
This
flatting.
one I like a lot because you keep in those dominated aces and queens, which there will be plenty of.
So this is not the kind of board where I expect things to get nasty. But 3.4 million apiece takes us to the turn, which is a queen. Nedelcu already had the advantage. Now he has his opponent drawing dead.
It's just the one of it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's really not a good barrel card for Danini, but he feels like maybe he can't resist because he's the chip leader and wants to put pressure on. But if you think about the kind of hand range of Nedelcu here, that queen is actually going to hit him a decent amount of the time on top of the hands that might already not fold, like the strength of pocket eights through pocket jacks.
Yeah.
1, 8.
Yeah. Yeah, far more of his range is going to be ace, king, queen hands rather than more speculative hands because he's playing against the chip leader.
Yeah, but can also still have, you know, king, queen of diamonds. Queen, jack of diamonds, maybe, probably calls pre as well, but actually maybe at this deck that doesn't. Just stays out of the way.
10.6 million.
Yeah, this is
getting spicy now.
Okay, maybe this is going to get nasty after all. Understandably, Nedelku calls.
If Danini shoves the river now.
Diamond, river, and shoves would be great.
How sick is Nedelku going to feel?
It is a diamond.
Do it, please do it. Please do it.
He's got the ace of diamonds.
Please do it.
He's got the ace of diamonds.
Please do it. I mean, pocket nines are just in the muck every time here.
Yeah.
And then ace queen has an incredibly difficult decision. All or nothing. None of this 25 million stuff. You'll just get snapped.
This is where we find out if Danini is the Don.
I mean, Danini can have a lot of sevens too.
Yep. No, Danini's range is so wide, you can't really rule anything out. It's like he's
he wants to.
That's a look of
mischief. Curl up and I don't know. It kind of look like a give up curl.
I don't know. Is he stealing his resolve?
The white flag of surrender gets waved. This gets checked to showdown. Nedelku wins the pot.
The most relieved of checkbacks by Nedelku.
Yeah, and this now makes it a two-horse race, both exactly at 52 big blinds after that hand. So,
yeah.
Wow.
That's a massive momentum shift for now.
Change, yeah.
The player we think is the best player on the table now has equal chip lead.
Welcome back to Dublin and the 2026 Irish Open, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. It is the final day of the main event. We're at the final table. We are still five-handed. Now, the last session of play resulted in something very interesting. The stacks evened out. There is no dominant chip leader right now. There is one pretty short stack, but to be honest with you, everyone is short. The chip leader has 31 big blinds.
There is a short stack, but the chip leader has just twice that.
Correct. Oliver Geico, 63.2 million. Vasil Palandiuk, who finds himself at the other end of the leaderboard, has 32.9 million. Everyone else bunched up in between 20 and 30 bigs. And the blinds are getting big. We're still at the 1 million, 2 million level, but the blinds are going up soon. And maybe players are starting to think, and Joe, I know that you hinted at this during the last session of play, maybe they're thinking, we need to look at the prize money. Maybe because variance is becoming such a huge factor, we shouldn't be playing for these huge jumps.
Yeah, maybe once they're not hangry anymore, they got a little dinner in them. Some sense also went down those gullets, because I don't care how good you are, no one's a huge favorite in this chip stack situation.
I am James Hartigan, he is Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
Sandwiched between us is Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you guys. Appreciate you guys having me here.
We've had a lot of sandwiches today. There is a very nice sandwich truck, two nice sandwich trucks at the RDS during the Irish Open, so I kind of feel it's on theme.
I have had a multitude of sandwiches this week, most of them toasted.
So as things stand, 136,650 euros to the next player out, more than $500,000 for the winner. And again, I don't want to keep reiterating or repeating stuff you've previously said, Joe, but it is anyone's game. One hand.
It's the only story right now.
Absolutely. One single hand, the chip lead changes.
At the main event table with still 5 players fighting it out to become champion for 2026 at the Irish Open main event. Just to update you with the chip counts of the 5 players that are still remaining. In seat number 1, we have Daryl. Daryl has now accumulated 49 million in chips. 49 million in chips. In seat number 2, we have Danilo. Danilo has 65.1 million in chips. In seat number 3, we have Oliver. He has 63.2 million. In seat number 4, we have Narcissus, and Narcissus now has 59.1 million in chips. And last but certainly not least, in seat number 5, we have Vasil, and Vasil has 32.9 million in chips. Oliver is now the button for the next hand. We have a little over 8.5 minutes to conclude the next level. The blinds are 1 million, 2 million with an ante of 2 million. Gentlemen, on behalf of JP McCann and Mr. Paul O'Reilly, proprietors of the Irish Open, we wish you 5 of you the very best of luck. Dealer, let's shuffle up and deal.
No hands anymore.
That is Phil Baker. He is the master of ceremonies here at the Irish Open. He is also the crack den
I
kingpin.
think they're fixing the clock probably.
And we, of course, are playing hands per level, not timed levels. So there's a few hands still left at 1-2.
I mean, this is going to be hilarious.
10 hands in total.
If the blinds go up while they're still 5-handed.
I'm just slightly nervous that how shallow everyone is, how bunched up everyone is. It's just going to restrict play, Nick. I just don't want to see an open, a shove next hand.
Yeah.
No post-flop play. And everyone just, I'm not saying playing scared, but understandably playing cautiously because of these prize money jobs.
I mean, you took the words out of my mouth. I was just looking over the stack distribution, and too little butter over too little bread comes to mind. Everyone's spread incredibly, incredibly thin.
Just to be clear, deals are allowed. It would require all 5 players to agree, at the very least, to look at the numbers, right? And then if they liked the numbers that were presented or were able to negotiate the numbers, then they could agree a deal. But it's all or nothing.
Fun turn for Nedelku. Maybe can stop bluffing now. Has enough showdown value to want to get to it. 4, 5, 6, no, nothing. Just a pair of 5s.
7 check.
Ed making a good observation that if they were to do a deal right now, they could all get better than 3rd place money. That is something to consider, because right now anyone could go out in 5th.
I don't mind this question from Zero the Game, who says, someone explain the concept of deal to me, please. I'll do it very quickly. The money that's left in the prize pool, most tours believe that's the player's money, and if they agree to divide it up rather than play it out to the winner, they can do that. Most tours, including ours, do require that they reserve some of the prize pool to play for a winner.
And it's the same here.
But the majority of it can be divided up as long as all the players agree.
Correct. So just to be clear, they're not going to do like an even chop. They're not going to take the prize money and take equal amounts each. It will be based on their chip stacks right now.
And the chip stacks are close to even, so...
Well, Joe, I think we were on the session where I said, hey, how funny would it be if they chopped it 35 ways or 25, whatever the number was. It was some absurd, like, no chop situation. And the number that they were talking about even then was so big.
It was over 60K.
It was over 60K at 35 or something like that. Ridiculous. So, you know, the money is there, and if that's what they decide that they want to do, then, you know, you could understand that.
Sizomic makes a bold prediction. There is no way 5 people agree to an ICM chop.
I mean, and I tend to agree. That's never really happened under my I want to say under my watch, but since I've been doing commentary.
I think that would be real dumb to not at least talk about a deal.
I just don't remember seeing a field this evenly spread over 5.
And that's why you probably haven't seen it before.
This evenly spread and this shallow.
That's the thing. When you can, it's not just how even the stacks are. 22 bigs, 22 bigs, 22 bigs, 25, 31. That's the breakdown right now. It is the fact that no one has really a playable stack. Variance is such a huge factor right now.
Someone asked if someone said no to the deal, would it put a target on their back? Not really, not at this level. There's already a target on everyone's backs.
Yeah.
It would not make much of a difference here. Unfortunately, deciding someone has a target on their back in poker, you can't really do much about it.
Yeah, you don't just decide that now we're really going to angle for this guy. You still have to play in flow. You still have to play with the cards that you're dealt. And if it was that simple that just 4 players could go, oh, this is the guy with his target on his back, we're going to get him, then it wouldn't be much of a game, would it?
Makalinen with ace-8 of spades. He was forced to fold it to 2 all-ins and would have made the nuts. It was the worst hand by far.
So Makalinen completing in the small, Donini shoving on him.
This is pretty wild.
This is pretty wild. It's very bold. I think actually King 9 of Diamonds is a good candidate to make the move. So I appreciate it. And this just goes to show you how tough a spot these are. Like ace-8 of spades probably starts to feel very close, given the distribution of the stacks, but with so much ICM pressure, just getting it wrong feels so bad.
Makalinen maybe a little snake bit from folding this hand before.
Yeah, it does make the fold. So I popped over to the pub to see a friend during my break there, guys. And a couple of Makalinen's fans were in there railing, watching the stream. Got to give a shout out to the Underraiser, who said that he was very keen to see Daryl take it down.
That's a cool name. I like the Underraiser.
The Underraiser. And it took a while to get to the bottom of the fact that was a reference to the Undertaker. But yeah, I mean, as you'd expect, a lot of fans out there looking to Daryl to potentially get the job done. Repping that Irish flag.
This hand is a walk for Oliver Geico, who retains the chip lead right now. Just over 30 big blinds.
I'm walking here.
Everyone else pretty much even.
31, 23, 23, 22, 21.
Yeah.
So if they did a deal now, Geico would get a little more and everyone else would get about the same.
Correct.
The numbers.
Numbers!
Here we go. Here we go.
I'm happy enough to look, can I?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because it's not going to be as deep.
To see the numbers?
Okay. We can always see. See, we can always see.
Yeah.
Only for see.
It's not going to be as deep anymore.
No? Yeah, we have to have a look and then we can agree.
No shit.
Having a look.
Romanian just suggested it on the Italian, so I assume he says, yeah.
I kind of agree with PokerStars. I'm surprised they didn't do this straight back from break and played 3 or 4 hands before doing it.
Well, it did get a little more even.
That is true.
So,
yeah, we have almost equal stacks. It's
can you see?
now.
Yeah, the two.
Hey.
The two training big blinds.
Any deal will be discussed and potentially agreed at the feature table on camera.
I mean, just to explain how close this is, guys, it's difficult when you're viewing it from your side. 31 big blinds for Geico. And then without even naming the names, 25, 23, 21, 20.
Yeah, count your chips.
Yeah.
Very short stacks.
These are as they were before, and these are what we should like 140,
So
94.
we put the stacks here and
no,
see,
stacks here.
Yeah, there.
It's actually not counted.
Yeah, not counted. Yeah, that's right.
It's not real time in the app, so they're going to have to check the stacks after those hands were played.
Okay.
So put it.
No, it depends the position.
No, we didn't put anything yet.
See, that would be the advantage of doing the deal when you come back from break, is the stacks in the app would be correct. Now we have to get accurate counts on everyone, so those numbers can be put in and then they can be
45.4.
broken down.
What should we talk about while they count their chips stacks.
Well, I think it's worth clarifying how the deal will work. I imagine they'll want to look at ICM rather than chip chop. ICM will basically downplay the chip leader's advantage to a certain degree, and some people feel it overvalues the short stack. But ultimately, it will involve everyone being guaranteed, everyone effectively being paid 5th place money, which is what, 136 grand?
Okay.
Then the remaining prize money is added up. 10% of that has to be put aside. So 10% of the remaining would be around 70,000 euros. But the rest of that prize money could then be redistributed.
8.2 million, 46, 47, and 43.
When we first brought up the prospect of a deal,
like there's 5 hands left.
StatTrick actually crunched the numbers, and he estimates that each player would get between 250 and 280k, which is not bad, more than €250,000, which is better than 3rd place prize money.
It's pretty sick.
So a straight chop, if my math is correct, it might be a smidge out because I'm trying to find the exact number. 276,938 each.
Okay.
Now, I appreciate that that's kind of not going to be part of the conversation, but that just gives you an idea about what a straight distribution would look like.
Small difference.
So everybody potentially taking half of 1st place, at least, something like that, like even more.
So 2 key things to consider. I mentioned that set aside, right? They would still be playing for a significant amount of money in the region of 70,000 euros. They'd still be playing for the trophy and title, so the tournament doesn't end when a deal is done. One of the other things that happens is, as you know, we're playing hands per level right now. We're playing 24 hands per level. In the event that a deal is agreed, in the event they do redistribute the prize money, the number of hands per level is halved. And that would speed this up. It would bring it to its conclusion quicker.
So let me ask you this, guys. This is a good topic of discussion while we wait. You're Oliver Geico, and you have a chip lead of sorts, not by much, right? Now, in many cases, when we get into the deal discussions, there's sometimes one player going, no, I'm not going to accept this. You have to accept a little bit more. You have to give me a little bit more equity back. When it's this close, do you think that if you're Palandiuk, you say, I refuse to accept anything other than a direct chop? Otherwise, we play on. Do you think there's a lot of leverage there?
I think no player right now has any leverage. I think if Nedelku had the chip lead and it was a more significant chip lead,
right, exactly.
He may ask for more. I don't think Geico's asking for more. I don't think Palandiuk's asking for more. If they are agreeable to these numbers, I don't see anyone arguing with them.
Right, but then if you were the last person to object, I don't know, let's see what happens. Very interesting situation here, very rare, in fact.
I do have a question about why do we do an ICM chop instead of a chip chop? Instead of, is that the same thing?
No, ICM is different. And what they have talked about, and I've heard it mentioned a couple of times, is they've asked for ICM numbers.
Okay, I would be more inclined to do a chip chop.
Yeah, sorry, Joe, that's what I was trying to get across to you was, when it's this close, it's almost like, come on, for real, like, do you really think that you play ICM, 5 more big blinds better than me?
But ICM does favor Palandiuk more than a chip chop does.
Right. It gives him more credit. So he would be
the one. I mean, he still might be the one, but why is his phone's banging?
I also.
Why are they touching tips?
Don't we have a laptop for this? Why are we using the calculator app on an iPhone?
Where's the laptop? Where's Toby Stone with the laptop?
This is not Toby Stone's circus.
I know. I understand that. I was I was just referencing the laptop that we know.
Okay, well, at least we've got the numbers in.
This is kind of wild, guys. I've never seen this before at this volume of players.
What if somebody just called him right now and it erased everything?
So we have got Nick O'Hara, who's also a senior floor staff on the EPT, in the tournament den right now. He is on the laptop, so he's being given the numbers and he is actually going to break them down and he's going to provide the data for the players.
Or does it work the other way, where if you're Oliver Geico, you just go, I know you would all like a chop,
that happens more often.
Right.
Tell me he's getting text right now. That does happen more often where they say, hey, ICM favors the short stacks too much, and I'm the chip leader, and I want more.
Right.
That happens
Guys, I'm just
pretty
comparing
regularly.
these numbers to the actual prize pool up there to make sure that they're all correct and we're all on the same page. And then I'll get you the... Hello.
No!
It's the banker.
I'm at a poker tournament!
I'm at a poker tournament!
It's rubbish!
It's...
Sure thing.
All right, you guys went there. I went deal or no deal.
Oh, Phone Jacker. No, not Phone Jacker.
Trigger Happy TV.
Yeah, Trigger Happy TV. Oh, man. Great reference.
I think they need a third phone.
Hello!
A third, possibly a fourth phone might help this situation.
I'm at the Irish Open. It's rubbish.
Okay.
Are we happy with the numbers? Are we happy with the chip counts?
Sorry, I'm afraid we can't chat right now. I'm carving up.
All right. C3 has 63.2.
Okay.
C1, 49 million.
No,
C2,
no.
Danilo with 45.7. is
That's not right.
correct.
That's not right.
No, you have 46.7.
46.7.
There we go. Okay, change that one.
That was wrong.
Carry the one.
All right, I got 59.1 for Narcissus. No. 51.6, don't you?
And the tournament director has
51.6
rejected the
for
deal.
Narcissus. That's wrong. 51.6. All right, I got 32.
Sorry, guys, this is really hard. Can you just keep playing?
400. And 43,000 exactly. 43. And Oliver. Oliver had 63.2. 63.2 is
Yes.
correct.
We good to go? Oh, no.
Hello. Mom, no one else has a curfew. It's only 9 o'clock.
Hello.
This is a good deal or no deal bit now, isn't it?
Hello.
The banker says.
Hello.
I don't think there's anyone there.
I did.
Why would you answer a call from Scam Likely right now?
Yes.
Oh, man.
No, I am happy with my current broadband.
I have considered switching to Geico.
All right, guys, he's running the numbers on his computer. He's going to come and present them to you is what he's decided.
Just take a couple months break again.
Let's find out. I don't want to tell you anything at this point. They keep changing their mind, guys.
Someone with a laptop, get in there now.
Just want to double check it to make sure it's
You know what it is.
Somebody's closer. 10%. They normally PokerStars normally make you pay, or Paddy. They normally make you pay.
10% out for the first.
You probably do first and second.
10% of remaining, and Nick O'Hara, who's coming to the table, actually understands what that
He's going to
means.
have it all printed up and ready for you so you know what you're talking
Does it
about.
have to be? Is it 10%?
He's going to explain everything to you once he gets here.
Okay, who is it? Better waiting than being right.
I mean,
What's the numbers?
Big Nick just got woken up out of bed. He's like, lights a cigarette. He's like, I gotta get down there. Sorry, hon. There's a deal.
Sorry, baby, they need me.
They need me. You said last time was the last time.
So Nick's going to come in with the numbers, which we think are going to be in the region of €250,000 per player, with 70k left to play for. 70k being 10% of remaining prize money after everyone has been paid 5th place prize money. The trophy, the title, they still play for that, and the 70 grand. Now, if they don't agree a deal, let's just consider these jumps in prize money. 136K for the next player out. A jump to 177, a jump to 230. Look at the difference between third and second. It's nearly 100 grand. And the jump from second to first is nearly 200 grand. Do you really want to gamble for that amount of money right now?
I don't.
The question is, what will the players decide when they actually see the data? Tournament staff are exiting the cage in the center of the room, making their way to the final table, where they will show the players the numbers and they will consider what they want to do. Of course, once they've seen the numbers, there is the prospect of some negotiating. You alluded to that, Nick, the fact that one player may say, well, I want a little bit more. But let's see what happens. Well, there's Sean Little, the overall tournament director. Behind him is Nick O'Hara, the man who's crunched the numbers.
Sean Little and Big Nick.
Turns on tour.
I know it irritates a lot of people. This is my favorite part of the tournament. I love this.
I think
it's chaos.
It's interesting. It's interesting.
I love it when it's a little bit less chaotic, but yeah, it's been entertaining.
Guys, Nick's going to explain all the options and all the numbers, all right?
Hello, guys. Congratulations on making it this far. So,
good start.
Here, I'll come around the other side.
Sorry, that's my Pornhub.
So, I'll just bring that in a little closer. So here you can see your name, your chip count. This is the position. These are the current prizes.
Look at the numbers in red, highlighted.
Our policy is that if 5 people make a deal, we remove 5 times fifth prize. Then our policy is you must play for at least 10% of the remaining money. So 10% of the remaining money is this 70,000. So that 70K must stay on the side. That's to play for. Okay.
First place, right?
Added to first place. Okay. So that's basically it there. So
only the first.
Yeah. Okay.
For me, it's okay. Okay.
And
these are the prizes without the 7.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So 70 would go on top of the winner.
Each get the red numbers, and then we'll play all for 75.
Exactly.
250s minimum.
And guys, one more thing we have to tell you though is we do reduce the number of hands to 12.
They're like, thank God.
If a deal is done, we reduce the clock by 50%.
Deal
Yes.
done.
Hell yeah.
No way a 5-way deal gets agreed. No way.
Wow.
Everybody a $250,000 or better.
This is unprecedented, and I love it.
If I saw that correctly, 250 was the lowest number.
5 minutes, do a deal sheet, let them all sign it.
I mean, locking up $250,000 is pretty cool.
That's half first place.
It's half of first place.
For each of the 5 players, if there was a possibility for a deal to be brokered. The gentlemen, the 5 individuals have all decided that the ICM breakdown is highly agreeable to all 5. Delighted with the result. The boys are going to play for, up top, Nick, they're going to play for, at the moment, an additional €70,000 is still to be played for on the side. And of course, the title of Irish Open Champion 2026, and that trophy is still up for grabs. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 winners at the Irish Open. Give them a big round of applause. ICM has been agreed. Nick O'Hara.
I know a lot of people are saying it, but Morgan J, former big game player, has written in to say everyone loves a chop pot.
Solid.
Guys, we can take a quick 5.
No, play on.
5 minutes.
Oh.
Well, I'll be coming back anyway.
Wait, what?
Deal sheet if you want.
We just came back from a break. Now we're taking another break.
Let's have another dinner break. If I knew I was going to be a $250,000, I would have ordered more.
So these are the deal numbers. That column to the far right, those are the advertised payouts. This is what everyone's going to get. Darren McAleenan, 250K, 255K for Vasil Polandiuk, 257K for Danilo Donini. 266K for Narcissus Nedelcu, and 285,000 euros for the current chip leader, Oliver Geico. Playing for an additional 70,227 euros. That will go to the eventual winner, along with the trophy and title.
Crazy when socialism comes in to save the day.
That's what happens when we all share, Joe.
So just to be clear, it took about 10 minutes to work out what everyone had in terms of chip stack, and 10 seconds for the players to go, yeah, we'll do it.
Worth it.
It was worth it. And again, look, I know there are some people who feel that deals suck the life out of poker, that it means it's no longer fun to watch, that it's against the spirit of the game. Several things to consider, the two biggest ones being, it's the players' money, right? They're paying the entry fee. So they should have some say in the matter. The other thing to consider is that if deals aren't officially done, officially overseen by the tournament staff and signed for and agreed, they get done behind the scenes all the time. And you know what ends up happening? People get screwed over. It's much better that it's out in the open, agreed in public, broken down, signed for and agreed at the cage, rather than, oh, do you know what? I'll make sure you get your money later.
Yeah, the old Scroogey happens. Senkel writes in to say you don't see deals for hundreds of thousands in big mixed games tournaments. Yeah, that's because first place is like 110K, Senkel.
I'd take a couple of zeros off that. I would also highlight that it makes sense to do a deal in certain circumstances. What is clear is that the stacks evened out during the last couple of sessions of play, and also the blinds got big. It means it's shallow right now, and the shallower a tournament is, the fewer big blinds everyone has, the higher the luck element, the more variance there is in the game. No one has a monstrous chip lead. No one really has that skill edge right now because of how shallow it is.
So what you're saying is, if there was a spin and go player on this table, they would cook everyone, no deals.
Maybe.
Except there'd be too many players at the table for them to comprehend.
Oh, okay, never mind, you're right, yeah, good point.
Someone also just wrote in the chat how 3 players got worse. Sorry, nobody got better than second place money, right?
No one got better than second place. They all got better than third.
That's right. That's one way to look at it. They all got better than third. Also, only 2 players were going to get second and first place money, and now everybody got better than third.
And to Slugfest, who says it takes the high out of winning. 70K is 70K. Are you saying you wouldn't play poker for a first prize of 70,000 euros? I also don't think you should underestimate what winning this trophy, winning this title means. This is the longest running No Limit Hold'em tournament outside of Vegas. It has 45 plus years of heritage and legacy. You join a roll call of champions going back several decades. Trust me, all of these players want the win. They will still take this seriously. Everyone wants to be the person who lifts that trophy and has their name added to that very elite list of champions.
People want to have their names mentioned in the same breath as Steve O'Dwyer. Yes, lots of people would take the deal here to not have their name mentioned in the same breath as Griffin Benger, but of course, there's still the Steve O'Dwyer factor.
And from your point of view, sitting at home watching the action, as Sizomic, who, by the way, predicted that deal would never get done, says, the pressure is off so the poker can be more interesting. Trust me, if they had not done a deal, the next hour, 2 hours would be excruciating.
2026 here at the RDS Arena.
I won't.
The same people complaining about watching ICM poker is boring are the same people complaining about no deals.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thanks. Thank you for your work.
Danilo, can we have Danilo, please? Danilo, can you join us again, please?
Thank you.
We're
Danilo,
missing a
can you join us
player.
again?
So the vibe is already a little bit more
Relaxed.
chilled. Some very relaxed faces when it was previously very stressed.
This guy's crying.
He's got tears in his eyes.
And to answer your question, Jazz, this is a 1K tournament. These players paid 1,000 euros. So to be guaranteed at least 250x your money is a really solid result.
Here he comes. Here comes Danini.
He was already headed to dinner. They had to bring him back.
Time for beer, guys.
I mean, you offer an Italian guy a second dinner, he is in.
Second breakfast.
No, grazie, no. Acqua.
Cheers, fellas.
No, we'll go.
I'm in.
Somewhere.
Oh, James is out.
Dopo vino. Wine.
Ladies and gentlemen, it took a little bit of time, but our final 5 players at the main event table have decided to accept the ICM deal, still leaving 70,000 euro up top, and even more important than 70,000 euro to become part of Irish poker history and be the main event champion and get your picture on our 40-foot LED screen for next year. Gentlemen, 5 players, 1 champion, 70K still up on top, and on behalf of everybody here, we want to congratulate all 5 of you for what you've done here, and congratulations on your win here at the Irish Open. Dealer, let's shuffle up and deal. Blinds are 1 million, 2 million, with an ante of 2 million.
Still 3 hands to play at this level.
Now, I appreciate they're playing for the title and another 70K, and I agree with what you guys said about, you know, the prestige associated with this event, which of course is undeniable. I kind of would have loved to have seen them go, should we just flip for it now, guys?
It has happened.
Just bang it in.
But given all the prestige aforementioned.
Yeah, it makes it challenging, I understand.
My first phone.
Look how much more fun they're having now.
Of course. And yes, you are right, Owen Finn. They did say fewer hands per level now. So once we get to the end of this level, once we roll into level 42, we'll be playing 12 hands per level.
No, stay out.
No, finish now.
Just keep it back.
That's true, Luwak. It is kind of sad for 6th place. Oh my God, I'm exhausted, James. I'm exhausted.
What's happened?
If you didn't fight through the ICM to win the title, it's not prestigious anymore. There's a huge asterisk. Ugh. Oh my God.
I always love it when microstakes grinders feel that they can dictate what the rules of a poker tournament should be.
To be fair, it was Thibaut Dwyer in the chat.
Danini opens under the gun with ace-jack, McAleenan king-3 in the beg.
$19 big blinds. Okay, so definitely a little bit more loosey-goosey.
Ace, 6, 3, top pair versus bottom pair.
All in call.
There's no ticket.
One check. Three bet. 370.
Danini continues.
I mean, once you hit a 3 here.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, once we've connected with a pair, we can't really just be giving up. Having said that, this is not exactly the board where the under the gun range will not contain some unfavorable situations for the tray. It's a nice one from David Moore. Lads, you've played a stormer commentating. Looking forward to Monte Carlo. That's very nice. Plus one that one.
No, I'm.
One check.
Don't see much of a reason for Danini to slow down. He does.
This has been a bit of a theme, but I also appreciate that he's thinking maybe that big blind range with the tray or a 6 is not going to get too much more action. Having said that, the big blind range will also contain 4, 5 and spades and combinations. I think probably missing the turn barrel again, maybe a little bit too passive for my. What?
Too passive, you say? It don't get any more passive than check, check.
I thought they just did a chop. Bet the river, bro.
Somebody take him off the rail there, will you?
That's never a good sign. When you're telling your own rail to GTFO.
He might be the underraiser. He might have actually popped over to say hi.
Romanian fan club.
Hai Jesus! Hai Jesus, campione! Romania!
Guys, it wasn't a comment about micro stakes players. It was a comment about micro stakes players who are lippy about what the people are doing with hundreds of thousands of euros. Calm down.
I don't think you're talking down to people that are playing lower stakes when you just say you don't know what it feels like to be playing for 500K. That's just...
I myself am a micro stakes player online.
Yeah, true.
I'm not berating all micro stakes players. I'm just pointing out.
He's allowed to say that, guys. He's allowed to use those words.
The people who tend to be highly critical of deals and say that it destroys the game of poker tend to be people who would never, ever play for these stakes and have no understanding what it's like to be in the situation.
As I say, guys, I've been doing this for a long time, and these guys have been doing it for even longer, much longer than I. I've never seen a five-handed distribution look so
clean,
wild. I have never seen five numbers be so evenly matched in terms of big blinds, so low. And I'm a spin and go player. I'm somebody that enjoys playing extremely shallow stack poker. To be five-handed and have an average of about 20 big blinds apiece is insane. I've never seen that.
Whale Watchers Anonymous says, can't wait for the final four teams of the World Cup to split the trophy this year. They're not splitting the trophy. Oh, they are splitting the trophy 5 ways. Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Is that the sound? Oh, they're going to carve it into 5 pieces. And oh, don't tell the viewers.
And guess what? Guess what? The people in the World Cup, what are they? Oh, they have a giant saw. That is real.
Chris, come here. I want a picture of you with that saw. Okay. Don't know how to tell you guys this, but
James, in the NFL, they don't split the Super Bowl trophy, do they?
I don't believe they do.
But do they split the profits amongst the teams?
Yes, they do. In
Wait,
fact,
what?
You're going to find this really hard to believe, but
now raised to 1.2. Big blind is 2.4, ante of 2.4 million. 5 players still remaining in the 2026 Irish Open.
as part of the agreement in the NFL, in something which some people could argue is socialism, the profits of the league are actually broken down between the 32 teams pretty equally.
Wait. Chip chop? Not even ICM?
So you're saying that the winning team doesn't even get the most by far money?
They do all right, but it's a very fair league, shall we say.
Huh.
We raised for 8, for 4.
So blinds are up. You heard the man.
The commentators should not be trying to defend this. It will ruin future broadcasts if there are chops like this. Dude, we've been streaming poker for 2 decades and there have always been chops like this and we've always broadcast them. So that means we've been ruining poker broadcasts for 20 years.
And
you're banned.
You are so banned.
Okay, Zappy, you're right. Please ignore dumb chat and talk about the last hands. That's
Fair.
all right. That's
Yeah,
fair.
fair.
That's fair. Also, you're banned. But fair.
1 5, 15.
Was that the sound of the trophy being chopped in 5?
Oh no.
It sounded like the stage collapsing, honestly.
It sounded like the trophy being beheaded.
Now it's time to show. Your favorite card? 6.
Nadelku, honestly, I'm not sure I've seen him smile once this entire event.
He every once in a while, he'll break.
He's having a great time. Philip the Razor says, ruining poker broadcast for 20 years. Not a great slogan. Sure, but I'll take it. Still on air, baby. Still on air. That is my standard response, by the way, when people come up to me and like, oh, I've been listening to you for 20 years. I always say, I'm so sorry.
Bradley on YouTube says, wait, you can get banned for sharing an opinion? I'm so confused. Not only can you get banned for sharing an opinion, you can get banned for asking a question.
What's happening to Bradley?
He's getting banned.
Oh dear.
Queen 10 suited for McAleenan.
One raise 5.
That's right, rear end. You can get banned for being stupid. Ace Queen for Deneen.
3 all in.
E.
4 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold.
Coming back around to McAleenan.
45 million.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to inform you about the ICM agreement, I'll go through it in the seat numbers. In seat number 1, Daryl has received €250,493. In seat 2, Danilo has received €257,662. In seat 3, Oliver receives €285,379. In seat 4, Narcissus receives €266,571. And in seat 5, Basile has received €255,188. Still 70 grand up top, but gentlemen, congratulations to you all on your big win here at the Irish Open.
Thank you.
Once again, a round of applause for the deal.
Chat's gonna love that, Joe.
6, 7 fold. 6, 8.
Quiero ser.
6, 1 fold. Small B. Big blind side, please.
Two of the 12 hands of this level already done. Ace Jack for Palangut. Nine, 8 in the small blind from McAleenan.
It's got 10 big blinds, Joe.
Not today, he says.
Die another day.
Danini is going to defendy.
Just going blank hand bound.
Jack 5 deuce, pair of 5s for Danini, but it's top pair for Palangut.
So big blind check, I assume. And ace jack, pretty clean bet here, of course. I mean, this is, when we see bet on boards like this, see betting being, you know, a fairly frequent occurrence in the modern game of Texas Hold'em. This is what we try and represent when we see bet, so we have to do it when we actually have the hand as well. And this is pretty much the definition of balance, right? If we are going to see bet this board as a bluff, we need to do it with the best of our range as well, and that's how we get paid If we only ever bet when we're this strong or something similar, our opponents know that we're too strong, and we're not going to get paid by hands like 5-4 offsuit. So in the modern game, it's going to be a bet and at least a call, I assume. It was a bet of 4.5 into 13.6. And you can expect this from pretty much the majority of the range.
I do like this idea of splitting the G for the last 70K.
Oh, I mean, that would be a great...
That'd be so sick. That'd be crazy Irish Open vibes.
I wish I had the presence of mind if I was at the final table to go, we're heads up. You know what we should do?
Split the G.
Split the G one time. Who's closest? You didn't really learn about that for the first time this trip.
I sure did.
You said that the other day, and I thought you were joking.
No. I usually finish my beer before anyone has a chance to propose it.
Smashing the G.
I'm like, mine's empty, bro.
I feel it's been part of various competitions here for the last few years.
I don't think I've ever done a competition here.
I'm actually pretty good at that. 2 barrels is great here. I think the king of clubs, although it is an overcard, you're going to want to go ahead and barrel, not only because you have a jack, that's good, but because the king is somewhat inconsequential. And also because this is a card we want to bluff very aggressively. So if you have a 5, you go, I know he's going to bet the king as a bluff, and therefore I can still give him additional money. We have seen a lead on this occasion, however. Yeah. This is a very unusual lead, I have to say. Donini leading 5-4 off into a king is super unconventional. Palandiuk has to assume he has the best hand here most of the time at this stage, however.
You know what they say about assume, Nick? Makes an ass out of everyone.
And now ace-jack is still the absolute nuts. Just kidding. I mean, emotionally speaking.
It's the coconuts. Fold, show your bluff. Cool, show the coconuts.
Oh, Donini. Donini. Donini, stop looking at those chips. Don't do it.
Ain't a king's about.
You want to call, Nick? You want to call? You want to call?
King's about. 9 high like a boss. Yeah, okay. Does slow it down, and there's the shove. That's how confident we are. Ace-jack is good. Yeah, really unusual here from the 5-4 off. We have seen a couple of those from Donini throughout the event. However, I will say his unconventional style has been paying dividends up until this point. Palandiuk now chip leading the Irish Open 2026.
Yeah, we're going to see the chip lead change quite dramatically with the stacks this shallow. The question is how much longer until we get an elimination? We've got 2 short stacks right now. I mean, everyone's short, but relatively speaking, Daryl McAleenan playing 10 big blinds, Danilo Donanini 14 big blinds, and 8 hands left to play before the blinds escalate once again.
Question in the chat, do you think we're seeing this play because of the deal? The deal will always have an impact on the way players play, absolutely. It's just how they perceive their progression in the event for the 70K first place, additional prize money, and the trophy. I don't know about you guys, but I would be in there for the absolute gold.
So on the subject of Will Kassouf, my partner had the, what's the word I'm looking for? Privilege, pleasure of playing at the same table as Kassouf last night, and bless him, Griffin dropped by to see her. He's like, hey man, is anyone at this table bothering you?
Perfect, perfect. So we had some headshots taken this morning for something or other, and I unfortunately missed the memo. I was about 10 minutes late, 15 minutes late. And I texted in to say how embarrassed I was, and I sprinted from the hotel to get here in time, as I am very infrequently late. Had a message, just one word from Griffin, embarrassing.
Oh, Griffin.
And to be berated by Griffin Benger.
I know.
Of all people, not only further hurt my feelings and my embarrassment, But I thought to myself, wow, I really have.
I can't believe that Griffin had the nerve to not only draft that message, but to also press send on it as well.
You told him to send it. I know you did.
I didn't have it.
No, hold on.
No, I did not. I did not tell Griffin to send it.
He said to me,
"Hold on,
Joe, just give me a yes or no answer to the question. Did I tell Griffin to send that message?
No. Nick, you're welcome to ask some follow-up questions if you'd like.
Did Griffin put out the message in his phone and then say, should I send this?
No.
Did James send it on Griffin's phone?
Maybe.
Griffin showed it to me as a joke that he drafted, and I hit the send button.
Geico at 7-8 suited.
And then he was like, no, you sent it.
Yeah, but the thing is, we all thought it was the group chat.
Yeah, it was funnier if it was the group chat.
Yeah, even better. Thanks, guys.
If you want more of these shenanigans, you don't have to wait very long.
No, you do not. EPT Monte Carlo is starting soon. In fact, it starts at the end of April. But as far as our live coverage is concerned, that's early next month. Sunday, May 3rd to Sunday, May 10th. 8 days of live coverage on the PokerStars YouTube channel and Twitch. Not only the main event, 4 days of high roller coverage as well. It's been a while since we've really kind of got our teeth into the big buy-in events in Monte Carlo, the various super high rollers that are on the schedule. So hopefully you'll join us those 8 days and you will enjoy what we present. Just to warn you, even in the 100K buy-ins, even at the 250K buy-in level, they do sometimes do deals.
Of course they do.
What's on the crack down the night? What's on the crack down the night?
You're buying. That's what's going on in the crackdown tonight.
Geico is opened with a Lashif. A6 offsuit. 11 million in the pot.
$50 million. 50 million.
50 million. What a great amount to announce.
Pretty
I
cool.
bet 50 million chips.
And it sounds bold as well, but 2 big blinds.
Paul the Cleaner says 8 days. You know what that means? Potentially 2 Chat Pro Saturdays. Have you noticed that we've worked the schedule so that it's Sunday to Sunday? Do you really think we were going to allow the prospect of 2 Chat Pro Saturdays? Also, and Joe, you're more allowing than I am. We would never allow a Chat Pro Saturday when we're covering a high roller event.
I don't know. I think a super high roller final table Chat Pro Saturday would be phenomenal.
I mean, we've been developing the brand of Chat Pro Saturday for so long. I mean, I feel like we should cash in now.
Nadelku all in here.
I think it's
Palandic, sorry. All in with King Queen from the small blind. Jack 10 for Makalina in the big.
It's 5 seconds ago, I already forgot. Oh my goodness.
It's okay, it's okay.
Give me them chips. Look, I can't speak to how bad 6th to 9th would feel right now, creator, after seeing everyone else make a deal. But I'm pretty sure when I went deep in that turbo last 2 years ago, I went out in 6th, and I think they made a deal right after I left.
It happens.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how to pitch this to you guys, but what's happening here at the Irish Open happens all the time in tournament poker, and we've all been there, and it sucks to feel like you were excluded, especially if you were the short stack, and as soon as you bust, they go, haha, let's chop it up. That's just how it goes. This is real life.
I have been in a situation, or have witnessed a situation, where the player, say for example, there's one short stack and 3 relatively even stacks, right?
Yeah.
When that guy goes out in 4th place, before he's even exited the table, they're like, guys, should we do a deal? And it's like, let him walk away. Don't make him overhear this.
They've agreed to it already. It happens.
Scooby-Doo says, I wish you just wouldn't have told us the deal was cut. You'd rather us lie to you and pretend that they're playing for the advertised payouts? We used to do that, all seriousness. Back on those old EPT shows, 2005, 2006, they wouldn't mention the fact that deals were done, and they talk about the advertised payouts. I think we've come a long way in poker. I think we're better than that now.
You see a heads-up match last 2 hands, you're like, well, I guess they wanted to get that done quick.
Put that in the solver. Zoomer says it's a form of bullying. Yes. Thank you for your comment.
Lonely Has is a great suggestion. If you're going to lie, why not double the payout?
Sure, the winner's going to get 11 million euros from the 4 million prize pool.
So they've decided to do a deal. First place, 12 million euros. Second place, 9 million euros.
50 million.
They're just playing all under 4.
So I'll actually tell you one fun story from, it would have been EPT Dortmund 2009. So this was still in the era where, bear in mind that this is all marketing for poker, right? Stars didn't think it was good for the game that we mentioned that deals were done. And the final 3 players at the final table of EPT Dortmund had agreed a deal. They come back from break, they sat there, and someone runs on to the set, runs up to the table, literally, as the stream comes back from break, and goes, guys, don't mention you've done a deal.
I mean, I honestly don't know why everyone's so mad. James, can you imagine if you're thinking to yourself, okay, look, I'm a player, I enjoy the game, a 1K is a little bit high for me.
All in.
1 second.
Blinds are going up in 2 hands, right?
Yeah.
All right, are we going to see any action here?
This mission's about to get a whole lot more impossible.
If I was thinking to myself, I might play the main event. It's within my bankroll. It's just a little bit high. I want to take a shot. If I were to watch this event and see that I could have potentially come top 5 and still $250,000, I would be turned on.
Yeah. Maybe me. I'd like 50, yeah? But I have 30.
Anyone else out there turned on right now?
It's impossible, 50. No, it's impossible.
What if I asked you like this?
What if James asked you while eating a 99p flake?
50 or nothing. Yeah.
Anything to distract me from the taste of that thing.
Ruffy just says, I'm naked.
Well,
I'm sorry, but you ruined it. Now dealer has to count.
33 and 3.
Good. 7
I think we've reached the end of that level, right?
50,
Yep.
Blinds are going up to 1.5 mil, 3 mil. Oh, here comes Phil.
5 million for the small blind, 3 million for the big blind.
Sick.
And the antes are now 3 million. Blinds are now 1.5, 3 million, and antes of 3 million. We are still playing for a 70,000 euro up top and the trophy to become champion of the main event for 2026 at the Irish Open.
Again, for the avoidance of confusion, it's a big blind ante singular of 3 million, not antes of 3 million posted by every player.
You know, it's technically the ante for everybody being paid by one person.
It was the pluralization of it I was concerned about.
I thought it was the possessive apostrophe S, the antes of belonging to the ante.
Antithesis?
Ace-9 for Geico. Ace-8 suited. He's finally going to get his wish to get all in with Ace-8 suited.
Domination situation.
He had the luck of the Irish before. Those clubs were clovers.
Oliver
Flop the nut flush. Last time he got it in bad.
I'll start over here in case the close comes.
Oliver has ace-9 offsuit. Club is all in for his Irish Open tournament life.
The last remaining Irish player at risk here.
Swinner takes all now. So.
I think if you make the flush here with ace-8 clovers, it's the Blarney Stone nuts.
King, queen, and four.
Chop her up, chop her up.
Yep, 27% chance of a chop now.
There's some cheer for a chop.
Okay.
It's a king.
43% chance of a chop.
Queen.
The kickers don't play.
It's a chop. Dara O'Kearney stays alive in the Irish Open.
This is a chop pot, and you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot. It's definitely Griffin who ruined it before.
You got very lucky there.
The thing is, I don't even know what it is referring to, but I know Griffin ruined it.
I just assume it's true.
Go again. That's a good flop for a chop out, wasn't it?
Yes, it sure was.
Well, the under-raiser will be very pleased to see McAleenan go through.
As we discussed earlier on, if this final table goes the distance, we are going to see that rail get bigger as players bust the side events, as more of the locals realize that Darryl is at this final table. We could see a big rail building.
I know I just made this joke, Nick, but is the finishing move of the under-raiser the Blarney Stone?
If it's not, it should be.
Ace King raises, Ace Deuce defends. We go to the flop.
Doesn't sound enough like an Undertaker move to be the under-raiser. How about the Blarney Bone?
Well, the Tombstone is the real one,
right.
So, you know, why wouldn't you?
Blarney Bone.
What?
Nick,
have you been spending too much time with Griffin?
A lot of time with Griffin, it feels like.
Okay, sorry.
I got where you were coming from. You're basically just trying to do a twist on the Undertaker, and instead of the Tombstone, the Blarney Stone.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Why would you change
Stone
the Blarney
to bone?
Yeah, to stone to bone.
It just sounds like a wrestling move that you're gonna like break someone's bones, you know, with like the Blarney Stone, Blarney Bone.
This is very Griffin coded.
This is so Griffin right now.
I apologize. Sorry, guys.
Now, I will admit that doing two Blarney Stone jokes back to back kind of weakens the second one by a lot, and that's okay. Or instead of the figure 4 leg lock, it's the figure 4 leaf clover lock.
Nice. The problem is I know nothing about wrestling, so I'm just going to have to keep
I was going to
nodding.
follow up by saying I'm not a wrestling person, so
here's the thing.
The Blarney Stone Cold Stunner.
I thought that sounded more like metal.
Just laugh at his jokes.
No, yeah, sorry. No, I thought
The rock bottom of a Guinness.
You're gonna call me Griffin coded and then come with that?
The Blarney Bone does sound like a double gay bar, though. I agree with Smout.
Yeah, that was part of the joke. Okay.
4-7. 4-7.
Where are we at?
The People's Republic of Ireland elbow.
We are dealing once again, still at the 1.53 million blind level. Action is on. Daryl McAleenan.
Nie, уже 70.
James, don't you remember that episode of Detroiters where he's like, your brother keeps rock bottoming your stepfather? Yes. And Tim's like, that's a finishing move. Danini all in.
10 big blinds.
One time. 4 toss. Not this time. 7 toss.
That's right, from 0 to somebody. Seems everybody will fight for 70K. They do. They want the money and they also want the trophy.
It's almost as if it still matters.
That's a controversial take.
It's almost as if it's still 70 times your initial buy-in.
We're just about halfway through this level.
Action's going to start with Danini, who has queen 4 here. He's going to fold. Geico's out. Whoa!
Raise 20 million. Raise 20 million.
Queen 5. Polandiuk is going to shove on Makalinen pretty much. 20 million is most of Makalinen's stack, and he is going to fold the 7-5. Sunset says, is there a chance the tournament continues to tomorrow? No. There's a chance it could continue into the early hours of the morning, which strictly speaking is tomorrow. But if you're asking, would they stop tonight, come back and play out tomorrow? No, the blinds will get them eventually. Especially now they're playing 12 hands per level. The blinds are going up with relative regularity.
Raise 20 million. Raise 20.
Polandiuk doing the virtual all-in here. Gets rid of Makalinen. Danini, ace-3 in the big blind. Ooh. Ooh. He folds. I agree, Alex Croteau. That 20 million raise pre-flop is fire.
It's pretty cool.
I mean, any time you can bet in like tens of millions, you should do it.
I dig it.
Makalinen shipping with king 5.
Shoves the button. Danini, queen 8 in the small blind. Folds. Geico, 9-7 of diamonds.
$19,600,000. No, sorry.
Whoa. For a moment, I thought Geico said call.
He does
call.
Look at the smile on his face. He's like, come on, let's have a spin.
If you're gonna spin, this is the spinny hand. Oh my days. Harry Potter out of line.
The Geico Gecko.
9-7 of diamonds, that's Oliver.
He knows this hand is extremely live, and I dig this. This is aura. He's aura farming. Joe. He's aura farming.
I like it, yeah. He's vibe coding.
He might be vibe coding this hand, but he's aura farming the spot.
On the flop.
The flop is ace-ace-5, advantage McAleenan.
Now, Geico needed to hit a 9 or a 7 anyway. It doesn't change a lot.
True. McAleenan has improved from king high to a pair of 5s, but 9s and 7s are still working for Geico. Turn card is a king.
Diamond's no longer relevant. And neither is 9s and 7s.
Is about to double in the Irish Open on the
So that will see Daryl McAleenan double. Oh, what an insult river for Geico.
Too late.
Double up now and is back in running to become Irish Open champion for 2025.
McAleenan doubles up to 12 big blinds. Oliver Geico drops down to 9 big blinds. Danilo Donini sandwiched between them with 10 big blinds. 3 shorties, and 2 of them in the danger zone.
Danger zone, danger zone.
I love that.
What's an extra 5%?
Good crack, good crack.
Five more hands to play before the blinds go up again.
Look at that, JP McCann making an appearance.
That is McAleenan all in again, this time with king 10 of clubs. Geico has the Lashif ace-6 offsuit.
I mean, 9-7 suited. Ace-6 is better than that. I think, let me consult my, yeah, ace-6 is a better hand than 9-7.
True.
Sort to 7-7.
Geico calls all in, and Nedelku calls.
Oh, wow!
Nedelku's got queens.
He wakes up.
That was done with panache as well.
Look at the smile on his face. I would be smiling too.
We have a 3-way all-in here. McAleenan at risk with king 10. Geico at risk with a 6. Nedelku has them both covered with queens.
And Oliver are in jeopardy.
So he's still fading 2 overcards at least?
Yeah.
It's basically a flip to beat 2 players.
Yeah, right.
Good vibes out there.
It appears that Oliver has the
Some cheers, cake on the flop.
Here comes the flop.
It's a low flop, no king, no ace.
Club.
McAleenan calling for a club.
One club, 2 times. The turn.
No club.
Oh.
Cecil, what are you calling a 6 of diamonds for?
Oliver needs an ace or a 5. Darryl needs a king or a
76% chance we see a double KO here.
king for Darryl.
The river. It's a 4, we're down to 3 players.
Incredible. I guarantee you will never see 3 people more happy to be all in final 5 of any main event ever.
I'm happy with how I'm playing. So
Ladies and gentlemen, before they leave the table, could you please, first of all, put your hands together for Germany's Oliver Geico, who's just won €285,379. And will you please put your hands together for a young man who wins €250,493. Let's hear it for Daryl McAleenan.
Daryl McAleenan eliminated, Oliver Geico eliminated, and Narcis Nedelku back in front with 132 million chips.
Geico saved 15% or more by making that deal.
You're not wrong, Joe. So what have we learned, guys? Basically,
it's the year of Romania.
It's the year of Romania, yeah. Apart from that,
so now it's Nedelcu versus Polandiuk versus Danini.
We're getting so many of Narcissus fans over here. We could have a second leap into the crowd if he's the winner of the Irish Open. Who knows what's going to happen here today? Gentlemen, we are now down to 3 players on our main event table. It's exciting times with 70,000 additional euros up for grabs, along with the title to become Irish Open champion for 2026. Players, I wish you all the very best of luck.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, one of 2 things is going to happen. The trophy is going to Italy or it's going to Romania. 2 Italians who have the shorter stacks right now, and the Romanian pro, Narcis Nedelcu, who has a significant advantage.
James, have a look at my calendar right here.
Shuffle up and deep.
Yeah, I know what year it is. And those guys on the rail know what year it is.
So last year, and the fall.
It is the year of Romania.
This year is the year of Romania. Yeah,
Yes,
sorry.
yes,
I had to read it, sorry.
Thank you, thank you.
So something we've learned from this event is we should play more poker tournaments where the top 5 players win exactly the same amount of money, but they play for a small prize and a trophy. This seems like the way to do it.
All in with ace-queen. Nedelcu folds. What does Polandiuk have? Not a good hand is the answer.
Nada.
We played 5-handed for a significant amount of time, and now we're down to 3.
The 5 gentlemen that were the last 5 contestants in the Irish Open main event already have brokered a deal based on ICM, and our final 3 players are playing for 70,000 euro, along with the trophy to become Ireland's premier poker player for 2026, the winner of the Irish Open.
That hand was cool as hell, by the way, that double knockout.
How much you got? Like 70. 70 something maybe. Yeah, maybe it's 80 million. Okay, 80 million raise. That's more than I have.
Pocket 5s for Narcissus.
New tournament structure, race to 5. Just going to put it out there. PokerStars, new tournament format, race to 5.
Not that we need to, but the blinds are going up again in one hand's time.
We need to.
We need to indeed. So it is Danilo Donanini who has 10 big blinds.
And it's Danini in the small blind here.
He can shove very wide here, guys. Yeah, this is a shoving hand for sure.
All in with 7-6 suited. Nedelcu with Queen-Jack.
Seems like a good time to go heads up.
So Danini gets it in with live cards, but he is behind.
Versus Queen-Jack offsuit. 7-6 of spades against Queen-Jack offsuit. So ladies and gentlemen, Danilo Donanini has now put his chips into the middle, and he is now trying to stay alive in the Irish Open with 7-6 of spades versus Queen-Jack called by our chip leader, Narcissus.
Danini needs to hit. 40% chance of survival. Ace, 9, 5 on the flop.
Not a terrible flop for Danelli the Don Danini.
So Danilo picks up an extra out here.
8, 7s, and 6s now working for him. Turn card is a 5, pairing the board.
Narcissus still has the lead.
Same outs for the Italian. 10 cards in the deck he can hit, or we are going heads up in the Irish Open.
Or an 8 to stay alive in the Irish Open.
The river is an 8. He survives!
Wow, gets there.
Stays alive and gets a big double up here.
Danini is the Don. He doubles up through the chip leader, and we are still three-handed in the Irish Open main event.
Now increased to 2 million, 4 million, with an ante of 4 million. The blinds have now increased.
Oh
to
wow,
2 million,
blinds
4
are
million,
going
with
up.
an ante
2 million, 4 million.
4 million.
You're having a tinny, mate.
Danilo who gets the double up there. We still have 3 players fighting it out to become Irish Open Poker Champion for 2026.
What a river card.
Wow. Forza got shot.
Danilo suffered his fair share of bad beats, getting it in good.
2-4-4.
So just a reminder, 33 big blinds for Nedelcu, Palandiak 24, Donanini 22. Very, very close. Just about as close as you can get to a spin and go. And remember, they're only playing for one additional prize. This is the closest to a spin and go we have ever played a final table ever.
Oh, Nicholas, I love the fact that you get so excited every time poker is three-handed.
I know the spots. I know it all. I don't do anything crazy.
Nick is so wet right now.
Oh my word, I didn't even use my sexy voice.
Raise and take it for the Don.
Nice, good adjustment.
Mason Pie, wash your mouth out, young man. I expect better from a multiple scoop champion.
Do you remember the time I tried to say that on TV, not realizing
what
that
it meant?
It meant something else?
Yep. Yeah.
That was a fun 5 minutes.
Luckily, it wasn't live TV.
God, I love the Irish Open.
Shockmouths on YouTube says, please use the sexy voice.
We are three-handed.
You could do better than that.
Watch the way he riffles those chips.
What's
with
next
his
on
fingers.
Babe Station?
I think he's going to push those chips
Hey,
forward.
me too.
With his fist.
9,000, 9 million.
Look as he thrusts that stack into the middle. 9 million of it.
All in.
And there is an all-in.
He's getting called 1,000%.
What does Palandiak have? Are we off to the races?
Basil shows ace-5 off.
No, ace-5, only the one overcard for Palandiak.
Store-brand sourdough behind for Palandiak.
He has more, I'm at risk.
Palandiak is the at-risk player, and if he loses this, he's eliminated, and Nedelcu goes heads up with a very healthy chip lead.
Pocket tens. Basil needs to hit to stay in the Irish Open. Whichever player wins this is going to have a massive chip lead.
What are you doing?
This could be half the Italian players gone.
Romanian rail is coming alive as we go to the streets.
What year is it, guys?
The flop is King, Queen, 3. Tens are holding. No additional equity for Palandiak. He has 3 immediate outs. He needs an ace.
Can I see the calendar again, Joe?
Even a 10 on the turn won't have him drawing dead, though.
And the turn.
Okay, he spiked a 5 on the turn, so now he has 5 outs. He can hit an ace or a 5 on the river to get the double up.
Easy 8.
He's at a 5 or an ace.
The river is a deuce, tens hold, and we are heads up in the Irish Open as Vasil Palandiak exits in 3rd place.
That's the last we'll see of Vasil Palandiak.
So it's Danilo Donini from Italy heads up against Narcis Nedelcu from Romania. The Romanian with a 3-1 chip advantage.
Yeah, can we get some claps in the chat, please? For Palandiak, honestly, sensational performance. Really, really earned it, and he's walking away with a massive score.
By virtue of that 5-way deal.
These two guys have been going hard at it when they came to the feature table tonight, and they are really going to be battling it out to see who takes home that additional 70K.
Confirmation that Vasil Palandiak walks away with 255,000 euros. Interesting, of course, Geico, remember when they did the deal, he was the temporary chip leader. So his 5th place finish was worth 285K.
That's why you make the deal.
250K for Daryl McAleenan, 255 for Vasil. And of course, they are now playing for an additional 70K in prize money, what we call the set aside, plus of course the title and trophy. And right now, the advantage, the momentum, we've said it all along, the skill level, the experience, the accomplishments are all with Narcis Nedelcu. Right now, guys, this is very much feeling like the year of Romania.
It's all a part of the year of Romania.
Also, I'd argue that Narcis has the best rail right now. I know that's not a factor.
It is. Vibes are a thing.
But yes, we started the day with 10 players. After about 45 minutes of pretty cagey play, we got down to our final table with the elimination of Jarkko Suokas. Edward Dunphy, Matthew Toomey, the first players out. Isaac Barker exited in 7th place. After Francesco Ghisolfi went out, we went 5-handed for a while. We had the deal after the dinner break, and now we reach the business end of this final table. The final chapter of this story, the heads-up battle between Narcis Nedelcu and Danilo Donini. One of these guys will be joining the ranks of players like Steve O'Dwyer, Griffin Benger, Noel Furlong as an Irish Open champion. We're going to continue with the blinds at 1.5 million, 3 million, with a 3 million big blind ante for another 10 hands. Are you taking the over or the under on 10 hands of heads-up play, Nicholas Walsh?
Even before that, I want to say how many people were complaining about the outcome of that deal. Has this not been an incredibly entertaining segment to watch post-deal?
That's a very fair point. And Joe, I think we can say that you wouldn't have hands like that. We wouldn't have the entertainment we've had over the last 30 minutes if they were still playing for the advertised payouts.
No, not only will we not have those hands, we'd be riding out 24 hands per level while people ICM fold, trying to claw their way to several €100,000 pay jumps.
I don't think I'm going to let you duck the question. Over/under on 10 hands to finish this.
Oh, way under, way under. What are we doing? Like 22 big blinds effective? Let's get this money in.
I'm going to say over, but only by 1, because when the blinds go up again, it's over.
Obviously, card distribution is going to have a major say in that. Danilo Donini has acquitted himself incredibly well throughout this tournament and throughout this final table, but we've said all along, Nedelcu has the pedigree, and right now he has the chip advantage. I don't want to say it's his tournament to lose, but right now the smart money is on the Romanian.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a heads-up battle to see who becomes Irish Open champion for 2026. 70K and a trophy is up for grabs. We have Danilo, we have Narcis. Can I ask the two gentlemen to please shake hands before we start the last hand? Let's hear it for both the boys on the final table. Come on.
Did you see the way they hit each other, though, at the same time?
It was a little bit aggressive.
Yeah.
I want to highlight, by the way, the camaraderie we've seen throughout this final table, especially the last 5 when they did a deal, and these last 2 players in the heads-up battle.
4 million with antes of 4 million. Ladies and gentlemen, good luck to both the last 2 players in the Irish Open main event for 2026. Dealer, shuffle up and do.
Here we go. Let's do it. We're starting 16 big blinds effective, in fact, with the increase in blinds.
So Danilo Donini, first to act on the button in the small blind.
What's he got?
5-4 suited.
But what do you have, though? You got to play it.
GTO says call.
It may not be an all-in. Okay, that's fine. Whatever.
Wow, that sets a tone.
Rush? There you go.
That sets a tone. That sets a tone.
Shows the ace, and it was a club. Great instincts is what I'm going to say.
You might have to kill me before I folded 5-4 clubs in position.
Not everyone can be a spin-and-go whiz, Nicholas.
I mean, for the first time ever, it's more applicable than ever, but there we go.
Jack 5 on the button for Nedelcu.
Call.
Makes the call.
Should we just
shove?
You'd imagine that Danini will do that. Yes.
Okay.
All in with the deuces. Nedelku folds the jack 5. Next hand.
I think maybe we should just sit out and let Nick handle the final stage.
This is
of
my
spin and
Woodstock.
go.
This is my Woodstock for the first time.
Say,
Winner take all.
The predictions are on point.
This is my Woodstock.
They spun 70x.
Doesn't even matter. Let's just go for it here. All right, next hand, 17 effective. Call. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no.
Well, already in the space of 3 hands, Nick, I think we've seen a difference in the approach of the two players.
He's building an image.
I think we can tell that Nedelku has played a lot more heads up than Danini has.
Well, okay, the other thing is, guys, I know we're doing the whole sort of spin and go joke. The thing is, there's also an additional dead big blind in the middle. That means that the ranges are even wider, and they were already like 98% of the deck to begin with.
Of course, the big blind ante still in play, even though we're heads up.
69 million. Nice.
King Jack.
9.
Raises to 9 million.
This will be about 50% split, raise call. This is fine.
Danini, 8-6 of diamonds.
Technically all in.
No, let's just see 3.
Calling is fine.
Just wait for a safe flop before we get it in.
It's not that wild. It's still fair.
We are going to see a flop. Danini with 8-6 suited. Nedelku, King Jack. Queen 10-5 on the flop.
Nope.
Check bet fold.
Check.
There's the check from Danini.
I'd like to see 1 big blind here.
I mean, with the open-ended straight draw, Nedelku is faux show betting this. Makes it 12 million, gets a fold from Danini. We're now, what, 14 bigs effective?
Yeah, I also think actually the adjustment to size up is quite powerful here. If we think our opponent is not going to defend correctly, then obviously getting more folds when we see bet is also not the worst thing in the world. I think also when he has the momentum, just flipping with King Jack there is not the end of the world, especially in the context of winner take all.
Danini. Has King 6 off.
Nick?
He announces all in.
Yeah, I think with the big blind ante, this is fine.
Nedelku, ace
call,
deuce.
Call.
Nedelku does call, and this could be it.
All in and a call. It's King 6.
Ace deuce for the chip leader. King 6 for Danini. He is the player who needs to hit. If he doesn't hit, Danini is done.
In jeopardy against Ace 2. So if the Ace 2 holds, Narcis Nedelku will become Irish Open champion.
Over under on stage dive, James.
26.
I'm not sure. I don't think enough alcohol has been consumed by the Romanians for that to happen.
They hold it well. Hopefully they hold him well when he stage dives.
Gentlemen, good luck to you both.
5 cards to come that will decide the outcome of this tournament.
Is Danilo, and he has King 6 offsuit, King of diamonds, 6 of clubs, and Narcis has Ace 2 of diamonds.
Nedelku looks so comfortable, looks so confident.
If Danini wins this, they're pretty much even.
7-7-5 on the flop, ace high holding. Danini looking for a king or a 6. The Romanians calling for an ace. Don't call for outs when you're ahead. Jack on the turn. Only a king or a 6 saves Danini. 6 outs, 6 cards he can hit.
2026 Irish Open.
An 86% chance that Narcis Nedelku wins the Irish Open. The river is a 3. It is over. What year is it?
The year of Romania.
The year of Romania, James. Look it up.
Narcis Nedelku takes down the 2026 Irish Open main event. Danilo Danini is the runner-up.
Please also put your hands hands together for a gallant runner-up. Let's hear it for Danilo Donini.
Hell yeah.
But it is the Romanian pro who already has $2 million in cashes to his name, who already has 6 scoop titles, who will lift the trophy and join.
It's fantastic. Narcissus, we're going to talk. First of all, we're going to do before we have our little interview and before we have our presentation for you for the trophy, I'm going to ask you a question as soon as the rail. We're going to come back to the rail now in a second. We're going to come back in 1 second. 1 second, guys. Narcissus, I want to ask you one thing and one thing only. A lot of action happened here tonight. You were aggressive from the start. I think the guy who you went heads up with seemed to be the guy who you had to take on all the time. Tell me what was going through your mind when the other two guys, when we were 5-handed, what was going through your mind when there was a raise and a re-raise and an option when you were sitting there with the queens? Were you just praying for both of them to go all in?
Yeah, I was sure he will go all in because he drank a lot. And I made like this. I showed to my friends it's okay. I was sure it'll be my hand.
And that hand obviously held up and it's helped you become the champion. Absolutely. Tell me, we had a great Irish rail last year with Simon Wilson. What about the support you've received from your friends and your family here today? What about these guys here at the rail? Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. So listen, you've had a great support. Before we got down to the heads up, you did the ICM deal, and before that you had already agreed to take home a very cool €266,571. Add on top of that another 70K for winning the battle. But Narcissus, the money's lovely. The money is fantastic. The ICM deal, the 70K. But I tell you what you've just become. You have become part of Irish poker history. The champion for 2026. Let's hear it for Narcissus! Let's get prepared and let's make an official presentation. Well done to you, sir.
I don't undersell it. Yes, you're part of Irish poker history, but let's be brutally honest, you're part of international poker history.
Absolutely.
This is a huge tournament to win. We've said it multiple times, I will say it again. It is the longest running no-limit hold'em tournament outside of Las Vegas. It has been running for more than 45 years. And we reeled off some of the names of former champions. You join a roll call of some very elite players. It really means something. Griffin bangs on about it every 5 minutes. He is so proud of that trophy, and I'm sure Narcissus and Delco will also be proud of what he's achieved today.
Really impressive stuff from Narcissus. Was clearly ahead of the field from early days in this event. Impressive every time he appeared on our feature table. Had a tremendous scoop. Let's not forget, this dude crushes online.
Correct.
And now, I mean, he's already won $2 million in live. That goes up by a couple 100,000 today. Clearly a very talented poker player.
Is already a World Series of Poker bracelet winner, is now an Irish Open champion, and we see the final payout, Nick, after the ICM deal, after the additional 70K, €336,798. Not to be sneezed at. That's still a huge amount of money to win in a 1K tournament.
Absolutely not. And also, I just want to say that there's a lot of criticism about, like, what is GTO? Like, you know, people playing conventional styles. I think all of our final table was actually very successful in playing their own style, and they showed how that is possible to get you to a final table of the Irish Open. Kudos to everyone who made there. But, yeah, Narcissus got the job done.
This is the 4th year in a row that we've covered this event. This is the 4th year of the partnership between the Irish Open, PokerStars, and Paddy Power Poker. And I think I said this when I spoke to JP and Paul on Friday. It is amazing that they are able to combine these elite poker tournaments, these prestigious events that really mean something, with an environment, with an atmosphere that you don't find at any other poker festival anywhere in the world.
Everybody becomes Irish at the Irish Open.
Amen.
And I do wish them luck taking this format, taking this festival to other countries like Australia, Morocco, and the US. I hope that they're right and they can make it happen, but there is something so unique about this venue, about this city, and about this festival, and I, for one, cannot wait to come back in 2027, Nick, and do it all over again.
Absolutely. It's one of my favorite festivals, if not my favorite festival of the year. I can't wait to come back, James, and I hope that we do more 5-way deals.
Again, I would highlight, this plays out very differently. The entertainment value drops significantly if that deal doesn't get done. And I, for one, think it's amazing that we had 5 players walk away with more than €250 million euros, and we have a winner who still wins more money than anyone else and a very significant prize when you consider the buy-in point of this event. And of course, if this has made you want to play the Irish Open yourself, why not think about being here in 2027?
Are satellites running yet for next year?
I doubt they are, but remember, if you win a Silver Power Pass, save it, bank it, use it for next year's Irish Open. Alternatively, if you don't want to play a 1K, there are so many smaller tournaments here you can play. Start saving now to make the trip to Dublin for Easter 2027. We would love to see you because we've been here every year for the last 4 years and we have had a blast. There's one last thing to do. That's give the winner his trophy. We are going down to the floor. Let me hand things back to the Master of Ceremonies, Phil Baker.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the presentation of the trophy to the winner of the 2026 Irish Open. Before that presentation is made, on behalf of Paul O'Reilly and JP McCann, the proprietors of the Irish Open, we would just like to thank a few people. The first people we would like to thank is our fantastic staff here, our dealers, our TDs, Mr. Sean Lytle, Uncle B, Nick O'Hara, for the tremendous work they've done here over the last 2 weeks. To all our dealers and to all our floor staff and to our TDs, thank you so much for your great support. We also want to give a big shout out to 2 very important groups who make the Irish Open what it is, and that is our sponsors, Paddy Power Poker and PokerStars, who have now been affiliated for so long with the Irish Open. PokerStars had over 850 main event qualifiers online. PokerStars supply us with a fantastic stream team, and I want to say a big thank you not only to PokerStars but to the professionals behind the scenes who provide such a quality stream for the entire world to see the Irish Open online. Thank you to PokerStars and to the Irish Open poker community. Thank you so much. We also want to thank the 87 different countries that have joined us here for the Irish Open Poker Festival for this year. It's getting bigger and bigger each and every year. And as I know a lot of you already know, we are going international very soon, going to Marrakesh, Australia, and in the new year, America. We're excited and we hope to see a lot of you in these 3 new venues as part of the Irish Open Tour. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor to ask Mr. Paul O'Reilly to make the presentation to the Irish Open winner for 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Narcissus Nedelko, Irish Open champion. Narcissus, congratulations to you.
Thank you. It's unbelievable.
Narcissus, make sure you get yourself a beautiful picture because you're going to be on the wall of fame forevermore at an Irish Open. To your fantastic rail, to you and to everybody. This has been the Irish Open Poker Festival for 2026. We want to see you all again in 2027. From JP McCann and Paul O'Reilly, a safe journey home to you all. And thank you for being here at the greatest poker festival in the world.
Really, yeah.
The Irish Open 2026, the year of Romania.
Thank you.
Well, that concludes our coverage from Dublin. Thank you for being with us over the last few days. Hope you've enjoyed it. We will be back. What do you say, Joe? Should we do this one more time?
I'm in.
Monte Carlo is the destination. Our EPT live coverage, 8 days of coverage, main event and high roller, starts Sunday, May 3rd. 8 consecutive days of live streaming on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. We will see you there. Thank you for all your contributions over the last few days. Thanks to the entire production team for their efforts over the Easter weekend.
Thank you.
But for now, from Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh, Griffin, Benger, me, James Hartigan, everyone at PokerStars, and of course the entire team who put on this amazing event, the Irish Open, it is good night from Dublin. Thank you very much for watching our live coverage of the Irish Open. Good night.
Check, 1, 2, 3.